Drive Me Daisy, The Bloomin Psychic Book 3, written by Annabel Chase, narrated by Megan Kelly. Chapter 1. Spring in Newberry was apparently the time of year when furry boots and flip-flops coexisted by the kitchen door. To my great relief, the morning temperature was already 60 degrees, and I slipped on the black orthopedic flip-flops with metatarsal soles and dragged my aching limbs to the garden. Today I was on a magical mission. If I truly possessed witchy powers, now was the time to put them to the test. "Where's that ficus again, Ophelia?" My gaze swept the massive garden in an attempt to identify the rare growth. Okay, rare growth made it sound like a neck goiter. I meant the rare ficus tree that was currently sprouting in my garden. The portly tuxedo cat waddled her way across the lawn until she reached the edge of the garden. From the back, she reminded me of a drunk hippo. She dropped to the ground and rolled onto her back in the mulch. As I was about to scold her indifference, I spotted the small tree. "Good job," I told her. The cat peered at me with such disdain that I found myself touching my face to check for evidence of dried yolk from the eggs I fried for breakfast. Nope, nothing there. I kneeled on a beach towel in the garden and tried to make progress with the tangle of weeds near the ficus tree. If these overzealous weeds strangled the rare tree, I would never forgive myself. Scarlett told me the ficus tree represented enlightenment, which sounded exciting, albeit vague. For all I knew, enlightenment could be finally succumbing to the need for an upgrade in reading glasses to improve my vision. Lately, I'd been clinging to the lowest magnification strength, knowing it was all downhill from here. Once I cleared a reasonable path, I put the rest of my plan into action. Here goes nothing. I drew a deep breath and stepped over the cat on my way to the ficus. The back of my shoes flipped mulch in the cat's direction, and she hissed in protest before rolling out of the danger zone, her tail flicking angrily. I walked 3 times around the ficus religiosa, so intent on not messing up the count that I failed to hear my neighbor approach. "This looks like an interesting game." I halted mid-step to regard him. Patrick Beaumont was blessed with the sculptured cheekbones of a catalog model and the flair of the Carnival of Brazil. I continued walking. "It's definitely not a game. My mother's coming." "And what? You're letting off steam by pacing the garden like the resident of an insane asylum with an outdoor pass?" "No, this is perfectly sane. If you walk around this tree 3 times, it's supposed to ward off evil." I finished my 3rd complete circle and stepped out of the garden. Maybe now she'll cancel. "While I appreciate your magical ambition, from what you've told me, it sounds like only an apocalypse would keep her from visiting." My brow lifted. "Is there a spell for that?" "You'd plunge the entire world into an apocalypse just to avoid your mother?" "Maybe not the whole world. Can we limit it to the tri-state area?" His arm swept outward. "What do you think she'll say about the mess out here?" I contemplated the dilapidated state of the gardens. "Can I just throw a blanket over everything? That's what I used to do in the apartment to hide the clutter." "Honey, there isn't a quilt in the world big enough." I inclined my head toward the small potted plant in his hands. "What do you have there?" Patrick thrust the pot toward me. "In the immortal words of Gloria Gaynor, I will survive." "Oh, thanks. I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, she's only here for a long weekend. It might require copious amounts of alcohol and a bottle of ibuprofen, but I'll muddle through." Patrick frowned. "I was talking about the plant. I'm trying to boost your confidence. You've been doing a good job keeping Wilson alive, but any moron with access to water can keep an aloe plant alive. I figured it was time to up the stakes." "Because the dying plants out here aren't enough? At this point, I'm beginning to think I'm some kind of garden necromancer." "Like I said, confidence booster." Reluctantly, I accepted the offering. Why don't you take your mom and her husband to the Flower Moon Festival? That will keep them busy, and it will be too noisy to hear her criticisms." I pinched his sculpted cheek. "Patrick, you're a genius. What's the Flower Moon Festival?" "The full moon in May is known as the Flower Moon." "Because of the season?" He nodded. "It signifies all the flowers that will bloom this month. The festival is basically a celebration of spring and an excuse to throw a parade." My mind ran through the possibilities. So theoretically, I could lose them in the crowd, inhale a half-gallon of ice cream, and then conveniently find them again once I was bloated. "I would suggest tequila shots over ice cream, but whatever works." I knew we were friends for a reason. I hugged the pot. "I'll need to keep Dane as far away as possible during their visit. I don't care if I have to feign illness." Dane Fairfax was the local lawyer I'd been casually dating, and the last thing I wanted was to frighten him away by introducing him to my mother. "I'm surprised he hasn't mentioned the festival. Everybody in town turns out for it." I'd have to find a way to keep them apart. Patrick seemed to read my expression, which wasn't hard because my poker face needed a complete overhaul. "Would it really be so awful if he met them?" "Do you remember those nature videos where orcas leap out of the water and attack unsuspecting baby seals?" He cringed. "Why would you put such a horrible image in my head?" I folded my arms. "To set the scene for you, because this would be worse." Patrick rolled his eyes. "Fine. What about me? Do I get to make their acquaintance?" "Let's play it by ear. Her mood dictates a lot of my choices, and it can change drastically by the time she makes it over the bridge from New Jersey." "Sounds like a healthy mother-daughter relationship." I wore a deadpan expression. "There's a reason I ended up unemployed, homeless, and proposing marriage to someone who'd already moved on to a new relationship." He folded his arms. "In your defense, you didn't know he'd moved on." "True. I'd been oblivious about more than just the state of my relationship. It was only after moving into Red Clover, the cottage in Newberry that I inherited from Aunt Hazel, whom I'd never met, that I acknowledged certain abilities that I'd previously dismissed. Patrick and our friend Scarlett York referred to me as a witch in the best possible sense of the word, although I was happier being a plain old psychic. On second thought, I wasn't comfortable with being a psychic either. I was 42 and uncomfortable in my own skin. That explained a lot. "Want to come inside?" I asked. "I'm about to tackle the inside of the house." Patrick grimaced. "Gee, as much as I'd love to see how cobwebs complement the print on my shirt, I think I'll bid you adieu." "I have a duster, and I'm not afraid to use it." Patrick glanced at Ophelia. "The cat's tail doesn't count." "It's not only her tail. It's her whole body." The ancient cat was so big and fluffy that she rubbed against whatever surface she traversed. A natural duster. If only I could get her on top of the cabinets without the risk of injury. The sound of gravel crunching in the driveway drew my attention to the front yard where a white postal truck now sat. Frank Odell appeared with a packet of what I presumed was junk mail and bills, because, really, what else came in the mail anymore? I couldn't afford to make online purchases unless it was absolutely necessary. That would hopefully change soon, now that I was gainfully employed at the local newspaper, the Newberry Free Press. I needed a few steady paychecks under my belt before I'd feel comfortable splurging on anything.
"Morning, you two. Wonderful day, isn't it?"
For a short balding man in his 60s who spent his days delivering Bed Bath & Beyond circulars and sewer bills, Frank was surprisingly cheerful. Nothing seemed to get him down. Sometimes I was tempted to raise downer topics for the sole purpose of observing his response. Yesterday I'd complained about 3 days of rain in a row, and he'd smiled and said, "That's why the grass here is so green." "My mother's coming," I blurted. Frank lit up.
Even more wonderful. I guess she's heard all about the Flower Moon Festival and wants to see it for herself. Can't say I blame her. It's a treat for the eyeballs."
He handed me the packet of catalogs and junk mail secured with a rubber band, and I tucked them under my arm.
"A few interesting pieces today. An offer for life insurance you might want to consider. Once you get past a certain age, they jack up the premiums. And there's a woman's clothing catalog in there with a real pretty blue top on page 5.
"Thanks, Frank." He tipped an imaginary hat and returned to his truck. Patrick suppressed a smile.
"You'd better nail down that premium before your age catches up with you."
I'd already started receiving letters from the AARP. What was next? Casket circulars? I don't need life insurance. Who am I going to identify as a beneficiary? I was in the same position as Aunt Hazel, except without a relative like me to inherit it all.
"I can't relate. I have nieces and nephews coming out the wazoo."
I thought the wazoo was a euphemism for your butt. He gave me a speculative look.
"Good point. That's kind of gross. Anyway, I'm heading home, but call me later if you want to run through more tests."
Patrick seemed more invested in my abilities than I was. He'd taken it upon himself to see how many psychic skills I possessed. He had written a list of the possibilities, and we were slowly making our way through them. I found the effort draining, and there was also the small matter of acceptance. I was like a yo-yo when it came to my abilities. One minute I was walking around a ficus tree 3 times, and the next minute I was denying I was any more gifted than the fake psychic Sean Spencer in the TV show Psych. "Maybe next week," I told Patrick. "I feel like I need to focus on my mom and Jurgen until they've safely returned to their side of the Delaware River." I retreated to the house and placed the potted plant next to Wilson on the windowsill above the sink. "Wilson, I'd like you to meet Gloria. She's going to share your place in the sun." I leaned forward and whispered to the aloe plant, "Don't worry, you're still my favorite." I flicked through the mail and tossed each piece into the recycling bin almost as quickly as I saw it. "Nothing good in the mail today, Wilson," I said. Scarlett had encouraged me to express positive thoughts to the plant, which was taking a bit of effort. I didn't realize how negatively I spoke to myself until I started saying things out loud to the plant. "What I mean to say is, I'm so glad people care enough to send me junk mail." I'd have to work on that. But not now. Right now I needed to investigate the cottage with a fresh pair of eyes, mainly the eyes of Madeline Albrecht, purveyor of criticism. What passed as acceptable to me would not necessarily pass muster under Madeline's scrutiny, and she and Aunt Hazel definitely didn't share the same taste. Technically, Hazel was my father's aunt, not mine, but my dad died when I was 12, and my mother considered eccentric Aunt Hazel to be off-limits, as though I'd absorb her weirdness by osmosis. As her only heir, she left everything in her possession to me. I only wished she'd left a How to Survive Being Different guide, along with the house and gardens. That would have been the most valuable gift of all. I went to the front door and started the process from the doorstep. This would be her first impression of the house, and I had to look for anything that might catch her critical eye. Part of me hated that I cared and still craved my mother's approval. I was a grown woman, and her opinion shouldn't matter. And yet, everything appeared acceptable from the doorstep view. I stepped into the foyer and continued through the cottage, noting anything out of place or mismatched or too cluttered. My mother was a known snoop, so I started opening closet doors to see whether I'd missed any of Aunt Hazel's stash. Unfortunately, I didn't mean pot. I debated whether to hide her collection of herbs in the kitchen pantry, but the task would prove too arduous, and the odds of my mother walking into the pantry were slim to none. She wasn't the kind of mother who took over the kitchen and cooked. In my house, she expected to be waited on. After all, if she cooked the meals, how could she then criticize them later? The trick was to eat in restaurants for as many meals as possible. I'd already identified good options for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Thanks to small apartment kitchens in New York City, I'd had years of restaurant experience. Once I finished my tour of downstairs, I examined the upstairs rooms of the cottage through Madeline's eyes. In the closet of the guest bedroom, I discovered a loose wooden panel painted to match the rest of the wall. Interesting. Before I had a chance to remove the panel and investigate further, the alarm on my phone interrupted me, signaling the dawn of a new era. It was time to get ready for work at my new job. Reluctantly, I tore myself away from the panel. I'll deal with you later. Chapter 2. One of the perks of working in advertising sales was the late start. It was rare that a client chose to schedule an early morning meeting, especially in Newberry, because most clients worked in retail. They were perfectly content to have you stop by during business hours at a time when they weren't too busy with customers. Apparently, we all liked to sleep in. Despite this luxury, I aimed to get into the habit of going to the office before I started my day pounding the pavement, and that meant arriving by 10. Everett King, the owner and publisher of the Newberry Free Press, made sure that I'd met most of my colleagues my first day on the job. Like many publications, it was a skeleton staff at this point. Aside from me, it was only Cindy Markle in sales, a narcoleptic who was happy to be relegated to the classifieds because she didn't care about making money. The editorial side included reporters Victoria Clement, Tom Bauer, and Sophia Lewis. The office manager was Everett's younger sister, Jenga. His teenage daughter Bex, short for Rebecca, worked as an intern after school. Everett was a friend of Dane's, and I liked him a lot, but Bex was already my favorite at the office. She had the kind of smart mouth that would have made her a movie star in the 90s. I'd had to stifle my laughter when she wielded her wit in response to Tom. He was in his early 60s, a real relic, as he referred to himself, and covered sports and business for the paper. I took an instant dislike to Victoria. In her early 50s, Victoria wore her blonde hair in a sleek chin-length style and seemed to look down her nose at everyone whether they were shorter than her or not. According to Bex, Victoria wrote any articles she pleased because Everett didn't have the backbone to rein her in. Sophia's beat was health and fitness. Nobody seemed to bat an eye when the 40-year-old performed yoga behind her desk. She kept a hot pink mat rolled up under her desk and whipped it out periodically for a moment of downward dog. It didn't escape my notice that Tom chose the opportunity to wander to the rear of the office for a backside view. The newspaper office was located in the row of historic buildings on the riverfront, which was prime real estate in Newberry. Everett owned the building, which allowed him to house the newspaper in such a grand space. Everybody knew newspapers were in sharp decline, but the local rag was still popular in a town like Newberry that embraced events like the Flower Moon Festival. The arrival of springtime had triggered an invasion of flowers, except in my own backyard, of course. Pops of color dotted the riverbank, and hanging plants hung from hooks on the old-fashioned lamp-posts. I inhaled the scent of honeysuckle as I made my way to the entrance. It was a welcome change in smell from the body odor of the city subway. I stood for an extra second with my hand on the door and sniffed one more time before entering the building. "Good morning, Mia," Cindy greeted me. "Morning." I swiped my mug off the desk and headed straight to the coffee pot situated in the makeshift kitchen at the back of the room. There'd be no regular morning stops at Three Beans, the local coffee shop, until I replenished my savings, unless someone else was paying, of course. I never turned down an offer for free food or drink.
"Nice mug,"
Tom said. I glanced at the ceramic mug in my hand that I'd brought from Aunt Hazel's collection. It was in the shape of an owl's head, and I was fairly certain it had been handmade by my aunt. "Thanks, it's a family heirloom."
"Hey, at least I didn't say nice jugs, or we'd end up in HR."
He guffawed at his own joke. I think you'd end up in HR. Not that the newspaper had an official HR department. From what I could tell so far, those duties were divided between Everett and Jenna.
Did I tell you the joke about the Irishman at the wake?
Tom asked.
Save the inappropriate jokes for your buddies down at the Rotary Club who appreciate your bottom-feeding humor.
Victoria snapped, joining me at the coffee pot.
What's the big deal?
Tom asked.
It's not like you're Irish. You shouldn't be offended.
I'm offended because I have taste. She grabbed the coffee pot before I could reach it and poured herself a cup. Unfortunately, pouring her own cup also emptied the pot. She placed it back on the burner and observed me coolly.
My time is more valuable than yours. You might as well be the one to make another pot.
You know I wasn't hired to make coffee, right? I said.
I'm not entirely sure what you were hired to do.
She sauntered back to her desk, her high heels clicking across the wide wooden planks. Tom let out a low whistle.
She's a real piece of...
Please say work, I interjected. His brow creased.
This is Victoria we're talking about. The answer is always going to be work.
She's the human form of the poop emoji, Sophia whispered. I hadn't noticed her on the floor behind her desk. She had one leg hooked in front of her and the other behind her. What's that pose called? I asked.
Foreplay,
Tom interjected. Sophia shot him a dirty look. One-legged pigeon. She unraveled her body and rolled up her mat. I rode my bike on the canal path last night, and my joints are stiff.
Is it wrong to be jealous of a bike?
Tom asked. If I ignored him, maybe he would go away. Sophia dropped into her chair and swiveled toward Everett. I'll be covering the festival, right, boss? Without lifting his eyes from the computer screen, Everett gave her a thumbs up.
Have fun with that.
Victoria scoffed from her desk. You're not attending the festival? I asked. I thought everyone in town turned out for it.
Exactly.
Her withering gaze answered my question.
I'll be preoccupied with more interesting matters.
Really? Sophia said. Because I'm pretty sure your plastic surgeon will be at the festival too. Victoria glowered at her before picking up the phone to make a call. Cindy cupped her hands around her mouth and called.
Everett, your wife called to remind you to pick up heartworm medicine for Fluffy after work.
He frowned.
Why didn't she call me?
She did, but she got voicemail. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen.
So she did. Thanks.
Cindy lowered her voice. Once she gets to know you, you'll be fair game. For what? If Danielle can't get in touch with Everett, she calls everybody in the office until she reaches a live person. That sounds annoying, I said. Cindy shrugged. We're used to it. Besides, Everett needs her. Without Danielle steering the ship, he'd drift off course and forget his destination. He's that absent-minded? She beckoned me closer, and I perched on the edge of her desk. I adore Everett. He's a real sweetheart, but he has a tendency to bumble his way through life. He should probably fold this paper, but it's his whole life, and he doesn't want to lay off anyone. If it weren't for his family money, I suspect he'd be living under the bridge and still find a way to help other people. No wonder he and Dane were friends. They were both kind men who took care of those around them. A rare breed in my experience. Cindy's hot take made me want to put my nose to the grindstone for Everett. I settled at my desk and switched on the computer. I drafted a list of local businesses and divided them into columns according to whether they'd previously advertised in the newspaper but stopped, whether they were current clients, and whether they'd never advertised. I'd have to arrange meetings with the current clients and get to know them, but they would be the easy ones. New business was my real focus. I wanted to prove to Everett that he hadn't made a mistake in hiring me. I swung my gaze toward Cindy. Who are your favorite clients? Cindy didn't hesitate. The restaurants. All of them?
Well, there are a few I've never been able to nail down, but the rest are great. They always insist on feeding you when you turn up for a meeting.
I could get used to that. Are you sure you don't want to keep any of your favorite clients? I don't mind. Everett had basically given me Cindy's job, and I felt slightly guilty about it, although I only accepted it when he said he had no intention of firing her. According to him, she didn't need the money and came to work for the social interaction. Now that I'd met Victoria, I was wondering if Cindy was a glutton for punishment.
I'm good, thanks. To be honest, I was relieved when Everett asked if I wanted to stick to classifieds. It's more my speed.
Would you be willing to review the list of new business I've drafted? If you have any insight as to why they've never advertised before, I'd love to hear it.
Sure, email it over.
She gave me her email address. I frowned at the computer. Do I have a work email address yet?
Ask Jenna. It's usually your first name at newberryfreepress.com.
My gaze swept the room. Where is Jenna?
Probably getting a pedicure. She basically does whatever she wants, whenever she wants. Perks of being the boss's baby sister.
My first impression was that everyone here did what they wanted when they wanted, not just Jenna. Everett was operating a free-for-all, which might be one of the reasons his ship was sinking, aside from newspapers being a dying business, of course. On cue, the door blew open, and Jenna waddled in, carrying a pair of shoes in her hand. Mid-30s, with curly brown hair and a smile that Julia Roberts would envy, she bore little resemblance to her brother. I glanced down at her feet and saw she was still wearing the thin flip-flops from the salon, as well as the blue foam that separated her toes. Jenna paused at Cindy's desk.
What do you think of this color?
It's called Raspberry Diva. She turned to me and smiled.
And that's basically everything you need to know about me.
Where do you go for treatments? I asked. I didn't have the funds to splurge on a mani-pedi yet, but the salon was worth visiting as a potential advertiser.
Sparkle, Jenna replied. It's the only place in town worth going. Why do you ask? Are you getting gussied up for a date with Dane?
Jenna heaved a sigh.
You're such a lucky lady. What witchcraft did you use to land my childhood crush?
I straightened at the mention of witchcraft. What do you mean?
I mean Dane freaking Fairfax. What else? I've been lusting after him since my hormones kicked in.
She glanced over my head at her brother.
That's right. Your baby sister said the word lusting in connection with your best friend. Deal with it.
Did you two ever date? I asked.
I wish. He wouldn't touch me because I'm Everett's sister. And because he isn't interested in you romantically,
Everett called from the back of the room.
He isn't interested in me romantically because I'm your sister, she shot back.
Dane and I have only been on a few dates. It isn't serious.
If I were you, I'd make it serious. You want to lock that one down before some supermodel swoops into town and brings him home as a souvenir.
Cindy rolled her eyes.
One supermodel stays in Newberry for the weekend, and suddenly you act like we're a haven for celebrities.
Jenna pivoted to face her.
This town is up and coming. Mark my words, we'll be crawling with celebrities in the next 5 years. We're going to become the Aspen of Pennsylvania.
Then I guess I have 5 years to lock 'em down, I said, smiling. Plenty of time. Truth be told, I wasn't in a rush. Dane was amazing, but I was beginning to recognize my tendency to rush into relationships as a way of avoiding my problems. With Andrew, it had been my desire to save money. Financial security had been the real driver behind that decision, rather than because I was madly in love with him. I'd proposed to him because it seemed like the natural next step. The more time I spent by myself, the more time I had to think and analyze my past behavior. I might not be making progress on weeds, but I was definitely making progress on myself. I wandered over to Everett's desk. Just so you know, my mother and her husband will be in town this week, so if I see you on the street and act like I don't know you, that's why. He glanced up at me wearing an amused expression. With his boyish face and pleasant nature, he reminded me of Martin Freeman, the actor who played a younger Bilbo Baggins.
"Which one of us are you embarrassed by?"
Bilbo asked. "I think it's obvious." I bit my lip. "Also, if you wouldn't mind keeping their visit to yourself, I don't want Dane to know they're in town." His brow creased.
"Secrets already?"
"It's much too early for the meet and greet, and if my mother gets a whiff of an Ivy League lawyer in my midst, she'll book the wedding venue faster than you can say band or DJ." Everett smiled.
"We had a quartet for the ceremony and a band for the reception. You should ask Dane about it. He was my best man."
"I don't think I'll be asking Dane about weddings any time soon."
"Understandable. Listen, if you want to take time to show your parents around town, don't feel pressure to be in the office."
"Then how would I be able to use work as an excuse to avoid them?" He chuckled.
"In that case, combine the two. Show them around town and chit-chat with some of the local businesses at the same time. Maybe you'll land a new client and impress your mother. A twofer."
My laughter echoed in the cavernous room. I could fly a solo mission to Mars on the back of a winged Pegasus and not impress my mother, but I appreciate the suggestion. I turned back toward my desk, ready to discuss the client list with Cindy, but she was fast asleep. Chapter 3. My stomach churned as the sound of crunching gravel reached my ears. "They're here," I told Wilson and Gloria. "Wish me luck." I hurried to the door and opened it before they could knock. Anxiety spread to my limbs as I watched them climb out of a shiny black Mercedes. "New car?" I asked. My mother glanced behind her as though she'd forgotten her mode of transportation.
"Is it? I suppose it is to you. That's how long it's been since we've seen you."
Oomph. A direct hit before she even made it past the front door. "Do you like it?"
"It's a Mercedes, darling. What's not to like?"
She smiled at Jurgen.
"You should have seen our neighbors' faces when we pulled into the driveway with it. Envy doesn't even begin to describe it."
My mother didn't try to keep up with the Joneses. She aspired to pass the Joneses and give them the finger in her rearview mirror. "Hey, Jurgen. Good to see you." Her third husband wasn't what you'd call a fashionista. In his knee-length shorts and argyle socks with sandals, Jurgen stood out like a tourist wherever he went. A fanny pack completed the look. I was half surprised my mother didn't dictate his wardrobe, but she seemed to save most of her criticism for me rather than her romantic companions. I'd watched true crime shows involving mothers and their children where friends expressed disbelief that a mother would choose a deadbeat boyfriend over the welfare of her kids, but it was an experience I understood. Thankfully, my mother chose decent men to fill the gap left by my father, or my upbringing could have taken a darker turn. "Welcome to Red Clover." I ushered them inside. "If you see a tuxedo cat hanging around, that's Ophelia. She came with the house." My mother scrunched her nose.
"Seems odd to inherit someone's pet. Can't you take her to a shelter?"
I hoped the cat wasn't within earshot, or my mother might find a wad of cat vomit on her shoe later. We entered the kitchen, and my mother burst into laughter. "What's so funny?" I demanded. She motioned to the plants on the windowsill.
"Who was foolish enough to bring you plants as a housewarming gift?"
"They were already here," I lied. "They belonged to Aunt Hazel."
"That poor cactus looks like it's on the verge of death. Maybe put it out of its misery and throw it away."
My intake of breath was so sharp and sudden that I worried I'd punctured a lung from sheer force. "Wilson is an aloe plant."
"Are you sure?"
She shifted her focus to me.
"And why are you naming plants? You're not 7.
"Aunt Hazel named him." Another lie, but I couldn't bring myself to admit the truth, knowing she'd only mock me.
"I'm dying of thirst. Why don't you put the kettle on and we'll tour the rest of the house?"
my mother suggested.
"Let me have a look at the living room. Come on, Jurgen."
Don't listen to her, Wilson. You look great. I tipped an extra few drops of water into the pot to be on the safe side. Then I filled the kettle and set it on the stovetop before joining them in the living room. "Where's your luggage?" I asked.
"We already left it,"
my mother said airily. "Left it where?"
"At the hotel. I told you we weren't staying here. This house is far too small."
She surveyed the interior.
"The entire design is centered around someone who lives alone."
"It's quaint and charming," I objected.
"And cramped."
She perched on the edge of the sofa.
"How's the tea coming along?"
"It's brewing, and so was my temper." My mother held out her hand to Jurgen.
"Let's explore upstairs while Mia prepares the tea. Is there any coffee cake?"
"I have Nutter Butters." My mother scrunched her nose.
"Milk and no sugar in my tea, please." "No milk or sugar in mine,"
Jurgen added. I swiveled back toward the kitchen and let them head upstairs on their own. There were a lot of nooks and crannies in the cottage. Maybe they'd get lost up there and give me an extra 20 minutes of peace and quiet. After setting the tea and snacks on the coffee table, I listened for any sound of movement. My mother and Jurgen were still upstairs, and I began to worry they'd gotten themselves trapped in a closet or something. I hurried upstairs and started with the first guest bedroom. I found my mother in the closet, examining the wall past the shelf.
"Oh, good, you're here,"
my mother said.
"What is this? It looks like a false door."
Oh, crap. I'd forgotten to put the secret panel back the way I found it. It must have been slightly askew, which naturally would catch my mother's eye. The woman would straighten a painting in the Louvre if she could get past security. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to investigate every nook and cranny of the house yet.
"Yes, there are a lot of those, aren't there?"
Most people would find that charming, but Madeline preferred clean lines to character. I had no idea what might be in there, and I didn't want her to discover any of Aunt Hazel's magic-related possessions, or I'd never hear the end of it. She reached for the panel, and I panicked.
"Don't open that."
My mother froze.
"Why not? Don't you want to know what's in there?"
I closed my eyes. I do know. It's porn. Aunt Hazel kept her porn in there. Slowly, my mother withdrew her hand.
"I see."
"I haven't worked up the nerve to remove it, so I'm leaving it alone for now." Jurgen appeared in the bedroom outside the closet door.
"What kind of porn?"
"Calgon, take me away." I did not want to have a porn conversation with my mother and her husband. "It doesn't matter," I said. "Whatever's in there, Aunt Hazel obviously meant to keep it secret."
"Why would she keep her porn in the guest room?"
Jurgen asked.
"That isn't logical."
I shuddered. "Can we stop talking about Aunt Hazel's porn and leave the secret compartment in peace?" Jurgen placed a solemn hand on my shoulder.
"Sexual expression is nothing to be ashamed of, Amelia."
I was going to die. I was going to drop dead right here in the guest room closet in front of my mother and Jurgen, next to a stash of fake porn, and the coroner would have to list the cause of death as embarrassment. Life didn't just hand me lemons. Life squeezed the juice in my eye for good measure.
"That's why you shouldn't keep anything that brings you shame,"
my mother said.
"You're only leaving a mess for someone else to clean up after you're gone."
"Tea's ready," I blurted.
"It's probably cold by now,"
my mother murmured. I ignored the comment, only because I was desperate for everyone to leave the room.
"What's on the agenda this week?"
my mother asked once we were settled around the coffee table.
"I looked online, but I didn't see any museums or cultural exhibits."
"There's a festival," I said quickly. I'd been on the fence about Patrick's suggestion, but now that my mother and Jurgen were here, I decided it was the best course of action. It would give the appearance of fulfilling my daughterly duty while simultaneously giving me a break from them.
"That sounds good,"
Jurgen said. A light sigh escaped my mother.
I suppose. Will it involve a lot of walking? I didn't bring my athletic shoes.
There will definitely be some walking. What did she expect? A magic carpet ride to and from every destination? You can borrow a pair of my sneakers. My mother sipped her tea in silence. That was a no, then.
When is the festival?
Jurgen asked. I gave him the details, including the background information.
I knew this was a town for hippies,
my mother said in an accusatory tone. I tried to focus on the positive. There will be plenty of food stalls. My mother set her teacup on the coaster.
You know how I feel about standing to eat. I'm looking forward to it,
Jurgen said. I wanted to hug him. There had to be something wrong with him. You didn't become Madeline's third husband by being flawless, but right now, he'd just scored major points with me.
If it starts at 10, Jurgen and I can have breakfast at the hotel and meet you there,
my mother said. I tried to contain my enthusiasm. Perfect. This plan was improving by the minute. My mother leaned back and assessed me.
Now, tell us more about this job of yours.
Uh-oh. It was spotlight hour. I opted for my tried-and-true strategy of providing the least amount of information using the greatest number of words. Eventually, we'd get off track.
Did I tell you about Leslie Ann's daughter, Parker?
My mother asked. Score! We were now officially off the topic of me. Who's Leslie Ann?
You remember her. We worked that makeover event together at Macy's a few years back. Anyway, Parker is your age, or maybe a year younger, and she decided to have a baby on her own. Can you imagine?
I guess she really wanted to be a mom.
Why not focus on meeting a partner? Once she has a baby, no man is going to be interested.
I frowned at her. That didn't seem to be an impediment for you. Jurgen's eyes crinkled at the corners.
I always wanted children, but never carved out the time for a personal life until it was too late.
My mother patted his knee.
It was different for me. I was a widow with an adolescent. Parker will be raising an infant alone.
She shook her head.
I don't think she realizes how hard it will be.
I knew there was a passive-aggressive message in there for me, but I wasn't sure what it was.
She used eggs that she froze when she was younger,
my mother added.
I suppose it's too late to freeze yours.
I didn't love the conversation's sudden turn. I haven't considered freezing my eggs.
No, why would you? Always jumping from job to job and partner to partner. You're far too unsettled. Parker has more stability in her middle management job.
How did she manage to make Parker's news a criticism of me? Madeline was as skilled in the art of demoralizing her daughter as she was in contouring her lips.
I don't suppose you've managed to meet any eligible bachelors in a town as small as this one,
she continued. The words tumbled out before I could stop them. As a matter of fact, I'm dating someone. My mother's neck stretched to indicate I'd gotten her attention.
And you're waiting until now to tell us? Who is this person?
I couldn't tell them about Dane. The relationship was too new and fragile, and my mother, well, she was fragile like a bomb. His name is Dean. There. Close enough. She leaned forward expectantly.
And what does this Dean do for a living?
If I admitted he was a lawyer, it would be game over. He rides motorcycles. I regretted the response as soon as it left my lips. In my defense, I gave terrible answers under stress. I once told my elementary school principal that I couldn't have taken Timmy Hofstra's bicycle after school because I was busy jumping off the roof of the school and flying. The only reason I ceased to be a suspect was because I told her I saw Jacob Kettleman riding the same kind of bicycle. I had seen him, but it had been a vision rather than in real life. Jacob later confessed, and Timmy got his bicycle back. Grateful to have the case closed, the principal never mentioned my outrageous claim. My mother steeled herself.
"That's his job? Who rides motorcycles for a living?"
She caught a glance at Jurgen.
"Have you heard of anyone riding a motorcycle as a means of employment?" "Evel Knievel,"
Jurgen said. My mother recoiled slightly.
"Does this dean perform death-defying stunts for a living?"
"No, only for fun. And he's covered in tattoos. In for a penny, in for a pound. He has vines crawling up his arms and a huge snake inked on his back. You should see it. It's really impressive."
"No, thank you,"
my mother said primly. She considered tattoos to be a sign of parental neglect and poor social standing. Despite her deep love of cosmetics, she refused to even consider permanent eyeliner because it came dangerously close to a tattoo.
"How serious is the relationship?"
Jurgen asked. "Not very. We're keeping things casual, mainly because his divorce is still pending." My mother inhaled sharply.
"He's married?"
"They're separated. She lives in their trailer, so he sleeps in a tent in the woods when he isn't here. I asked him to make himself scarce this week, though, so I could spend quality time with you." My mother opened and closed her mouth, uncertain how to respond.
"Sounds like a decent chap, letting her stay in the marital home,"
Jurgen offered. To his credit, he didn't seem to be mocking me. "Dean's been great with helping with odd jobs around the house." I found myself warming to this imaginary boyfriend. "He likes to kayak, too. We can launch the boats right from the backyard."
"You should ask him to take a stab at the garden,"
my mother said.
"I noticed it when we pulled into the driveway. It's overgrown with weeds."
I figured she'd notice the state of the garden sooner or later. "Yes, I'm dealing with it."
"Dealing with it how? By ignoring it exists?"
"I have a friend helping me. Her name is Scarlett York, and she's a landscape designer."
"If you need money to pay someone, I'm sure Jurgen and I can loan you a little. You only just moved in. You don't want to be known as the neighborhood eyesore."
"Heaven forbid." Once the tea was finished, I was relieved when my mother asked Jurgen to drive them back to the hotel so she could rest after their long drive. "How long did it take you to get here?" I asked.
"An hour and a half,"
she said in a way that made 90 minutes sound like 20 hours. "Take as long as you need," I said sweetly. "If you need to skip dinner with me tonight, I totally understand." My mother nodded to Jurgen, and they rose to their feet.
"We'll let you know."
Chapter 4. For once, Lady Luck was on my side because my mother incurred a migraine that lasted straight through dinner time. According to Jurgen, she spent the evening with her head buried under the covers to block out the light. He took the opportunity to order room service and sit on the balcony overlooking the river while he read a biography about Stephen Hawking. He sounded perfectly content. I arranged to meet them on the corner of Main and Bridge Streets at 10 the next morning to kick off the festival. In hindsight, it was a poor choice. That location was one of the most crowded areas in town, even during non-festival days. Live and learn. I spotted them across the street and waved, but to no avail. My mother's attention had been captured by a window display. I hurried across the street to catch up with them before I lost them in the crowd. She was frowning so hard her Botox skin actually managed to form lines. "Hey," I said. My mother straightened and tore her gaze away from the window.
"I've never seen such an interesting display."
I glanced sideways to see the source of her disapproval because interesting was a negative word in my mother's vocabulary. Interesting meant weird or unacceptable for reasons I can't quite articulate. The display involved 3 mannequins dressed in black leather outfits attached to the ceiling by strings.
I think they're meant to be puppets,
Jurgen said. And we're being controlled by the unseen hand of our marionette overlord, I added. My mother peered at the display.
Why would puppets wear so much leather?
Do you think cashmere would be better? I asked. My mother turned away from the display.
There are so many people,
my mother complained.
It's a festival, Madeline,
Jurgen pointed out.
What did you expect?
She hugged her Louis Vuitton purse to her chest as though someone might try to steal the toddler-sized bag.
If I wanted to rub body parts with strangers, I would have gone to that black tie orgy I was invited to.
That was years ago, Mom, I said. I'd heard the story a dozen times before, usually after Madeline had knocked back a few cocktails with friends.
Doesn't make it any less true.
I noticed Jurgen was wearing a fresh pair of blue and gray argyle socks with his Birkenstock sandals. He wore an American flag fanny pack cinched around his waist. My mother had an endless supply of criticism for me, yet she was willing to marry someone who was 1 feather short of a yodeling hat. A flood of people forced us against the wall of the building. My mother clutched Jurgen's arm as though she was about to be swept along the sidewalk and drowned in a sea of bodies.
I don't understand the point of this.
She flicked an annoyed glance at me.
There's a reason we never went to see fireworks on the 4th of July.
I thought it was because you hate loud noises.
And because of all the people. 4th of July, I understand, but what are they even celebrating here?
The flower moon, I said. The arrival of spring. She shuddered.
You should have told me about this when we made plans to visit. I would have arranged to come another week.
I didn't know. I'm still learning about this place, remember?
According to the hotel, there's a parade happening soon,
Jurgen interjected.
Good thing I brought my earbuds.
My mother retrieved a pair from her purse.
I'll listen to the Doobie Brothers until the racket finishes.
We attempted to make our way along the sidewalk, but it was like fish trying to swim upstream. My mother wrinkled her nose.
Someone stinks of athletic socks in a locker room.
I produced a perfume sample from my purse and spritzed the air around us.
There you go. I'm glad to see you're putting them to use. I've noticed you haven't worn a single cent since we've been here.
Of course she did. Jurgen sniffed the air.
Speaking of scents, something smells delicious.
I stood on my tiptoes to see over the heads of the crowd. I see a lot of stalls up ahead. I bet it's the food section. At the next intersection, we turned onto Mechanic Street, where food stalls lined both sides of the road. Each stall had a line at least 10 people deep.
You know how I feel about handheld food,
my mother said.
I'd prefer a nice table with a view.
It's a festival, I said. The restaurants are the ones working the stalls. I recognized some of the names on the stall signs. Jamma, Lark, Largo, The Vault, Hole in the Wall, Foz, Saffron. I hadn't been fortunate enough to sample them all yet, but there'd be ample time now that I lived here. My mother sniffed indignantly.
I'm certainly not eating anything from a place called Hole in the Wall.
No one's forcing you, I said. If you're that uncomfortable, why don't you go back and eat at the hotel? She looked at me askance.
Trying to get rid of me already?
There was no winning with her. I'm going to grab a meat popsicle. If anyone wants to join me in line, feel free. I didn't much care what meat was on the stick. I knew I'd enjoy it. My mother leaned forward.
What was that? I can't hear you over all this dreadful noise.
I was beginning to see the festival was a mistake. Then again, a visit from my mother was always a mistake. Jurgen brightened.
I see funnel cake.
A man after my own heart.
You'll get powdered sugar all over your shirt,
my mother told him. Jurgen winked.
I like to live dangerously.
I'll have one too, I said. I hurried after Jurgen to join him in the line. My mother begrudgingly followed.
I just saw a man wearing a crocheted suit that barely covered his private parts. Are you sure this is a festival celebrating spring?
As opposed to one celebrating crocheted crotch suits? I asked. Jurgen and I enjoyed our funnel cake while my mother hovered awkwardly nearby. She didn't want to get too close and risk a splotch of powdered sugar on her clothing. The sound of music swelled in the air.
The parade is starting. Let's go back to Main Street,
Jurgen urged.
We want a good vantage point.
My mother squinted at him.
Do we?
Her gaze drifted to my top.
Look at you, Amelia. You're messier than a child. Why on earth did you wear black?
I dusted off the powdered sugar. It's fine. People will just think I have dandruff. My mother sucked in her cheeks.
That's not funny.
It was barely 11, and I'd had my fill of Madeline for the day. As we headed toward Main Street for the parade, I took the opportunity to slip away and give myself a break from Madeline and her nonstop commentary. Turning off my phone for good measure, I wandered down a side street to get away from the crowd and give myself breathing room.
Hey, there you are.
I looked up into the sea-blue eyes of Dane Fairfax, Esquire, and my stomach squeezed. With the sun behind him, his blonde hair glowed like a halo around his head. I was both thrilled and sorry to see him. Hooked on a leash was his black and white Great Dane, Willow. Hi. Did you text me? My phone's off.
I've been texting you since yesterday. I wasn't sure if you planned to come to the festival today, but I guess you are.
I shifted my weight to the opposite foot. I'm sorry, I've been so busy. I felt horribly guilty, but I didn't know how to explain the situation to Dane without raising uncomfortable topics. He inclined his head toward the food stalls.
Have you eaten? Everything smells amazing.
I'd love to. No need to admit I'd already eaten funnel cake. Another helping from the food stalls wasn't exactly a hardship to endure. I only hoped we didn't run into my mother and Jurgen. If she found out about Dane, she'd be booking the nearest church so she could tell all her Facebook friends her daughter was married to a lawyer. Oddly, I knew that would impress her more than if I'd been the one to earn the law degree. Dane and I lucked out and managed to stop by the stall for saffron during a lull, probably because the parade had started. I opted for chicken jalfrezi in a naan wrap, and Dane chose Bihari kebab. My mom and her husband are here somewhere, I confessed. Standing next to him with sauce dripping down my chin, I realized I didn't want to lie to him. That's why I've been preoccupied. Dane shot me a quizzical look.
They're in town? Why aren't you with them?
We got separated in the crowd. He didn't need to know it was on purpose.
Do you want to find them? I'd love to meet them.
He sounded so sincere. What guy wanted to meet parents at this stage? He was supposed to act awkward and uncomfortable, like I was trying to push the relationship forward without his permission. Was this what dating a mature man was like? I wish I knew, but I had no experience with it. Sure, I said with a casual air, although I had no intention of actually finding them. He didn't know what they looked like. If I spotted them, I'd simply tug him in the opposite direction. We wandered closer to Main Street for a better view of the parade. It was tricky to navigate with Willow, but people seemed to instinctively create space for the Great Dane. Banners, flags, and maypoles floated past. A group of people marched by wearing nothing except flowers in strategic places. My mother was probably having a conniption. As I polished off my wrap, I saw red flashing lights further along the street. My stomach turned over, and I knew it wasn't from the Indian food. Something was terribly wrong. It looks like something happened, I said. Dane followed my gaze. It's probably the police blocking traffic. I knew it was more than that. The knowledge settled deep in my bones, and I forgot all about Dane and my parents. The lights beckoned me, and I headed toward them like I was being pulled by a magnetic force. When I arrived at the scene, Jurgen was surrounded by people, including Chief Sherwood, affectionately known as Chief Tuck, and an unfamiliar police officer.
Mia, there you are!
My mother's frantic voice cut through the noise.
I've been calling you repeatedly. Where have you been?
My eyes were glued to Jurgen and the police. What was happening?
I completely understand your predicament, Chief Sherwood,
Jurgen was in the midst of saying.
I would do the same in your position.
I appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Albrecht,
the chief said.
As you can see, there's quite a crowd here, and we'd like everyone to remain calm.
The two men were being exceedingly polite to each other. I'd never witnessed a manners standoff before, and I had to admit, it was enthralling. I turned to my mother. What's the predicament?
I think they're going to arrest Jurgen.
I laughed. Arrest him for what? A crime of fashion? She pointed to a body face down in the street.
For murder.
Chapter 5. My mother and I sat side by side in the police station, waiting for more information from Chief Tuck. Her Louis Vuitton purse rested on her lap, and she stared straight ahead at nothing in particular. She'd been uncharacteristically quiet, and I wasn't sure whether to burst the bubble of silence. In the end, I couldn't take it. Can you tell me what you saw? She fidgeted with the strap of her purse.
We were trying to cut a path through the crowd to get back to the hotel because my migraine was coming back with all the noise. I turned to make a comment to Jurgen and realized he wasn't there. When I found him again, he was standing on the street with a knife in his hand. People started screaming and backed away from him.
She closed her eyes, appearing physically drained.
There was a woman lying on the street with blood on her back. Well, you know that part. You saw her.
She lowered her head and stopped talking. I don't suppose you had a chance to talk to him about what happened before the police showed up? She shook her head.
It was absolute chaos. A stampede forced me back on the sidewalk.
Chief Tuck is a reasonable man. I'm sure he'll let Jurgen go once he realizes there's no way he killed anyone. Slowly, my mother craned her neck to look at me.
He was holding the murder weapon, Amelia. What was he thinking?
I'm sure there's an explanation.
I am too, only I'm having a hard time figuring out what it is. He knows how I feel about bodily fluids, especially when they belong to someone else.
Chief Tuck appeared in the lobby.
You ladies might as well get something to eat. We're not ready to let him go yet.
My mother shot to her feet.
Why on earth not? Jurgen would never hurt anyone. He won't even kill spiders in the house, no matter how much I complain. He traps them with a sheet of paper in a glass and carries them outside.
Chief Tuck looked at me.
This woman is your mother, I take it?
Madeline Albrecht, meet Chief Tuck. My mother fixed the chief with a steely gaze.
My husband is innocent.
With all due respect, ma'am, he was holding the knife that had just been used to stab a woman to death.
Check for other prints,
my mother insisted.
His can't possibly be the only set on there.
Did he say why he was holding the knife? I asked.
He says he saw the woman struggling in the crowd and hurried over to help. When he saw the handle protruding from her back, he said it was like seeing a thorn in a lion's paw. He acted on instinct and pulled it out.
A faint smile touched my mother's lips.
That sounds like something Jurgen would say.
The next question slipped out. Would she have lived if he hadn't pulled out the knife?
That's for the coroner to tell us.
This is absurd,
my mother huffed.
We don't know anyone here except my daughter, and Jurgen doesn't carry a knife. The closest thing he owns is a utility knife, and he left it at home because I told him to."
"We'll know more when we get the report,"
the chief said in his usual calm manner. Nothing ruffled the chief's feathers, which was probably why he was in charge.
"And what are we supposed to do in the meantime?"
My mother's voice rose an octave.
"Spend time with your daughter, I reckon."
"Is he under arrest?" I asked.
"Not yet,"
the chief said.
"We'd like to gather more evidence first."
My mother lifted her chin.
"Stop interrogating him this instant. He needs a lawyer."
The chief pinned me with his piercing blue eyes.
"I think you might know someone who can help with that."
My mother sighed dramatically.
"Oh, Amelia, have you been in trouble here already?"
"Now's not the time, Mom." I pivoted back to the chief. "Who's the victim?"
"She hasn't been formally identified yet,"
Chief Tuck said. My mother clutched her purse.
"How is Jurgen holding up? Is his left eye twitching? That isn't a sign of guilt, just so you know. It happens in times of stress."
"Duly noted, ma'am,"
the chief said.
"Can I see him?"
my mother asked. The chief nodded.
"He's having a glass of milk and an oatmeal raisin cookie now. I'll give you 10 minutes with him."
"Thank you."
"I'll wait for you here," I said. Chief Tuck guided my mother to a back room, and I turned on my phone to see multiple texts from Dane. I told him about Jurgen's police interview and apologized for leaving him so abruptly. As usual, he was very understanding, which I found baffling. It was hard for me to trust someone who seemed as perfect as Dane. I kept waiting for him to reveal some hidden defect, like a wife stowed away in his attic. 10 minutes later, my mother was ushered back to the lobby, and the chief offered to drive us home.
"Absolutely not,"
my mother said.
"What will the neighbors think if we're driven home in the back of a police car?"
The chief's mouth twitched.
"If it makes you feel any better, I've got a pickup truck."
I suppressed a smile, knowing a pickup truck was only one rung higher than a police car in my mother's book. Still, it was the lesser of two evils.
"I would appreciate that, thank you,"
my mother said.
"I'm too distraught to walk."
"It'd be hard to get through the crowd anyway,"
Chief Tuck said. "Don't you need to stay with Jurgen?" I asked.
"Detective Fairfax is in with him now."
I cringed at the mention of Dane's younger brother. "Tell him to be nice."
"His job isn't to be nice, Miss Thorne. You know that."
We exited the building, and I sat in the front of the truck, squeezed between the chief and my mother.
"I guess this isn't the best time to ask what you think of Newberry,"
the chief said wryly.
"I've never seen so many mixed fabrics in one place."
My mother the diplomat, ladies and gentlemen.
"It's very eclectic,"
the chief agreed.
"Folks around here aren't generally the violent type."
My mother looked affronted.
"Is that a dig at my husband?"
"Not at all. Merely an observation."
He pulled into the driveway of Red Clover, and my mother remained perfectly still. It dawned on me that she was waiting for Chief Tuck to open the door. I nudged her with my elbow and whispered, "He's not a chauffeur. He's the chief of police." Wordlessly, Chief Tuck exited the truck and ambled around to the passenger door to open it.
"I'll bring him home in one piece, Mrs. Albrecht. That's a promise."
"Thank you."
She climbed down from the truck and waited for me to unlock the front door. I nearly tripped over Ophelia as I entered the house. The cat had been lying in wait, as though she knew there was trouble brewing. I went straight to the kitchen for a drink. "Pick your poison." My mother set her purse on the counter.
"I suppose it's too early for a glass of wine."
"You can have whatever you want. There's no judgment in this house. Not when I was alone in it, at least. Let me know if you want me to call a lawyer." She peered at her reflection in the microwave and applied a fresh coat of lipstick.
I look positively dreadful. I told Jurgen we should call a lawyer, but he refuses. He thinks hiring a lawyer will only make him look guilty.
Jurgen trusts the police to do their job. The light faded from my mother's eyes.
I don't know what I'll do without Jurgen. I've already lost so many important people in my life.
She sounded so defeated. It wasn't a Madeline thing to say. You haven't lost him, Mom. Everything will be fine. She sniffed.
When your father died, I thought that was it. My life was over, too. I was alone in the world, a ship without a rudder.
It didn't seem like the right time to remind her that she wasn't alone then. She'd had a 12-year-old daughter. You seem to have managed, I said.
You wouldn't understand. You've never lost someone you really loved.
I winced. I loved Dad.
Well, naturally, he was your father. That's different.
I didn't respond. If she wanted to feel that her loss was greater than mine, then so be it. An argument wouldn't change her attitude.
Chief Tuck has the most beautiful blue eyes,
my mother said, changing the subject.
They remind me of Paul Newman's.
I bit back a smile. It seemed my mother and I had something in common after all. He's a very nice man. He lost his wife to cancer.
He's too old for you, Amelia.
I rolled my eyes. I'm not interested in him romantically. She seemed to view every man through the lens of romantic prospects. She would have fit right in with Mrs. Bennet and the other ladies in Georgian England. He's more like a pleasant uncle who happens to wear a badge and carry a gun.
And what does Chief Tuck think of Dean?
For a split second, I forgot about my fake boyfriend. Oh, he's fine. Dean's a law-abiding citizen, although he did get arrested one time for skinny dipping in the canal. Dean was growing more colorful by the hour. By tomorrow, he'd have his own reality show and a trademark line of tattoo designs. My mother's expression crumpled, and I knew she was back to worrying about Jurgen. I couldn't handle the stress and pulled out my phone. We're calling the lawyer. Jurgen is too accommodating for his own good. She nodded absently.
Yes, we can't leave him to rot in that hellhole, although they did take his fanny pack. I'm wondering if it can be accidentally left behind when he collects his things.
Always thinking ahead, my mother. We arranged to meet Dane at his office an hour later. I'd asked him in advance not to reveal anything about our relationship status for his own sake. To his credit, he didn't question the request. My mother glanced around his office with an air of dissatisfaction.
What sort of lawyer are you?
The small-town kind, he replied smoothly. She looked at me askance.
You weren't arrested again, were you, Amelia?
I shifted in my chair. You swore you'd never bring that up in mixed company. Dane's mouth relaxed into a smile. I already know about your arrest record, remember, Miss Drunken Disorderly? My mother blinked.
Drunken Disorderly? I thought it was for accidentally leaving a shop without paying. Wasn't there a language barrier?
I cleared my throat, desperately wanting to change the subject. Mr. Fairfax handles a variety of matters, including Aunt Hazel's will, which is how we met. My mother gave him a skeptical look.
If you handle trusts and estates, I hardly think you're the right lawyer for a criminal case.
At this point, your husband hasn't been arrested or charged, Dane said. They'll want to keep interrogating him and gather more evidence to support probable cause. My mother sat up straight.
Does that mean they're trying to wear him down until he confesses? Is this some kind of modern-day Salem witch trial?
Dane steepled his fingers on the desk. Not quite. Relief rippled across my mother's surgically refined features.
Sweet Jurgen isn't cut out for prison. If he doesn't have his daily Metamucil,
I placed a hand on her arm to silence her. Can you stop the interrogation and have him sent home?
Yes and no.
Dane exhaled slowly.
They'll insist he remain in town. They certainly won't want him crossing state lines to New Jersey.
But it's right over the bridge. I can see it from my daughter's backyard.
I understand that, Mrs. Albrecht, but you would still be leaving the jurisdiction, and that wouldn't look good for him.
My mother's inhalation was audible.
Whatever it takes, I suppose.
How long will they have to stay here? I asked. I mean, they have lives to live. They can't stay here indefinitely. Murder investigations can take a long time. God help us all.
You know my brother,
Dane said.
He's not going to want a case like this to drag on. It makes him look bad.
Derek Fairfax also had an ego that refused to bend. If he believed Jurgen was guilty, he'd focus on Jurgen to the exclusion of everyone else.
I'd like them to bring Jurgen back to the hotel,
my mother said.
Can you make it happen?
Dane nodded and picked up the phone.
On it now.
I couldn't handle a long, drawn-out murder investigation that kept my mother in Newberry indefinitely. Jurgen might be the one arrested, but I'd be the one serving a life sentence. My mother seemed unsteady on her feet as we left his office.
He's very handsome, but are you sure he's any good?
She didn't bother to whisper. I glanced over my shoulder at him and smiled. He's the best. Chapter 6. The next morning, my mother returned to Red Clover after spending the night with Jurgen in the hotel room. He was too tired to get out of bed, so she left him alone to rest. Would you rather I stay home from work today so you're not by yourself? I asked. I poured 2 cups of coffee and slid one across the island to her.
Don't go to any trouble. I won't be alone for long. Jurgen will call me when he's showered and dressed, and I'll go pick him up.
It's no trouble, I insisted.
I'm not sure if it's a good idea. You only just got this job. You don't want to start asking for favors already. You'll get a reputation as a slacker.
For once, I didn't disagree with her. I'll do a bit of work and then come home. Once I explain the situation to Everett, I know he'll understand. My mother seemed distracted as she drank her coffee.
Maybe we should stay with you if we need to stay in town longer. That hotel isn't cheap.
My heart skipped a beat. This murder needed to be solved pronto.
You don't mind if I do a bit of cleaning up while you're at work, do you? It'll help keep my mind off all this unpleasantness.
Knock yourself out. It wasn't ideal to have her snooping around the cottage, but I didn't see how to avoid it under the circumstances. I felt a sense of responsibility for what happened. If I hadn't insisted we go to the festival and then ditched them, this wouldn't have happened to Jurgen. It was basically my fault he was a murder suspect. I drove my scooter into town and found a prime spot on the street. Any other day, I'd be thrilled to park so close to the office, but I was too weighed down by Jurgen's predicament to be excited. The office was abuzz when I entered the building, and it wasn't hard to figure out why. Murder was a big deal in a small town like Newberry, and the reporters were clamoring for a place in the sun. Victoria stood with her arms folded in a defiant gesture.
I'm covering the investigation.
But I was covering the festival, so I should be the one to cover the murder, Sophia argued. Victoria jerked up her chin.
That's when it was all food stalls and maypole dancers. This is a more important story and requires a deft hand.
My hands are plenty deft. Sophia appeared unconcerned by the jab. I envied that woman's inner peace.
I mean the deft hand of a skilled reporter, not a masseuse, Victoria pressed. Right, Everett?
Everyone turned to look at the boss, whose head was conveniently hidden behind an unfolded newspaper. Jenna rapped on her desk with a ruler. "Everett!" Jenna called. The newspaper lowered.
What's going on?
"Victoria says she's covering the murder," Jenna said.
If that's what she wants,
Everett said vaguely. "But Sophia was already covering the festival where the murder happened," Jenna pointed out. "The story should be hers."
I'm the senior staff member,
Victoria argued. "You got that right," Sophia mumbled.
and I'm the one with police contacts.
Victoria insisted.
This is Newberry, Jenna said. My dog has contacts at the police station.
Victoria glared at the younger woman.
If anyone needs me, I'll be working my way toward a Pulitzer.
She sailed out of the office, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Victoria was like a dark cloud threatening to ruin everyone's picnic. "What do we know about the victim?" I asked. Maybe I could help move things along with the investigation like I'd done previously. Anything to send my mother home expediently.
Her name is Nova Harkness,
Jenna said.
The word on the street is that she was a self-proclaimed witch.
The word on the street or the word in the nail salon? Sophia asked. Jenna looked at her blankly.
Aren't they one and the same?
Sophia held her phone aloft. "I've got a photo of the murder weapon." I perked up. "Can I see it?"
How did you get that?
Cindy asked. "And did you have that 10 minutes ago when Victoria was here?" I added. Sophia smiled. "Gee, I don't know. I might have." Ha! She was clever. I moved to stand behind her chair and peered over her shoulder at the image. The handle appeared made of ivory, and the blade had a floral design etched into the metal. "Looks fancy." Sophia scrutinized the image. "It does, doesn't it?" I remembered Leather and Metal, a local shop that specialized in custom knives. "Do you think it could have come from Jim Horton?" Sophia twisted to observe me. "How do you know Jim?" "I was in his shop not that long ago. I left the details deliberately vague. I didn't want them to associate me with more than one murder." "It's definitely worth asking," Sophia said. "Thanks for the idea. If I promise to share any information I learn with you, will you promise to keep Jurgen's name out of the paper?" "You know the suspect?" Sophia asked. "He's married to my mother." A collective gasp followed my bombshell.
I can see why you'd ask,
Jenna said. Sophia cut a quick glance at Everett. "I'm not the one you should be asking, though." Everett lowered his newspaper again.
He's a person of interest in a murder case.
"And he's innocent. You'll ruin his life if you print his name in connection with a murder he didn't commit. And my mother would never let me hear the end of it. Somehow she'd find a way to blame me." Everett seemed to consider my request.
Fine. We won't identify him unless he's charged.
He lifted the newspaper again, blocking my view of his face. "He won't be charged," I said. There was no way I'd let that happen. I shifted the strap of my purse. "I'll see you later."
Where are you going?
Cindy asked. "To work," I said vaguely. If Nova Harkness was a self-proclaimed witch, then I knew just where to start. Virginia Barclay was the owner of Good Fortune, a local shop where she sold a mishmash of items like herbal teas and tarot cards. She also offered fortune-telling services in the privacy of a back room, which was apparently the reason she and Aunt Hazel had fallen out. I felt a pang of guilt over becoming friendly with her, knowing my great-aunt would disapprove. Still, Virginia was someone who understood my abilities better than most people, and I'd found her assistance incredibly helpful so far. The yellow cockatiel chirped from inside his cage as I entered the shop. "Hey, Bo," I greeted him. Virginia pushed her way through a curtain of beads. She was a statuesque woman with shorn hair that showed off her large eyes, brown skin with cool silver undertones, and full red lips. She favored pantsuits, and today's was black with a wrap-style bodice. She paired it with black heels and a gold statement necklace that resembled an Elizabethan collar.
Amelia, how wonderful to see you. We're not scheduled for a lesson today, are we?
No, I'm not here for me. Okay, that wasn't strictly accurate, but it was true enough. Did you hear about the murder?
Naturally, sugar. It happened about 20 feet from my doorstep. Put quite a damper on what's usually a wonderful day.
What can you tell me about Nova Harkness? Virginia scrunched her face in dismay.
I heard the victim was a woman, but I didn't realize it was Nova.
Did you know her?
Yes, she shopped in here on occasion.
The police think my mother's husband is responsible. They're visiting me from out of town, and he was caught holding the murder weapon. Her dark eyebrows crept north on her forehead. He's innocent. Nova was struggling, and he saw the knife and instinctively pulled on it. He was trying to help. Virginia fell silent for a brief moment.
I can't say I'm surprised that someone stabbed her in the back. Nova was an unpleasant phony. She only called herself a witch because she liked to walk around without a bra.
Who doesn't? I mumbled.
She was loud and made a lot of claims, but she certainly didn't have any skills to back them up.
So witches don't wear bras? I was starting to warm to the idea of being an actual witch. Virginia frowned at me.
My point is that she wasn't authentic. Bras aren't really the issue.
A customer entered the shop, and Virginia motioned for me to follow her to the back room. I'm trying to gather as much information about the victim as I can, I said once we were seated on the purple beanbag chairs opposite each other. A coffee table was positioned between us, and the walls were adorned with framed posters of music icons that featured a quote by the artist. Prince, Beyoncé, Madonna, Tina Turner. Virginia had good taste.
You're telling me you want to help your stepfather by helping the police find the real killer?
Basically. Virginia's black cat swished her way through the beaded curtains and curled up on her lap.
Hello, Mercy, my love.
She pulled a deck from the pouch in front of her and began to shuffle.
Why don't we see what the cards have to tell us, shall we? We can use this opportunity as a lesson.
How will reading my cards tell me about a murder unconnected to me? Virginia cocked her head.
You said your mother's husband is a suspect.
Yes, but he's innocent.
Either way, it connects you to the murder. Wouldn't you agree?
She spread the cards in front of me in a semicircle.
Choose the first 3 that speak to you.
Don't I need to ask a question first? Her dark red lips curved into a smile.
See? You're learning already.
I focused on the cards. Who killed Nova Harkness? Virginia snorted with laughter.
You're not interrogating the cards. You're trying to open their petals and encourage them to reveal themselves to you.
Sounds like a guy trying to get into your pants. She ignored my remark.
You need to ask your question in a different way.
I cleared my throat and tried again. Will the murder of Nova Harkness be resolved satisfactorily? Virginia pursed her lips, but didn't object to the phrasing of the question this time.
Now turn over the cards.
I flipped over each one. I have no idea how to interpret these.
Tell me what you see.
The 6 of Wands and 10 of Wands are reversed. 7 of Pentacles is upright.
Okay, that is literally what you see. I need more.
I blew out a breath. 7 of Pentacles is a card related to money, business. I struggled to remember what I'd read. A quarrel. Virginia leaned forward, cutting an intimidating figure.
Don't simply memorize the cards and their interpretations. Listen to your intuition. What does your gut tell you?
That I'm hungry. Always.
Wisdom comes from within, not from cards and not from a teacher. Trust yourself above all else, Amelia."
Did I not trust myself? No, I guess not. After so many missteps, it was easy to understand why, though. I shifted my position. My lower back was starting to twinge thanks to the backless seating arrangement. I don't see how this gets me any closer to finding Nova's killer.
It isn't a treasure map. There's no X marks the spot.
That would certainly make things easier.
Life isn't easy. If it were, there'd be nothing to value.
I exhaled. Thanks for the information. I'll try to keep these cards in mind during the investigation.
What's your immediate reaction to these 3 cards? Don't stop to analyze them. Just tell me what you feel.
Tough times ahead, I blurted.
Good. That's my sense as well.
Virginia collected the cards and stuffed them back into the desk.
I have one more piece of information for you. 422 Old Oak Road.
What's there?
Nova's place of residence, or it was. If you stop by after 5, you might catch her roommate. I believe her name is Carrie Olansky.
Is she a witch, too?
No, she's a teller at my bank.
Virginia winked.
But you didn't hear that from me.
Hear what? Virginia smiled.
Exactly.
Chapter 7. I arrived home to an empty house. There was no sign of my mother, no sign of the cat either. I exited out the kitchen door and through the untamed witch's garden. My mother and Jurgen were in the section of garden closest to the small barn. She'd apparently dragged a blanket from the back of the sofa and was currently using it as a kneeling pad. Jurgen! I'd never been so happy to see this relative stranger who married my mother.
"Madeline, Mia's back,"
Jurgen said. My mother twisted to look at me.
"What have you done to make this garden impossible to clean up? I swear I've pulled the same weed 5 times.
I loved her assumption that there was something I'd done to make this happen. Typical. I hurried over to greet him with an awkward hug that morphed into a handshake. I'm so glad you're here. Did you have a good rest?
I did, and I managed to bring a few extra cookies with me from the police station,
Jurgen said.
I'm very impressed with the consistency.
I'm thrilled they didn't arrest you.
You and me both. I'm not to leave town for the time being, of course, which is fine.
He gestured to the overgrown garden.
There's plenty to keep us occupied while we wait. What are all these silly signs?
My mother demanded. What do you mean? I wasn't sure why I bothered to ask when I knew exactly what she meant. I'd bought a pack of plastic flags and used a black Sharpie to leave myself notes about the plants. I hadn't expected anyone else to read them except Scarlet. She pulled one of the flags out of the ground and showed it to me.
Look at this one.
No idea was written in block letters. That's not silly. It means I have no idea what plant that is. Now put it back before I get confused. She stuck it back in the ground and yanked another flag from the ground. Something green.
How is this informational?
She asked. I folded my arms. It means I have identified that plant as something green, which narrows down the list of possibilities. She presented me with 2 more. Dead or alive and thirsty. Don't criticize my system. At least you can see I've been working out here.
No, you've been playing out here. A kindergartner could do this.
Jurgen was here, and my mother was back to her usual self. Terrific.
Oh, by the way, we met your lovely neighbor,
my mother said. Patrick?
No, June. What a delightful woman. We chatted about national parks for...
She looked at Jurgen.
How long would you say, dear? 37 minutes,
Jurgen said.
We chatted for almost 40 minutes. I'm surprised you haven't mentioned her.
That's because I haven't met her. Which house is hers? My mother blinked.
You haven't met her?
No. Patrick's house was 2 doors down, but I hadn't met the neighbor between us. I also hadn't met the neighbor on the other side of me. Red Clover wasn't in a pre-planned neighborhood, and there was plenty of space between the houses, so it wasn't as though I saw anyone unless I went out of my way. My mother squinted at Jurgen.
Did June mention she hadn't met Mia yet? I don't think we mentioned Mia at all,
Jurgen replied. Typical. I bet she thinks you're the new neighbor, I said. My mother laughed.
I think you might be right. We waved her over when we saw her peering over the hedge.
I turned in the direction of the hedge. She must have walked through the woods to get there. There was a small wooded area between my house and hers where I'd recently met a pair of bird watchers.
She introduced herself and commented on the garden, and the next thing you know, we're immersed in the topic of national parks,
my mother said. She seemed okay? I asked.
Very nice woman,
Jurgen said.
Polite.
She was spying on you over the hedge. How is that polite?
I think she just wanted to make sure someone was home before she came all the way over,
my mother said. I glanced in the direction of her house. I guess I should go over and introduce myself. I wasn't enthusiastic about the idea, but I'd have to rip off the Band-Aid sooner or later. Tires screeched as a car pulled into the driveway. Saved by an inconsiderate driver. I hurried to the front of the house for a glimpse of my Prince Charming. Ugh. Detective Derek Fairfax emerged from the car, stretching his toned body.
Outside enjoying the spring weather?
I doubt you're here to make small talk about the unseasonably warm temperatures. He barked a laugh.
Hell no. I don't even do that with my dates the next morning. I'm here to talk to your stepdad.
His name is Jurgen, and he's not my stepfather. Derek frowned.
Isn't he married to your mom?
That doesn't make him my stepdad. That makes him her husband. He gave his head a quick shake.
You seem to have a real hang-up about that. You might want to consider why that is.
Like I needed self-help advice from a guy like Derek. He's in the garden with my mom. Is he under arrest?
Not today, but there's always tomorrow.
Then why are you here? He drew closer to me, his 6'2" frame towering over me.
Maybe I wanted an excuse to see you.
Doubtful.
I like Jurgen. He seems like a nice dude, and no prior arrests, unlike some people.
He gave me a pointed look. You're never going to let that go, are you?
Arrest records are kind of important in my line of work. I'm sure you can understand that.
He followed me to the backyard, where my mother and Jurgen were still enthralled by my flags. They seemed taken aback by Derek's sudden appearance. Jurgen stood, his knees cracking like kernels in the microwave.
Detective, is everything okay?
Derek's hands moved to his hips as he surveyed Jurgen.
You didn't take my advice about the socks, I see?
He shook his head.
No big deal. I'm sure you rocked that look back in Jersey. The standards are different across the river, though.
I choked back a laugh.
Madeline, this is Detective Fairfax,
Jurgen said.
Fairfax,
my mother repeated.
Like the lawyer? Dane's my big brother,
Derek said.
Is there an update on the investigation already?
My mother asked.
That's why I'm here.
He flicked a glance at me.
No hospitality, Thorne? Most of the residents offer me a glass of iced tea on a warm day minimum.
I didn't want to ask about the maximum.
Mia, get the detective a drink,
my mother urged.
Is there any beer?
Not at the moment. I ground out. The last thing I wanted to do was entertain Derek like a welcome house guest. Ophelia emerged from the overgrowth in the garden as though coming to my aid. The cat swished her tail and glowered at Derek.
I swear that cat is possessed by a demon.
Derek eyed her warily.
Her eyes even glow.
Fun fact, they shine in the dark because of reflected light, I said. Oh wow, Scarlet was rubbing off on me.
Your cat looks like it would crack my ribs if it sat on my chest,
Derek said.
And with the number of weights I lift, that's saying something. Get the nice detective a drink, Amelia,
my mother hissed. I hurried to the kitchen like someone dropped ants in my pants. It was only when I opened the door that I realized Derek was behind me.
I'll help you. I don't expect a woman to wait on me hand and foot.
He grinned at me. If you add a remark about her knees, I'm going to dump a pitcher of iced tea on your head.
That would constitute an assault on an officer of the law.
Worth it.
Your mom seems so pleasant. What happened to you?
I opened the fridge and begrudgingly removed the pitcher of iced tea. Try living with her and then tell me how pleasant she is.
Jurgen seems like an okay dude.
I poured the iced tea into a tall glass. I'm not the one married to him, so it doesn't matter what I think. I looked at him sideways. He's not a killer, though.
You've told me that already.
I want it to sink in. That head of yours is like cement, tough to penetrate.
How about you, Mia?
He asked suggestively.
Are you tough to penetrate?
I groaned loudly. Don't say I never gave you anything. I thrust the glass into his hand. There, my hostess duty has been fulfilled. Put my mother and Jurgen out of their misery and tell them why you're here. He sipped his iced tea and smacked his lips.
That's perfect. See that? You can achieve domestic goddess status if you put your mind to it.
I wondered what else I could achieve if I put my mind to it. There were a lot of untapped psychic skills. One of them had to be able to put Derek in his place.
I'm here to ask Jurgen a few more questions, that's all.
Should I call your brother over? He smirked.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Be the filling in a Fairfax sandwich?
Didn't you already ask Jurgen all your questions?
It's an ongoing investigation, Thorne. That means the more information we gather, the more questions pop up.
He grinned.
You know what else popped up?
Groaning loudly, I spun on my heel and exited the kitchen. Derek stepped outside behind me.
This is a nice outdoor space. Why don't you have him meet me here?
I bowed. Anything else I can do for you, my liege?
Well, if you're offering.
I turned toward the garden and continued walking. Jurgen, the detective's on the patio outside the kitchen. He'd like to ask you a few more questions.
Is that wise?
My mother asked.
Should we call the lawyer?
Jurgen removed the gardening gloves and set them on the grass.
It's fine, Madeline. Detective Fairfax is an honorable man. The more information I can provide, the sooner this affair will be behind us.
Jurgen clearly didn't watch the news, but I begrudgingly agreed that Derek wouldn't do anything to incriminate Jurgen. Telling me Jurgen was an okay dude was a step in the right direction.
Should we eavesdrop?
My mother asked. Why not trust Jurgen to handle it? I advised. My mother shifted her attention back to the garden.
Honestly, Amelia, you could be providing shelter for an entire race of leprechauns in here and not even know it.
That would be awesome.
You should really consider hiring a team to tackle these gardens. There's no way you and your friend can handle this much work on your own.
I couldn't explain the mystical aspects of the garden. First, because I didn't fully understand them myself. Second, because my mother didn't believe in such foolishness. She'd assume I was making excuses for being lazy. The path of least resistance was to let her work in the garden to her heart's content, knowing it won't make a difference. 20 minutes later, Jurgen and Derek returned to the garden. The detective clapped him on the back.
We'll talk soon, buddy.
He looked at me.
I put my empty glass in the sink. Hope that's okay. How considerate,
my mother said.
Thank you for stopping by.
It wasn't a social call, Mom. I marched forward. Why don't I walk you to your car? It was the only way to make sure he left promptly instead of lingering.
How considerate,
he said, grinning. I escorted him across the lawn to the driveway.
Why haven't you told them you're dating my brother?
He asked once we were at the front of the cottage.
Most women lead with that kind of information.
I'm not most women.
Yeah, I get that impression.
My palms grew sweaty. You didn't tell them, did you?
Who, me? Not a chance.
He lingered by the car door.
You're not going to tell me why it's a secret? I have this amazing dream that you're somehow ashamed of him.
Some brother you are. For the record, it's the exact opposite.
He's ashamed of you?
I squinted. What? No. It's because he's terrific, and if my mother gets wind of a terrific man in my life, she will drive him away with her overwhelming desire to see me married to him. I told her I'm dating a homeless tattooed motorcyclist named Dean. Derek laughed.
That's the most incredible thing I've ever heard.
He sidled up to me, encroaching on my personal space.
I guess you can't tell her we're an item, or she might apply for a marriage license for us tomorrow. She's got nothing but time to kill.
You suspect her husband of murder. I don't think she sees you as a catch. His mouth quirked.
But you do. Come on, Thorne, admit it. You want to grab this bull by his very big horn.
I don't want to grab any part of you. I placed my hands on his chest and pushed him away. Did his chest have to be so firm? Stupid weightlifting. Still grinning like a cat that ate the cream, he climbed into his car and gunned the engine. Why did hot guys have to act like such complete tools? And more importantly, why did I find him attractive? I had issues. Chapter 8. I decided to avoid my mother until she finished her rampage in the garden, so I seized the opportunity to meet June Talbot, the mystery neighbor. I'd passed the log cabin-style house on my trips to and from Patrick's house, but it hadn't occurred to me to stop and introduce myself. It wasn't something I did in New York City. People moved in and out of apartments all the time. There were multiple instances of dropping off a Christmas card to someone in my building, only to discover they'd moved 3 months earlier. For a brief moment, I wondered whether anyone had noticed my absence from the apartment I'd shared with Andrew, or did they see the new younger model and assume I'd had work done? Shoving the thought aside, I knocked on the front door and waited. There was one car in the driveway, a white Cadillac that looked like it was past its prime. The door opened to reveal a woman of average height, average weight, and curly red hair. She wore a pale pink knit top with khaki trousers and off-white loafers. Hi, I'm Mia Thorne. You came by my house earlier and met my mother and her husband. June stared back at me with a glint of suspicion in her eyes.
I came by your house?
I opted not to mention the fact that she was spying over the hedge. That's right. I moved into Red Clover. My mother's visiting for a few days. June's gaze traveled from my head to my feet.
I see. You're the niece, then?
Technically, my father was her nephew.
That makes sense.
I cocked my head. What does?
The woman I met seemed far too normal to be related to Hazel.
Who's at the door?
A male voice called. June twisted to respond.
The new neighbor.
Who?
The new neighbor. Put in your hearing aid when you ask a question.
She turned back to me with an apologetic smile.
That's my husband Seymour. He likes his spot on the sofa because he can pile his books on the end table and keep them within arm's reach.
I love to read, I said. One of the first things I did when I moved here was get a library card. June seemed to soften toward me.
What do you like to read? Seymour likes John Grisham. I'm more of an Agatha Christie reader myself.
I read a lot of different types. Jennifer Weiner, Ellen Hildebrand, Dan Brown. She frowned.
Oh, I won't read Dan Brown. Not after that horrible book with the Vatican. That was blasphemous.
It was fiction.
Still, anyone who can dream up a story like that isn't someone I want to support.
If June wasn't a fan of Dan Brown's stories, I could only imagine what she thought of Witchy Hazel. Did you know Hazel?
Of course. We lived next to each other for decades.
Yes, but did you know her? June hadn't been on the list of people who fed Ophelia after Hazel's death, which seemed like a detail that shouldn't be ignored. The woman lived right next door, and yet she hadn't been trusted enough to enter the cottage and feed the cat. Between that and the Dan Brown comment, I was beginning to get a clearer picture. June's mouth puckered.
Hazel kept to herself.
Yet everyone in town seemed to know her. Nice try, June.
Are you going to invite her in?
Seymour asked. His voice sounded oddly loud and warped. Is he using a bullhorn? June seemed mildly embarrassed.
His grandson bought it for him last Christmas, and he likes to use it when I'm out of sight.
But he's the one with the hearing aid, right? Her smile was tight.
That's correct. There's nothing wrong with my hearing. June, did you hear me?
She bristled.
Impossible not to, Seymour.
She widened the gap.
Would you like to come in and meet my husband?
It seemed rude not to. Then again, it seemed rude to yell at people in your house with a bullhorn, too. The interior of the house was a far cry from Red Clover. The log cabin style carried over to the inside. Once I left the foyer, the house opened up to high ceilings and an open-plan layout. My stomach turned when I spotted the head of a stag mounted on the wall over the fireplace. "What a great house," I said through clenched teeth.
"Thank you. Seymour, meet our neighbor."
I waved to the man on the sofa. "I'm Mia Thorne." I noticed a cane resting against the side table, as well as the aforementioned pile of books. The bullhorn rested beside him on the cushion.
"Nice to meet you, Mia."
Seymour was a portly, balding man with the kind of face you'd forget 5 minutes after seeing him.
"Would you like a drink?"
June asked. "No, thanks. I won't stay long. I only wanted to introduce myself."
"We've been wanting to stop by," June began, "but we weren't sure when would be a good time." "And I don't get around so easily these days," Seymour added. "I had surgery on my knee last year and never really recovered."
"I'm sorry to hear that."
"What do you do for a living?"
June asked. "I recently started working for the local paper," I said. "I sell advertising."
"I still read the paper,"
Seymour said, and I heard the note of pride in his voice.
"If more people read the paper, the world would be a different place. Not all this social media nonsense. What is a Snapchat, anyway?" "Seymour and I have lived in Newberry our whole lives, so if you need any suggestions for an electrician or any tradesman, really, feel free to ask."
"Thanks. I'll keep it in mind. So far, nothing's been urgent."
"Well,"
June said, her fingers sliding across her necklace. She managed to sink a lot of meaning into a single word. "Well, what?" I asked.
"I happened to notice the gardens when I was there. Poor Hazel was meticulous. She'd be heartbroken to see them now."
"Yes, I'm working with Scarlett York to revive them. Do you know her? She has her own landscaping and design business in town." June licked her lips.
"York? The name doesn't ring a bell. Do you know her, Seymour?" "If you don't know her, I don't. June knows everything about everybody, if you want the latest gossip."
He wagged a playful finger at his wife.
"Oh, Seymour, that's not true."
"It wasn't, or she would have known about me, and she certainly would have heard about Jurgen. Still, I definitely got a nosy neighbor vibe from her." best to steer clear. The alarm on my phone sounded to signal the 5 o'clock hour. "That's my cue to leave," I told the Talbots. "It was nice meeting you both. I'm sure I'll see you around."
"Don't be a stranger."
Seymour went straight back to reading his book.
"Drop by any time,"
June said, escorting me to the door. "Thanks." I knew better than to take her offer literally. June Talbot was cut from the same cloth as my mother. She had no intention of dropping by Red Clover. She meant to peep over the hedges and report back to her husband. Her mistake was getting caught. Now if only the same outcome would befall the killer of Nova Harkness. 422 Old Oak Road was a duplex on a quiet street a few blocks west of downtown. I arrived at 20 minutes past 5 and was pleased to see an old Honda sedan in the driveway. "Thanks for the tip, Virginia." I parked my scooter and set my helmet in the metal basket before waltzing to the porch. The front door looked freshly painted in a deep shade of crimson, and to the right was a farmhouse-style urn bursting with wildflowers. The welcome mat featured a black cat and read, "A witch lives here, and trespassers will be ingredients in the brew." Consider me warned. I banged the silver knocker against the door, hoping I didn't chip the fresh paint. A young woman answered, mid-20s, with light brown hair that reached her shoulders. Her bangs were slightly uneven, and I wondered whether she'd chopped them herself. I'd been known to take the scissors to my hair in moments of emotional distress. Her floral dress was cut just above the knee, and her feet were bare. "Hi, are you Carrie Olansky?" She regarded me with caution. "Yes." "My name is Mia Thorne. I was hoping to ask you a few questions about your roommate. You know she's dead, right? If you're a bill collector, you're out of luck." "Do bill collectors make house calls now?" Her features softened. "She didn't owe you money?" "No." "Did she take something from you and you're here to get it back?" Her eyes popped. "Was it that black cashmere sweater? I knew she didn't buy that herself." "I'd like to ask you a few questions, and then I'll leave you in peace." Her eyes narrowed. "Are you a cop?" "You don't look like a cop. You look like my boss at the bank." "A boss? I'd take that as a compliment." "Which one? I'm in the market for a new bank." I was going to need to open a local account soon. Since I moved here, I'd been racking up ATM fees that I couldn't afford. Now that I was earning a regular paycheck, it made sense to start direct deposit in a new bank. "Newberry Community Bank. We pride ourselves on excellent customer service." "You've sold me already." Her eyes flickered with hesitation as she debated whether to invite me in. I needed to nudge her a bit more. If I could snag one of Nova's personal possessions while I was here, I might be able to use my psychic abilities to identify her killer. I was by no means an expert, but it was a path open to me that wasn't available to most people. No harm in trying. "Has Chief Tuck or Detective Fairfax been here yet?" Carrie's shoulders relaxed slightly at the mention of their names. "You know them?" "I've worked closely with them." It wasn't a total lie. I didn't say I was employed by them. Her head bobbed. "They were here to ask questions and look around the house." "Stressful, right?" I pointed to her bangs. "That's what happens to my hair when the anxiety gets to be too much, although mine is usually man-related." Her fingers brushed the edge of her bangs. "I can relate to that." She stepped backward and widened the gap. "Want to come in? It's better than talking on the front porch." She inclined her head toward the wall. "Nosy neighbors." "Ha! I have one of those, too." Carrie rolled her eyes. "Sometimes I picture them with a glass pressed against the wall. Not that anything exciting is ever happening here. Nova and I lead pretty boring lives." Shuddering, she hugged herself. "I guess I have to start using past tense for her now." "Were you too close?" "Not really. We live mostly parallel lives." They were roommates who were close in age. If they weren't close, there was either a personality clash or a falling out. "Did you like her?" Carrie laughed as she settled on a chair adjacent to the sofa. The police drank an entire pot of coffee before they asked me that. I positioned myself on the end cushion of the sofa closest to her. I don't want to waste your time by repeating questions. What else did the police ask? They were mostly interested in finding out if she knew a guy named Jurgen Albrecht. Carrie smiled. Believe me, I'd remember that name. Did they show you a photo of him? She nodded. He looks like somebody's uncle, but not the creepy kind. The kind who explains in great detail why you shouldn't take ibuprofen on an empty stomach. I suppressed a smile. That's very specific. He didn't look familiar. It's possible she met him through one of her jobs, but it didn't sound likely based on what the police said. One of her jobs? Where did Nova work? Carrie opened her arms wide. You're looking at her most recent office. She was unemployed? She quit Bountiful Gardens. That's the senior citizen home in town. Nova switched jobs as frequently as she changed boyfriends, though. Do you know why she quit? A home for senior citizens was hardly a cutthroat environment, unless she got tangled up in one too many bingo games. She complained about the old people constantly. She thought they were needy. Carrie shook her head. Half of them are in wheelchairs. Of course they need help. Was she looking for another job? No, she decided it was time to implement her latest big idea. She wrapped her hands around her knee. You have to understand, Nova had a big idea every 6 months or so. She'd come up with some new business concept that was going to revolutionize her life, and she'd quit her job to bring the idea to fruition. Except she never did? Not once. What was her big idea this time? To be honest, I don't know. She was tight-lipped about this one. How could they live together and Carrie not know? You weren't kidding about leading parallel lives. Carrie averted her gaze. It wasn't for lack of trying. It was hard to get along with Nova. Because of her constant need for change? That didn't help, but mostly it was her personality. She bit her lip. Nova didn't have what you'd call a sunny disposition. Part of the reason we lived parallel lives was because I avoided her company. Why not move out? Because I've been saving money so I can buy this place? Her gaze drifted across the room. I love it here, and I've invested a lot of time and money into it. The landlord hasn't covered the work? Carrie shook her head. Not the cosmetic stuff. He'll fix things like a faulty outlet. She nodded toward an outlet in the living room that was hanging off the wall. He's usually pretty responsive because he knows I take good care of this place. Can you afford to keep living here without Nova? Her brow creased. I'd prefer to find another roommate. I can cover the rent for a little while, but it would deplete my savings if it goes on too long, and then I'll never save enough for a down payment. She squeezed her legs to her chest. Between picking up Nova's slack, losing my job last year, and taking 3 months to find a new one, it's been one curveball after another. I relate to that so hard. I don't suppose you have any elderly aunts in your family? Her forehead creased. No. My oldest aunt is only 70 and she still goes hiking. My gaze swept the interior. This place is adorable. I bet you can find someone to move in. The classified section of the Newberry Free Press has a section for people searching for roommates, as I'd recently discovered when getting to know the paper. Thanks. I hadn't thought of that. As we continued to chat, I glanced around for a personal possession to take home. I didn't want to steal from the victim's home, but at the same time, if it helped nail or kill her, it seemed worth it. Scanning the knickknacks, it was impossible to tell what belonged to Nova. Maybe her toothbrush was still in the bathroom. Would you like to see her bedroom? Carrie offered. Jackpot. That would be great. Thanks. She scooted off the chair, and I followed her upstairs to the first bedroom. The police didn't spend much time in here. They took her laptop, but that was about it. They said they already had her phone because she had it with her when she died. If they'd seen anything on there that pointed away from Jurgen, they hadn't mentioned it. Nova's bedroom looked more like a teenager's than an adult's, and this from someone who was hardly the poster woman for maturity. Beads hung from a lampshade, and there was a poster of the phases of the moon affixed to the wall. It wasn't in a frame, so she'd probably used adhesive. "Is anyone coming to claim her things?" I asked. "The police asked me to leave them for now, until the investigation is concluded. Then I guess I have to box them up and take them to a charity." "No next of kin?" "She has a sister in California, but they're estranged. Nova told me once they hadn't spoken in 7 years. The police apparently called her, and she said to give everything away." "Yikes. She isn't claiming the body?" Carrie shrugged. "I don't know. That's terrible, isn't it? To live your life in a way that means no one wants to go to the trouble of claiming your belongings?" I agreed. Aunt Hazel had been somewhat reclusive, but at least she'd had friends who cared about her. Hopefully, I'd follow in her footsteps and not Nova's. I opened the closet door and peered inside. My eyes widened at the shelf above the clothing rod. Crude homemade dolls sat in a neat row. They wore ragged scraps of clothes and heads of yarn for hair. "What on earth are these?" Carrie looked over my shoulder. "Oh, those. Nova made them of people she disliked. As you can see, there are a lot of them." The voodoo dolls were almost as bad as Patrick's collection of haunted items, including a doll named Susie that continued to disturb my dreams. "Did she ever talk to you about the practice of witchcraft?" Carrie snorted. "Only when she was in a particularly mean mood and wanted to threaten me or someone else. Then it was all about how she would curse you and turn you into a salamander." "She sounds delightful." "She was a nasty drunk. Most of her relationships ended after a night of drinking. She said hurtful things." "You're not into witchcraft, then?" Carrie looked at me askance. "Are you asking me if I think she could really turn people into salamanders?" "No, I'm asking if you believe any of it." My hand swept the row of dolls. "Do you think she could stick a pin in one of these and make something happen?" "She couldn't make something happen with her hundreds of big ideas. So no, if she could do magic, she wouldn't have been such a failure." "Do you know who the dolls represent?" It was possible one of these dolls was the killer. Inwardly, I cringed at the thought. Not the doll, the person the doll was based on. Good grief. Now I was guaranteed a nightmare about a killer doll. Horror movies were my kryptonite. Carrie studied the dolls. "That one is her ex." She pointed to the doll with red hair and glasses. "She showed it to me after she made it. She was very proud of the glasses." "What's his name?" She shot me a guilty look. "Is it awful I don't remember? She went through so many guys, I didn't bother to learn their names." "Do you mind if I take some of these dolls with me?" As much as I hated to take them, if there was a chance they could provide evidence, it was worth the discomfort. "Take as many as you can carry." I gathered them in my arms, and one doll slipped out and dropped to the floor. Carrie bent forward to help me retrieve it and gasped. "Are you kidding me?" "What's wrong?" She held up the doll for my inspection, and I nearly laughed at the rolling googly eyes affixed to the doll's head. "It's me." She turned the doll around to show me the back. "And there's a pin stuck in my back." The doll bore a passing resemblance to the mousy brunette. "What does the pin do? Is it supposed to cause you pain?" "I have no idea, but I can't imagine it's meant to be acupressure." The pin placement was interesting. Was it possible Carrie had already seen the doll and stabbed Nova in the back as retaliation? "Were you at the festival when it happened?" "I was, but not with Nova. We didn't spend time together socially. I didn't even know she was walking in the parade until I heard what happened." "Were you watching the parade?" I couldn't imagine how awful it would be to watch someone you know drop dead. At least I hadn't been with my dad when he died, although not being able to say goodbye was soul-crushing in its own way. I didn't see any of it, thank God. I was with my sort of boyfriend, Vic. I smiled. Oh, you have one of those too? Her smile broadened. Vic loves any kind of festival. Half the time I don't think he knows what's being celebrated. If there's beer and music, he's there. Were you at the stalls? She nodded. The one for the brewery, naturally. Her smile evaporated. I feel so guilty now. Maybe if I'd been with Nova, this wouldn't have happened. Thinking of Jurgen, I knew exactly how she felt. You can't blame yourself. The only person who can do that is the one who stuck the knife in Nova's back. She nodded, her expression solemn. I tossed the dolls on the bed. Would you mind if I look around and see if there's anything else worth taking? Feel free. It's all going to charity soon anyway. She whipped toward the door. I'll grab you a bag so you don't have to struggle. Thanks. My gaze traveled across the room, eyeing other objects with magical potential. I was concerned the voodoo dolls wouldn't work because they might contain the energy of the people they were designed to be. Unless one of them was the killer, they could prove a waste of time. I needed something that I knew only vibrated with Nova's energy. Then I could try one of Patrick's psychometry lessons and see if I learned anything useful. It was one tool I had in my box that the police didn't. I wandered into the adjoining bathroom and examined the countertops. A brush filled with hair rested on the sink. Gross, but perfect. Carrie returned with a black garbage bag, and I tossed all the items inside. If you need anything else, she said, don't hesitate to ask. You're doing me a favor. I slung the bag over my shoulder and hoped it fit in the metal basket of the scooter. The last thing I needed was for someone's doll to fall out and be crushed by oncoming traffic. Who knew what would happen? Just because Virginia believed Nova was a fake didn't mean she was right. One more question, I said. Can you think of anyone who might want Nova dead? Carrie offered a sad smile. Everyone she ever met? Yeah, that's what I figured. I heard the sound of the front door open and close, and a voice called out Carrie's name. She lit up. In here, Vic. A man rounded the corner and entered the bedroom. Around 30, with a shaved head and a small hoop earring in his right ear, he wore ripped jeans and a Rolling Stones t-shirt.
New roommate already?
He asked. No, this is Mia, Carrie said. She's here to talk about Nova. Carrie looked at me apologetically. Vic and I have plans to go out to dinner. Ooh, where are you going? I asked.
Anywhere she wants,
Vic said,
although I wouldn't object to one of the breweries.
Carrie snorted. I think you had more than your fair share of beer at the festival. Vic winced as he tugged on his hoop.
You practically had to carry me home, didn't you? Not a great look for me.
She wrapped her arms around his waist. You're worth it. You guys make such a cute couple, I said. Vic squeezed Carrie's waist.
Convince her to be my girlfriend. She wants to keep things casual. I keep telling her it's the fastest way to lose me. I like to fully commit to a relationship.
Carrie shrugged. I have issues, but I'm working on them. I understood that sentiment all too well. Dane was a dream come true, but it would be a mistake to rush into a serious relationship so soon after Andrew. There'd been so many big changes in my life recently. I couldn't justify making another serious commitment, not that Dane had asked. Let me get out of your hair, I said. Vic ran a hand over his smooth head.
Ha! You're funny.
Carrie rubbed the top of his head. I love your chrome dome. It's sexy like Bruce Willis.
I prefer Vin Diesel,
Vic said. I grunted as I lifted the sack of dolls, and Vic rushed forward.
Hey, do you need help with that?
No, it's okay. I can manage. And he was a gentleman to boot. Carrie was a lucky girl. Too bad Nova didn't have the same luck, or maybe she would have had a Vic by her side at the parade. Someone to coddle her and protect her from harm. Then again, what comes around goes around. It seemed like Nova's chickens finally came home to roost. I left the house with my sack of dolls deep in thought. I wasn't the most successful person in the world or the most beautiful, but there was something to be said for being a decent human being. Unfortunately, it was a lesson Nova wouldn't get the chance to learn. Chapter 9. Despite Jurgen's pressing predicament, I didn't want to completely ditch my new job, so the next day I rolled up my sleeves and committed to ticking at least 3 potential clients off the list. My mother and Jurgen had officially checked out of the hotel and made themselves at home in the cottage, which had absolutely nothing to do with my decision to work. Nothing at all. After consulting the list I'd drafted at the office, I opted to start with Shady, the eyewear shop on the corner of Locust and Vine, mainly because I'd walked past the storefront enough times to know they had sunglasses I liked. It helped when a client sold products I liked or understood from the consumer side. "I'm Sunny," the petite blonde behind the counter informed me. "What are you called on cloudy days?" "Gee, I've never heard that one before." She flipped her long braid to her back. "My brother is called Rain, and my sister is called Meadow." "And you named your shop Shady?" I nodded my approval. "Nice." "That's called leaning in." She joined me at a kiosk. "Have you read that book by Sheryl Sandberg? It's excellent. I decided right there and then to open my own business." "Sunglasses were your calling, huh? Dare I ask what your siblings do?" "Rain is a stockbroker, and Meadow is in business school getting her MBA." "Is it wrong to be disappointed?" She laughed. "You sound like my parents. They're devastated by our choices. They tried to raise activists. Instead, they raised 3 capitalists." "I know how you feel. I have a doctorate in parental disappointment." A pair of black sunglasses caught my eye. The oversized square frames were rounded at the edges, and each arm was adorned with a small rhinestone. "Oh, wow. These are gorgeous." I slipped on the sunglasses and admired my reflection. "Those just came in yesterday." "I look like I'm very famous, and I want to be recognized by dressing like I don't want to be recognized." "I think we can do better." Sunny pondered the display. "Here, try these. The color is perfect for your skin tone." I swapped the black frames for dark purple. "I never would have chosen these for myself, but you're right. They look amazing." I took them off and nearly choked at the price tag. Sunny must have noticed my response because she said, "They're a luxury brand." "No kidding." I placed them back on the kiosk, careful not to break one of the arms in the process. "So how do you disappoint your parents?" I flashed a smile. "I don't think we have that kind of time." I fished a business card from the depths of my purse. "I'm Mia Thorne, by the way. I work in ad sales for the Newberry Free Press." I handed her the card. "We still have a local paper?" She laughed awkwardly. "You would think that's the kind of thing I would know." "I totally understand. A lot of people get their news elsewhere these days, but the paper still has good circulation numbers." "I rely mainly on foot traffic." She waved a hand toward the front door. "The key is to put sunglasses outside on a nice day and lure people inside to see what else is in stock." "You're off the beaten track, though. Maybe it would make sense to run a small display ad? Remind locals where they can find you, as well as any tourists looking for places to shop?" Sunny chewed her lip. "I don't have much of an ad budget. Most of my money goes toward rent and inventory." "I know how that goes. You should hear about some of the insane rent prices in New York City." I shook my head. "It would blow your mind." "I can imagine." She selected another pair of sunglasses and offered them to me. "These are a similar design, but half the price." I put on the sunglasses and glanced in the mirror. Very nice. "Are you from New York?" Sunny asked. "I am. I moved here recently after my aunt died." "Well, I hope you realize we're not as murdery as we seem." I examined my reflection from multiple angles. Are you talking about Nova? Sonny's eyes grew round. Yes? Did you know her? No, but there's been chatter at the office. No reason to tell her about Jurgen. Oh, I guess that's true. You've got a front row seat to the latest updates. She leaned closer. Have you heard anything? Only that their original suspect is innocent. Might as well start spreading that rumor right now. Isn't he some guy from out of town? That's what I heard. I think so, I said, non-committal. I heard his daughter had a complete meltdown at the police station and threatened to start shooting people if they didn't release him. I whipped off the sunglasses and stared at her. What? A friend of mine knows one of the detectives, Derek Fairfax. He told her it was quite the scene. I stiffened. If I ran into Derek any time soon, he was going to be sorry. I've heard of Derek. A friend of mine says he only has one ball, and his entire personality is fueled by overcompensation. Sonny snorted. I hadn't heard that. I'll have to let her know. Please do. Tell all your friends, in fact. If you want to talk about ad rates at any point, give me a call. I'd be happy to work something out with you. I pulled a rate sheet out of my tote bag and passed it to her. I think we could create a stunning ad, especially online. She studied the rate sheet. I do have a website, but I admit I don't pay much attention to it. It might be good to drive traffic there. Would you link the ad to it? Absolutely. She lowered the sheet. I'll think it over. Thanks so much for stopping by. She nodded to the sunglasses. If you're interested, I can offer you 20% off. I knew I shouldn't, but they were too good to pass up. I was at an age where finding something that looked great on me was generally a fruitless endeavor. It seemed foolish to pass on a golden opportunity. I'll take them. Sonny smiled. Great. Let me grab the case for you, and I'll ring you up. I went into Shady with the intention of landing a customer, not becoming one. Oh well. I'd consider the purchase an investment in our future relationship. Besides, the sunglasses looked amazing, and I was in dire need of a morale boost. My mother had told me this morning that the lines around my eyes were beginning to resemble an estuary map. As I headed toward the second business on my list, I spotted Virginia on the sidewalk coming toward me. With her impressive height and shorn hair, she was hard to miss. She smiled when she noticed me.
Coming to see me, my lovely?
Not today. I'm actually working.
You're always working, honey, whether you're getting a paycheck for it or not.
I knew what she meant. The amount of inner work I was doing was so significant that I was never truly at rest. When I tell people I'm a work in progress, I needed to add non-stop as a modifier. Hey, before I forget, do you know my neighbor June? Virginia's laugh rumbled in her throat.
We're acquainted? Why? Did you catch her peeping over the hedge?
My eyes widened. How did you know? Virginia shook her head.
Same old June.
I take it she and Hazel weren't friendly?
June is the quintessential nosy neighbor. She was always asking questions about Hazel and her garden. One time, Hazel caught her clipping some of the flowers when she thought Hazel wasn't home. After that, June wasn't able to cross the property line.
I frowned. Hazel got a restraining order? Virginia smiled.
No, my dear. She warded the property to keep June from coming back.
How? And what happened when June tried to step into the yard? Did she bounce backwards? Did a flock of angry pigeons attack?
That you would have to ask Hazel. All I know is June ceased to be a problem for her.
She paused.
I suppose now that Hazel's dead, the ward no longer exists.
A ward sounds like it's above my pay grade.
You might want to consider it if June starts to become a problem for you.
She won't be clipping any flowers, that's for sure. It would be too noticeable if she clipped the few flowers that currently bloomed in my backyard jungle.
Discover anything about Nova's murder?
I shrugged. Only that anyone who ever met her could be the culprit. I hesitated. What do you know about voodoo dolls?
Oh, honey, I wouldn't go that route. There are much better methods.
No, I don't plan to make one. Nova had a bunch, and I thought I might use them as part of the investigation. She scraped a long fingernail along her cheek.
Interesting idea. I suppose it might yield some information.
She smiled proudly.
This is what happens when you keep an open mind, Amelia. Opportunities abound.
Speaking of opportunities, what do you know about the Pilates place? She craned her neck to glimpse the studio behind her.
It's owned by a couple named Winnie and Mel.
Do you think they'd be interested in advertising in the local paper? Virginia pondered the question.
I think you won't know unless you ask. The worst they can say is no.
That's usually the way I look at it. It was different in the city, though. It was more anonymous. A potential client said no, and there was every chance you'd never see them again. In Newberry, rejection felt more personal because you might bump into them the next time you went to the grocery store. They'd be right behind you in line and watch as you emptied your cart filled with Pringles, cheddar cheese, and medicated pads for hemorrhoids, and they'd feel justified in their decision to tell you no. Okay, I was probably overthinking it. It turned out there were worse issues than whether I'd run into anyone at the grocery store. The moment I entered the studio, I felt a shift in energy. A white-haired woman in a leopard print leotard greeted me with a slight bow.
Welcome. We're about to start class. Are you here to join us?
I wanted to say no, but the people-pleaser in me couldn't form the words. Instead, I heard myself say, "Will I be able to participate in these clothes?" The woman's gaze flicked over me.
I don't see why not.
She motioned me forward.
Join us. Your shoulders tell me you're in great need of movement.
I followed her into an adjacent room where 6 people were already gathered on mats.
I'm Winnie,
the white-haired woman said.
Mia. Wonderful to have you with us today, Mia. We're a friendly bunch.
I hope you're also a tolerant bunch because I'm slow and inflexible.
Oh, we're very tolerant here,
a bald man said, presumably Mel.
This is an encouraging group, aren't we?
Heads bobbed around him.
I couldn't touch my toes when I first started,
a woman with wiry gray hair said.
You still can't touch your toes,
another woman teased.
I know, but I'm only about an inch away now.
Inch by inch, Winnie sang. It wouldn't have surprised me in the least if someone busted out a ukulele.
I'm Mel,
the bald man said.
Winnie and I run the studio together.
I whistled. I don't know how you managed to stay married and run a business together.
Oh, we're not married, Winnie said. Although we've been together for over 20 years.
Mel rubbed the shoulders of the gray-haired woman.
And Miriam and I have been together for 15.
Merciful Madonna! What had I stumbled into, and why had no one at the office warned me? For that matter, why had Virginia not warned me? The woman beside Miriam clasped Winnie's hand.
And we've been seeing each other for almost a year now.
Was this a Pilates studio or a polyamorous studio? Not that I was judging, but when Virginia advised me to keep an open mind, I wasn't sure this is what she had in mind.
We are always open to meeting new people,
Winnie said. I wasn't sure what the appropriate response was to a vague invitation to a senior citizen orgy.
It's nice when everybody gets along. Have you ever done Pilates before?
Miriam asked. No, although I've had a few gym instructors who incorporated Pilates into their classes.
Excellent,
Mel said.
If you need any help, feel free to ask. I'd be more than happy to assist you.
I bet. As much as I wanted to run to the nearest exit, I was already here and didn't want to appear rude. I couldn't afford to have business owners trash talk me. Newberry was too small.
Let's start with a hip opener to loosen up those tight muscles,
Mel suggested. Mel, you know that's my Achilles heel, Miriam said.
which is exactly why we need to loosen yours.
I squeezed my eyes closed. Do not imagine Mel opening Miriam's hips. Do not. Frog? Another woman asked.
That works for me. Let's begin in a wide-legged forward fold.
Mel dropped to his knees, spread them wide, and placed his hands on the floor in front of him. I watched as the other participants copied his movements.
Feel free to stay on your hands, or, if you're feeling frisky, lower down to your forearms,
he continued. A few butts lifted as the participants lowered their arms to the floor. There were far too many noses close to butts for my liking. Mel smiled at me.
Why don't you give it a try, Mia? I'd be happy to spot you.
I'm good for now, thanks. I made an effort to copy the position so Mel didn't feel the need to put his hands on me. Next was something called a supine cow face pose. The name alone made me want to abandon the position before I even attempted it. It was like playing a game of Twister by yourself. After that was a swan dive, swimming, rocking, a one-leg kick, and a few other poses. I heard a strange grunting noise and realized it was coming from me. Great. I was 20 years younger than everybody in the room, but managed to sound 20 years older. Who's ready to add an inversion to their practice? Winnie asked, hands shot in the air. Inversion exercises are a great way to reduce stress, Miriam told me. It boosts lymphatic drainage, too, Winnie said. Which, let's face it, we all need at our age. I didn't even know what lymphatic drainage was, but it sounded disgusting. If something drained out of me while I was upside down, I would be mortified. Mel clapped his hands.
Plow pose, everyone.
Good grief. Plow pose? Thankfully, the position wasn't as sexual as it sounded. I positioned myself on my back and tried to push my legs over my head. Unfortunately, they didn't quite make it and lingered in an upright position. That's more of a shoulder stand, but that works too, Winnie said encouragingly. After all this effort, I had to make this visit count. Have you ever considered advertising in the local paper? The blood rushed to my head, and I prayed I didn't pass out before I heard the answer. Sorry? Winnie asked. I work in ad sales for the Newberry Free Press. Oh, I love our local paper, Miriam said. Mel and I read it together on Sunday mornings. That's our time slot. They had a schedule? We've talked about it once or twice, haven't we? Winnie asked. I assumed she was talking to Mel, but I couldn't turn to see them without collapsing in an embarrassing heap.
We have a pretty loyal following,
Mel said.
Most of our business is oral.
I cringed and cursed my dirty mind. But what if you could expand your business through advertising? Then you'd have more happy customers. The words came out between puffs of air.
I'm not sure it makes sense for us,
Mel said. You'd be surprised. I have some data that might interest you. I reeled off some of the figures I'd memorized from the media kit. I nearly whooped for joy when the woman next to me returned to a seated position. I followed suit without awaiting instructions. The moment I was upright, I felt ready to vomit. Inverted positions were not for me. For that matter, neither was the studio. Do you have information you can leave with us? Winnie asked. Absolutely. In my bag.
I hope that information is laminated,
Mel said. It took every ounce of effort in my body not to cringe. Why?
Because I do my best thinking in the bath. Wouldn't want to dissolve the papers before I've had a chance to read them.
Right. Water. That was a relief. Winnie cocked her head and eyed me. Those shoulders don't look any looser. I think you should come back again tomorrow. I'm sure we can help with that. I climbed to my feet and wobbled slightly, still dizzy. I would love to, but this is a hectic week. Rain check? Of course, Winnie said. I reached for my tote bag against the wall and pulled out the media kit. I'll leave this on the front desk on my way out. It was lovely to meet you all.
Next time we'll show you how to do a reclined bound angle pose,
Mel called.
We'll crack you open like a walnut.
Reclined and bound? My heart thumped as I hurried from the studio. The only thing I was going to crack open was a bottle of Prosecco as soon as I arrived home. And I wasn't sharing. Chapter 10. I snuck into the cottage without alerting my mother or Jurgen to my presence. The music from Jeopardy on the television drowned out the sound of my movements. I grabbed the bag that contained the voodoo dolls and Nova's brush and carried it to the scooter basket. I couldn't risk going back inside for a bottle of Prosecco. Patrick would have a bottle on hand. He always did. I walked the scooter to the road, and only then did I start the motor. He was only a minute away, but I didn't want to carry the bag all the way there. I'd texted him from the cottage, so he was already standing with the front door open when I arrived.
Why are you bringing your trash over?
He asked, noticing the large bag. It's not trash. I sauntered past him and waited until I entered the living room to empty the contents on the floor. Scarlett leaned over the edge of the sofa to examine the offering. With her dark hair dyed blue at the tips, she looked more like an edgy college student than a professional landscape designer. Patrick angled his head.
Are those voodoo dolls?
I picked up the redhead with glasses. I took them from the victim's closet. I thought they might be helpful. We can incorporate one of your psychic tests.
Are we sure this isn't one of the Weasley boys?
Patrick asked. Honestly, I'm not sure of anything, but he's not wearing a Hogwarts uniform, so I'm going to assume he's a real person. Who is apparently on Nova's naughty list, Scarlett added. That thumbtack is in an unfortunate place. I glanced at the white thumbtack stuck in the doll's groin area. No psychic skills needed to guess where she was trying to cause him pain.
Or maybe it's representative of his manhood,
Patrick quipped. Scarlett snorted and covered her mouth. You think it was the size of a thumbtack? Poor guy. Poor girl, I said.
You should sit cross-legged for this, Mia,
Patrick said.
I'll add some mood music.
He pulled out his phone. I shook my head. No playlist. I need silence. I can't do the cross-legged thing either unless I have no interest in walking the rest of the day. Sounds like you need to loosen your hip flexors, Scarlett said. I clapped my hands to my ears. Please don't say that. She glanced at Patrick. What's wrong with hip flexors? What do you know about the couple who owns the Pilates studio? Patrick stifled a laugh.
Did you take a Pilates class?
Not on purpose, I said.
How does one accidentally take a Pilates class?
I was trying to get them on board as an advertiser.
And let me guess,
Patrick said.
They were trying to get you on board for Saucy's shenanigans.
Why did no one warn me about them? Scarlett seemed unconcerned. They're very nice people. I'm sure. When you've had as much sex as they appear to be having, you're bound to be nice. And flexible.
Is Mel still wearing his toupee?
Patrick asked. No, he was bald. Patrick gasped.
He let his whole head go commando?
I cringed. Wow, that sounds dirtier than you intended. Did they want to advertise? Scarlett asked. I left them the information. I'll follow up next week. A phone call would suffice next time. Patrick gestured to the dolls.
And how did you manage to abscond from the victim's house with all her toys?
Her roommate happily parted with them. Apparently there was one of her in there, too. Scarlett picked up a brunette doll and scrutinized it. Was Nova actually a witch? Not according to Virginia Barclay. She says Nova liked to play the part, but she wasn't the real deal. In that case, she went to a lot of trouble for nothing. Scarlett wagged the doll at me. It takes a lot of work to make these.
Really?
I thought they looked thrown together, I said. Not that I knew anything about sewing. I used to take my clothes to the tailor when a button fell off.
I love that you took the initiative to come here for psychic lessons,
Patrick said.
I think it means you're getting more comfortable with who you really are.
Right now, I needed to make myself comfortable on the cushion. Scarlett hopped off the sofa and placed the brunette doll back in the pile. Don't let me get in the way. You're probably fine as long as you don't cough or sneeze, or move around.
Or breathe,
Patrick added.
Definitely don't do that, or you'll circulate too much air around her.
Do I need a chalk circle or candles? I'll get you supplies, Scarlett offered. Can you also grab a bottle of Prosecco while you're in there? I asked. Scarlett shot me a quizzical look. Is that part of the exercise? I need to close my eyes, but I'm still getting flashes of Mel's happy baby pose. I need to dull the pain. Was it that bad? She asked. I gave her a pointed look. Let me put it this way. His shorts were short, and he wasn't wearing any underwear. She sucked in a breath. Oh, gotcha. Once Patrick returned with a flute of Prosecco, I took a calming sip and set to work. I gripped the doll with both hands. I had no idea how to do this, but I figured the more I experimented, the more I'd develop a method that suited me.
Should we wait this out in the kitchen?
Patrick whispered. I popped one eye open. That might be best. It's too much pressure if I can feel you both watching me. It gave me flashbacks to childhood when my mother would hover behind me making disapproving noises while I loaded the dishwasher. She wouldn't bother to wait until I left the room to rearrange the dirty bowls the way she wanted them. Patrick nodded.
Performance issues. I get it.
They escaped to the kitchen, and I focused on the doll. After a couple minutes, a mixture of feelings washed over me. Annoyance seemed to be the strongest emotion, and I couldn't decide whether that was my own projection. An image of an apple orchard flashed in my mind. Was he a farmer? There were dozens of farms in the area, so that was a possibility. The apple orchard was replaced by a scene from The Breakfast Club where Judd Nelson runs through the empty school corridor singing off-key. I laughed, breaking my connection to the doll. Patrick poked his head through the doorway.
What's so funny?
I told them what I felt and saw. I can't think of any red-headed farmers offhand, Scarlett said. Certainly no one that bears a passing resemblance to Judd Nelson. A red-haired Judd Nelson? I cringed. The world doesn't need that. Patrick snapped his fingers.
Judd Appleby.
That's a person? I asked.
If he's the redhead I'm thinking of, I saw him at the festival trying to juggle caramel apples.
He gave a rueful shake of his head.
Idiot.
I guess you don't know if he had a relationship with the victim, I said.
No, I didn't know her. I met him a few times at a mutual friend's house. They work for the same company.
Perfect. Where?
They're both drivers for the town trolley.
I'd noticed the green trolley ambling along Main Street on occasion. Do you know anything about him to suggest he'd stab someone in the back and run away? Patrick shrugged.
He doesn't strike me as the violent type, but who knows? I've learned never to judge anything by its cover, except an actual book.
He paused.
and those I judge very harshly. Some of those publishers make very questionable choices."
"Is Judd annoying?" Because that was the predominant vibe I felt. Annoyance. Patrick considered the question.
"He's a few grapes short of a bunch, but not particularly annoying. Not like Chuck at the pizza place."
Scarlett groaned. "Chuck is the worst."
"His voice is like nails on a chalkboard, and he starts every statement with, 'Can I tell you something?'"
"And the answer is always no," Scarlett interjected. "Because what he tells you is never worth knowing." "A chalkboard reference, Patrick?" I asked. "I'm surprised you know what that is."
"I've seen them in old movies,"
Patrick said, offering a smug smile. "Why not go to a different pizza place if Chuck is that bad?" "Because the pizza is amazing," Scarlett said. "I'll have to take your word for it." I couldn't imagine Newberry pizza was able to compete with New York City pizza. I'd been to Chicago and tried their so-called pizza. What a joke. It was more of a pizza cake. If you need to eat your slice with a knife and fork, it isn't pizza. "This is so cool," Scarlett said. "Do another doll." She plucked one from the pile and thrust it at me. I set Judd Appleby aside and accepted the next doll. The head was covered in a curtain of yellow hair, and the body was swaddled in a pink dress. I ushered Patrick and Scarlett out of the room so I could concentrate. I had to admit, I felt pretty good about my success with the last doll, and it boosted my confidence to try again. Closing my eyes, I held the doll against my chest and focused on any emotions I was feeling. Annoyance again. Either Nova had been a perpetually annoyed person, or I was projecting. It wouldn't surprise me given that my mother was still in town. I stroked the doll's head of yarn hair and waited to see whether an image emerged. The Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center loomed large in my mind's eye. Weird. The image dissipated, replaced by a well-worn copy of Pride and Prejudice. I recognized the torn corner at the top. It was a copy I'd kept since I was 14. A Christmas tree in the city and Jane Austen? I didn't know where to begin decoding that one. I set the blonde doll back in the pile and spotted a shamrock keyring mixed in with the other dolls. I must have accidentally scooped it into the bag with everything else. I picked up the keyring and scrutinized it. It was old and worn, and the metal ring had started to rust. There didn't appear to be anything special about it, yet Nova had kept it. Based on what I'd seen in her bedroom, she wasn't a hoarder. There was a chance this keyring had significance. I closed my fingers over it and concentrated. I heard the laughter of children and the sound of running footsteps. I focused on my mind's eye and realized I was on a playground. There was a set of swings to my immediate right and girls jumping rope to my left. A building loomed behind the girls, a school I didn't recognize.
"What's the matter, Michelle? Don't you speak English?"
I pivoted back to the swings where a dark-haired girl sat rigid on a swing. Her fingers were curled so tightly around the chains that her knuckles were white. Another girl towered over her, this one with light brown hair. She stood with her feet planted and blocked the girl from swinging.
"Maybe you need to ask your mom for help with English. I know your dad doesn't know it."
The standing girl continued. Michelle avoided eye contact with the girl. The bully pretended to put a phone to her ear.
"Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, you might want to come and pick up your daughter from school. She's too stupid to learn."
"Hey, Nova,"
a boy called from across the playground.
"We need a goalie. Want to play?"
She turned abruptly and sprinted across the blacktop to the other group. Slowly, Michelle pushed with her feet and started to swing, but it was impossible to miss the tears that stained her cheeks. My chest ached as I opened my eyes and returned to Patrick's living room. What a horrible person Nova was, and what an awful experience for Michelle Jiang. Had Nova tormented her throughout their years at school? Even more worrisome, was Michelle Jiang at the festival? My cheeks felt wet, and I realized there were tears on my own cheeks. I wiped them away with the back of my hand. I switched to Nova's brush and hoped for a less emotional experience. I got my wish because the brush yielded nothing at all. No vision, no energy, no feelings at all. Bummer. "You can come out now," I called. I'm starting to get a headache. It was more like the threat of a headache, but I'd endured enough migraines to know when the possibility loomed. "Anything?" Scarlett asked. I told them about the seemingly unrelated visions.
I'm not sure I can crack that particular code, Watson,"
Patrick said. I looked at him affronted. "Why are you Sherlock? I'm the one coming up with the clues. I should be Sherlock." "Shelock," Scarlett added. "Fun fact, Watson was almost named Ormond Stacker."
"And a study in Scarlet wasn't successful,"
Patrick said, prompting a glare from Scarlett. "Does the name Michelle Jiang sound familiar to either of you?" I asked. They shook their heads. "Were you bullied in school?" I asked.
"No. In fact, I was voted most likely to become a celebrity,"
Patrick said. I was actually talking to Scarlett. Like the little girl in my vision, Scarlett was half Asian. Her mother's parents were from China, and her father was of English descent. "Oh, for sure. I grew up in a predominantly white area. They weren't used to seeing someone who looked like me and my mom. It wasn't everybody, and it wasn't all the time, but I remember every incident. Hard to forget when you're playing hopscotch with friends, minding your own business, and someone shouts racial slurs at you from a passing car." I remembered the pained expression on Michelle's face. "I'm so sorry that happened to you."
"Me too,"
Patrick said. Scarlett exhaled loudly, as though expelling the negative memories. "Thanks. I appreciate that." Patrick swiped a scented candle from atop a console table and presented it to me. "Why are you giving me a candle?"
"Come on, baby. Light my fire."
"You know the doors?"
"I wasn't raised underground."
I inhaled the cinnamon scent. "What do you want me to do with it?"
"See if you can light the wick with your mind."
Scarlett edged closer. "Ooh, I want to see this." I stared at them aghast. "Do you seriously think I wouldn't know by now if I was some kind of fire starter?" Patrick popped a hand on his hip.
"Need I remind you that your abilities have been suppressed for decades? That's the point of this experiment, to explore the possibilities."
At the mention of suppression, it occurred to me that my lifelong headaches could be connected to my attempts to be normal. How much unconscious effort did it take to keep my abilities from surfacing? It reminded me of my friend Lola in college who had OCD. On the surface, she seemed totally serene. When I told her that, she explained she was like a duck. To everyone else, she seemed to be gliding across the lake with ease, while underneath, her little webbed feet kicked desperately. It was exhausting. I'd rather explore these possibilities than the ones at the Pilates studio.
"See?"
Patrick said.
"That's progress."
I took the candle and focused on the wick, willing it to burst into flame. Nothing happened. I handed the candle back to him. "Not Drew Barrymore."
"I'm starting to understand why your relationships have failed,"
he said. "What's that supposed to mean?" Scarlett took the candle from him and gave it back to me. "It means you gave up after one anemic try. Try again." "Way to blame the victim," I complained. "Andrew cheated on me and then booted me from the apartment. How is that my fault?"
"All relationships involve two people,"
Patrick said.
"It isn't enough to blame Andrew for his actions."
I snorted. "Are you sure about that?" Patrick squeezed my shoulder.
"You said yourself that in hindsight you could see the relationship wasn't real, that you were going through the motions of what you thought you were supposed to be doing at your age."
I sighed. He was right. I made another attempt to light the wick. "You're going to burst a vein in your eyeball if you keep straining," Scarlett advised.
You look like you're trying to shoot laser beams,
Patrick added.
You're using your mind to create fire, not new retinas.
I squeezed my eyes closed and stifled a groan. Whatever this was, I simply wasn't ready for it. The voodoo dolls were enough for one day. I'm all tapped out.
Fair enough.
Patrick returned the candle to its place on the console table. Maybe I just don't have that particular ability. Pyrokinesis is the ability to control flames, fire, or heat using your mind, Scarlet said. Even if you can't light the candle, it doesn't mean you don't have the skill. You might be able to push fire in a different direction. Patrick lit up.
Oh, like if you were trapped in a forest fire and couldn't get out, you could compel the flames to move aside so you could walk to safety. The parting of the red flames. You'd be the Moses of the forest.
What are the odds of me being in a forest fire? My idea of a hike is 40 city blocks round trip. Scarlet crossed her arms and sighed. What are we going to do about your poker face? What about it? Patrick pointed at me.
See? We don't have to be psychic to know you're annoyed by the question. Instead of the stars, it's written in these lines right here.
He traced the creases across my brow. If you'd mastered a poker face already, Mandy Pinkerton wouldn't have known you were on to her, Scarlet reminded me. Mandy Pinkerton was an ex-girlfriend of Dane's who was recently arrested for the murder of a man named Bernard Sims. I'd identified her as the killer, but not before she drugged me and tried to kill me too.
I have the perfect practice session for this,
Patrick said.
No matter what I put on, you have to look like it's the most attractive outfit you've ever seen. Got it?
I don't know. I'm feeling drained.
So what's the alternative?
Patrick asked.
Go back to the cottage where your mother is waiting to grill you about your day? Are you going to tell her about your new friends at the Pilates studio?
Why was life full of such difficult choices? Why couldn't my choices be between Chris Hemsworth and Chris Evans? I nodded. Okay, let's do this. Patrick clapped his hands.
Oh, good. A fashion show and community service. The ideal combo.
I'm not sure my poker face rises to the level of a community service. Oh, it does, Scarlet said. There should be an air of mystery around your thoughts and feelings. We shouldn't know what they are all the time.
Your face is a billboard for your thoughts,
Patrick echoed. I threw out my hands. Fine, let's get started. I'm already tired from all the psychic practice. My head was starting to throb now. Scarlet jumped to her feet. I'll make you a painkiller. You mean the cocktail, right? She shot me a look before scurrying to the kitchen while Patrick disappeared upstairs to prep for his lesson. I took the opportunity to check in with my mother via text. How's everything going? Her reply was immediate.
We visited downtown and now we're back at your house.
I'll be home soon.
Good. When you get here, can you explain why there's a horrifying doll in your bedroom? I don't recall seeing it before.
My first inclination was to type, "Why are you in my bedroom?" until her words registered. Describe the doll. She attached a photo. I was almost afraid to click on it, but I had to know. I covered my eyes with my free hand and peeked between my fingers to see the dreaded Susie propped against my pillow. What the Patrick! He appeared at the bottom of the staircase wearing a purple hat with an enormous purple plume.
You rang?
Susie is at my house again.
Wow. She must really like you. You have no idea how unusual that is. She hates everybody.
Scarlet returned with a steaming mug of tea and ibuprofen. These will help. My head pounded, and I lowered myself onto the cushion, careful not to spill the tea. Patrick flicked the plume out of his face.
Okay, this test isn't going to work. You're too distracted.
Yeah. Because there's a haunted doll in my bed. Again? Last time it was Ophelia who'd dragged the doll across 2 yards to place her in my room. Well, we'd assumed the cat was the culprit. Patrick waved a dismissive hand.
I wouldn't worry about it. Susie would never hurt you.
My mouth dropped open. I think you're missing the point. Scarlett turned to Patrick. She's upset. You can tell by the way her eyes are bulging and her jaw is unhinged. Closing my eyes, I let the soothing steam of the tea wash over my face. I needed a break. The psychometry had worn me out, and now I was going home to deal with my mother and Jurgen, and apparently Susie, the psychotic doll. I'd had a lot of low points in my life, but none seemed as exhausting as this visit from my mother. I'll see you guys later. I need a nap. I drank the tea out of politeness, downed the ibuprofen, and carried the empty mug to the kitchen sink. Patrick followed me into the kitchen.
I'm sorry about Susie. She's probably drawn to you because of your abilities.
I spun around to face him. The next time Susie decides to make an appearance in my house uninvited, she's going to find herself at the bottom of the river. He shrank back.
You wouldn't dare.
I lifted my chin. I'm crafting the little sandbags in my mind right now.
In that case, I'll come with you now and bring her home.
I clapped him on the shoulder. That's an excellent idea. Chapter 11. Patrick met my mother and Jurgen and apologized profusely for leaving Susie behind during his recent visit. I had no idea how Susie managed to make her way over again, and I wasn't sure I wanted to. Once Patrick left with the haunted doll, my mother was only too eager to hear more about this handsome Patrick who leaves things behind in my bedroom. I told you about Patrick, Mom. He's gay.
That explains the doll,
she mumbled.
If he's gay, then why is he sleeping in your bedroom?
He isn't. She pinched the bridge of her nose.
I don't understand.
A knock on the door rescued me from the conversation. There was a spring in my step until I opened the door to see Chief Tuck and Derek on the doorstep. This didn't bode well.
Miss Thorne?
The chief said by way of greeting. Please don't tell me you're here with bad news. Derek wiped his feet on the doormat.
Can we come in?
Did someone take a class on manners recently? He puffed out his chest.
I'm here on official business.
You've been here on official business before and propositioned me. What's different about this visit?
This time the chief is standing next to me.
Chief Tuck's eyebrows lifted.
Is there something I should know?
No, sir,
Derek said.
We're just joking around. Can we come in?
That depends. If I let you in, are you going to ruin an innocent man's life? They exchanged glances.
We're here with information,
the chief said.
We thought it best to share it in person.
Fine. I moved aside to let them pass. They're in the living room. I closed the door behind them. Chief Tuck and Detective Fairfax are here. I sounded like a butler announcing the arrival of Mr. Darcy and Bingley. My mother and Jurgen sat together on the sofa, holding hands.
Sorry to interrupt,
Chief Tuck said.
Thought you'd want to know that Mr. Albrecht's prints are the only ones on the knife.
My mother cried out.
This is a nightmare. Why did we ever go to that stupid festival?
I'm sorry, I said.
It's not your fault, Amelia,
Jurgen said.
No need to apologize.
My mother smacked his leg.
It's your fault. Why did you have to try to be a hero and pull out the knife?
Jurgen rubbed his face.
She was in distress. I acted on impulse.
I couldn't take their pained expressions. I spun toward our guests. I have a suspect for you. Derek's face flashed with annoyance.
Is that so?
Yes. His name is Judd Appleby.
Who's that?
Aha! You don't know because you're not investigating the right people. I pointed to Jurgen. Stop wasting your time with that man.
Funny,
my mother said.
I seem to recall you saying the same thing to me.
I don't know who this Judd Appleby is.
Derek said.
But the question is, why do you?
According to Carrie Olansky, he's Nova's ex-boyfriend. Kind of an obvious suspect, don't you think? I wasn't about to reveal my use of the voodoo dolls, or they wouldn't take my suggestion seriously.
You spoke to the victim's roommate?
Chief Tuck asked. Admitting that was better than admitting the use of magic. I just wanted to see what she had to say about Nova.
We spoke to friends and co-workers,
Derek said, glancing at the chief for confirmation.
No one mentioned an ex.
Probably because it was months ago, which is ancient history to that age group.
According to the report, the blade pierced her kidney, which is why she bled out quickly, the chief said. She was dead, whether Mr. Albrecht pulled out the knife or not.
That was a relief.
How about some delicious iced tea, Thorne?
Derek prodded. The chief looked genuinely interested.
I'm not opposed to homemade. I'm not a fan of the powdered kind. Leaves an unpleasant chemical taste in my mouth.
Go on, Amelia,
my mother urged.
Serve the gentleman.
I forced a smile. Why don't you two come in the kitchen, and I'll pour you each a glass. The moment we entered the kitchen, I whirled around to face them. Please tell me you'll talk to Judd Appleby. He was at the festival. The guy was juggling caramel apples, for crying out loud.
Judd Appleby's prints weren't on the knife,
the chief said.
And neither was any sticky residue,
Derek added. He paused.
I'm talking about the caramel. That stuff gets everywhere.
I pulled the pitcher of iced tea from the refrigerator and dutifully poured 2 glasses.
I hate to bother you, but do you happen to have any Tums?
Chief Tuck asked. I'm not sure. Let me check. I opened the cabinet where I stashed my drugstore booty. I poked through the bottles and tried in vain to read the small print. No Tums, but I can't tell whether I have an equivalent.
Why not?
Derek asked. He came to stand beside me.
Here, this one.
He retrieved the bottle and handed it to the chief. My eyesight isn't what it once was, I admitted.
Why don't you go to the drugstore and buy yourself a pair of reading glasses?
The chief asked. I have a pair, but I think I've advanced.
Then level up,
the chief said. I sighed. That's admitting defeat. Chief Tuck opened the bottle and popped a tablet into his mouth.
You're not going to get your retinas back to peak performance by sheer force of will. If you broke your leg, would you hobble around on one good leg and not fix the other one?
Darn Chief Tuck and his common sense. Fine, you've convinced me.
Don't let pride stop you from giving yourself what you need. It's self-defeating.
He scratched the back of his head.
Oh, and be sure to buy multiple pairs. If you're anything like my wife, you'll want to keep a pair in every room you frequent and a spare pair in your purse for when you're out. The print is small on some of those restaurant menus.
Chief Tuck's wife died a few years ago from breast cancer. It was nice to hear him talk about her in a nonchalant way rather than with a trace of sadness. I appreciate the advice.
You can get 'em real cheap, too.
Noted. The words real and cheap were music to my ears.
I hate to ask, but would you mind if I used your bathroom?
The chief asked. Through the living room on the right, I said.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He ducked out of the kitchen. Derek downed his iced tea and set the empty glass on the counter.
I'll make a deal with you. We'll stop harassing your stepfather if you agree not to get involved.
He used air quotes around harassing. I narrowed my eyes. Why would you do that?
Jurgen has no motive, no criminal history, no ties to the victim, and witnesses have corroborated his story about trying to help the victim by pulling the knife out.
Hope sparked. So they can leave town?
I wouldn't go that far. I'm only saying we'll continue to investigate and follow up other leads.
I frowned. But you'll only do your job if I agree not to do it for you? And what if I refuse? He exhaled in frustration.
Mia, help me to help you.
I don't see how forcing them to stay in town until you finish the investigation is helping me.
Having met your mother, I'm starting to understand where you get your charming personality.
I inhaled sharply. Take that back this instant. No one compared me to my mother, ever. He chuckled.
You're so easy to rile. It's like a sport that I'm really good at. Then again, I'm good at every sport. Just ask my big brother. I made every team he didn't.
I rolled my eyes. Will you interview Judd Appleby?
Sure,
he said with a casual air that suggested he might, or he might not. Derek Fairfax was the most frustrating person I'd ever encountered, and that was saying a lot given my career in the city. The entertainment industry was bursting with frustrating personalities. It was incredible that Dane managed to evolve into such a wonderful man. If I happen to cross paths with someone who has information, I'm going to take advantage of it, I said. He groaned.
Thorn is the right name for you. You know that?
He poked his side.
This is where I feel you.
My gaze drifted to the doorway. Do you think the chief is okay?
I'm sure he's fine. He has an acidic stomach.
Derek checked the clock on the microwave.
I need to get moving. Tell the chief I'll talk to him later.
Wait, didn't you come together?
Nope. I have an obligation in Newtown, but I wanted to come by and deliver the news with him.
How thoughtful of you. He jabbed a finger at me.
Remember what I said, Thorn. Stay out of police business.
I wish they better understood my position. I didn't want to investigate, but I really wanted my mom and Jurgen to be able to leave Newberry as soon as humanly possible. If that meant I had to get my hands dirty, then so be it. Derek said goodbye to my mother and Jurgen before exiting the cottage. Chief Tuck returned from the bathroom a moment later. Your underling had to go, I said. The chief patted his stomach.
So did I. I need to learn not to eat spicy 2 days in a row. My system can't handle it anymore.
Do you need anything else from me, Chief Shorewood?
Jurgen asked from his place on the sofa.
No, sir. Just wanted to share the latest information with you.
I'll walk you out, I offered. I waited until we were on the doorstep to speak freely. It's bad, isn't it, that his prints were the only ones?
It isn't great. But we know from our dear friend Gladys Spencer that fingerprints alone aren't the determining factor.
He was right. The real killer of Aunt Hazel's friend Gladys had worn gloves to hold the murder weapon, leaving someone else's fingerprints on the baseball bat. The same thing must have happened with the knife. If someone made sure not to leave prints on the murder weapon, doesn't that mean the murder was planned ahead of time?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
The killer waited for a noisy crowd, knowing there'd be so much activity they'd be able to slip the knife in unnoticed. So the killer was likely someone who knew the victim well enough to know she'd be at the festival, I said.
Unless the killer is Jurgen.
I looked him directly in the eye. Do you really believe that? Forget the so-called evidence. In your gut, do you really think Jurgen is responsible for the death of Nova Harkness? Chief Tuck cut a glance in the direction of the living room.
He seems like a nice man.
If you think he's a nice man, then why continue treating him like a suspect?
Because he is a suspect. The evidence hasn't changed, and you know as well as I do that nice people do horrible things every day.
I tried to picture Jurgen stabbing a woman in the back and watching her die, but the image refused to come. You've talked to him. You can't really think he's capable of murder.
I think anyone who wears socks with sandals deserves close scrutiny.
I couldn't argue with that. What about the fanny pack? That's not helping his case, is it? The chief grunted.
I was willing to overlook that contraption. Irene made me wear one of those on a trip to Disney with the kids years ago. At least it's practical. There's nothing practical about knee socks and sandals.
Prevents chafing between the toes? I offered. A buzzing noise emanated from the police radio attached to his belt. He snatched it to his mouth.
This is the chief.
Chief, We have a Kentucky situation on Main Street between Mechanic and Vine.
A woman's voice crackled.
Who else is on duty?
You, sir. Edmonds has his hands full with Wayne.
Chief Tuck rolled his eyes.
A little early, even for Wayne.
He's celebrating his birthday, sir.
His birthday was 3 days ago.
He shook his head.
Thanks, Louisa. I'm on it.
Chief Tuck slid his radio back in place and heaved a weary sigh. Whatever a Kentucky situation entailed, he wasn't keen on tackling it. What does a Kentucky situation involve? Dueling banjos at dusk? The chief wagged a finger.
Know your hillbillies, Miss Thorne. That's deliverance.
Then what is it?
It's our wild turkey alert.
Someone in the office is alerting you to a spare bottle of bourbon? That's considerate.
It means there are actual wild turkeys running amok. Kentucky is the code we use for it. The Wild Turkey Distillery is in Kentucky.
That's creative. He shrugged.
Wasn't my idea, but it works.
He started to turn away and seemed to think better of it.
You have a habit of inserting yourself in police business. Why don't you come along and help? I could use an extra pair of hands.
I thought you didn't want me to insert myself.
There's no murder involved, so I'm willing to make an exception in this case.
I smiled. Not a fan of wild turkeys, huh?
Bane of my existence. Nasty suckers, too, you'll see.
Well, that was ominous.
Amelia, what time will dinner be?
My mother called from the living room. I don't know yet.
I'm trying to plan my calories for the day, and I don't know how many points I can spare on a snack until I know what you intend to make for dinner.
I glanced helplessly at Chief Tuck, who looked away to hide his smirk. Not sure. I grabbed my purse. But first I need to be a good citizen and help Chief Tuck with a problem. My mother's face appeared at the end of the entryway.
Now?
It's an emergency, I'm afraid,
the chief said.
Sometimes these things can't be helped.
I grabbed my purse from the floor beside the door.
But what about my meal planning?
My mother called after us. Chief Tuck glanced over his shoulder.
If the odds are in my favor, you'll be having turkey.
Stifling a laugh, I closed the door behind us. Turkey or not, there was no way Madeline would eat roadkill. I climbed into the passenger seat of the chief's pickup truck and buckled my seatbelt. What's the story with the turkeys? I asked as we headed along River Road. Once we reached the downtown area, River Road became Main Street, but they were the same road. Not at all confusing.
They mainly live in the woods and keep to themselves, but occasionally they decide to take the scenic route through town and form a street gang.
I've had a few firsts since I moved to Newberry. I'll add wild turkey street gangs to the list. Traffic came to a standstill once we reached Bridge Street, so Chief Tuck pulled over and parked.
We'll have to go the rest of the way on foot.
At least I was wearing sensible shoes. Take that, Madeline. Horns honked as people lost their patience, not realizing the reason for the traffic jam was a flock of feathered friends. It was only when we reached the corner of Main and Mechanic that I saw them. Chief Tuck came to a halt at the corner and scratched the back of his head.
24? They seem to have picked up a few new members.
Or one of them had babies. His sharp intake of breath told me he didn't love that possibility. The cars were stuck in both directions as the turkeys formed what was essentially a wall of feathers across the road. Gobbling noisily, they moved back and forth like they were trapped in a loop. A few others seemed to have decided the middle of the road was a good place to settle down for a nap. What do you normally do in this situation? I asked.
Depends. Sometimes I clap my hands and yell to frighten them. Sometimes I shoot 'em.
My eyes popped. You can't shoot them right here on Main Street. He chuckled.
Don't worry, Miss Thorne. I've been doing this a long time. I'm not foolish enough to discharge a firearm in a busy intersection. Besides, I use a water pistol.
What's your plan now?
The key is to round them up and move them to another location without having them disperse. If they get spooked and start running in different directions, it becomes more challenging. Ideally, we run them toward the river and trap them there.
They don't swim. The only thing I knew about turkeys was how good they tasted smothered in gravy with a side of mashed potatoes.
No, and they're not fond of water, hence the water pistol. Once the cars start moving, I can drive the truck to one of the alleys and load them into the back.
I should have brought Ophelia. She could solve your problem in 10 seconds flat. I've seen mosquitoes cower in fear of her. As seconds ticked by, people started growing impatient and vacated their cars to see what the holdup was, which left Chief Tuck preoccupied with soothing a different set of savage beasts. If people kept bothering the chief, he wouldn't be able to deal with the turkeys. I crossed the road to the riverside of the street and began calling to them. "Here, turkey, turkey!" A few interested heads turned toward me, but none of them walked closer. Another idea popped into my head, and I retrieved my phone. "Are you at the office?" I texted Dane.
"Home. Why?"
"I need you and your dog on the corner of Main and Mechanic, not the riverside, no car." He responded with a series of question marks. "You'll see," I replied and chucked my phone back into my purse. One of the turkeys seemed to resent my close proximity and charged forward. Not the aggressive response I was expecting. I screamed and backed against the nearest building.
"You can't show fear!"
Chief Tuck yelled from across the road. He was now surrounded by a crowd of complaining motorists.
"Don't let them intimidate you!"
I drew a deep breath. Right. I rode the subway at night for years by myself. I could handle a rafter of turkeys. I stepped forward wearing my best intimidating expression. "Listen up, Thanksgiving dinner. I'm not afraid of you." I couldn't risk scaring the turkey in the opposite direction, not when I wanted to herd them toward the river. I wish I possessed the sort of magic that made me a Pied Piper of turkeys, but alas, that was not my particular gift. I was relieved when I spotted Dane and Willow on the other side of the street. The turkeys noticed the Great Dane immediately. The ones that had used the road for nap time rose to their feet and started inching closer to me. I beckoned Dane forward. "Slowly." He took a step into the road, and Willow joined him. The gobbles escalated as the turkeys realized this giant dog was encroaching on their territory. "This way, turkeys," I said. I crouched lower and encouraged them forward. A few darted closer to me as though I offered them protection from the massive beast headed their way. Little did they know Willow was a gentle giant that would sooner lick them than bite them, no matter how tasty they were. Dane and Willow continued to take baby steps until they reached the middle of the street, pushing the turkeys closer to me. Once the turkeys were gathered on the sidewalk, people clapped and cheered. Making sure I had the turkeys' attention, I rounded the corner toward the side street that led to the river. "I'm sure you're wondering why I gathered you all here," I joked. The turkeys stared back at me, gobbling senselessly. I was relieved when Chief Tuck backed his pickup truck down the side street. He hopped out and opened the cab.
"That was smart,"
he said, pulling down a ramp.
"I was asking the crowd if any of them had water pistols or umbrellas."
I figured Willow just had to be present to scare them. We ushered the turkeys into the back of the truck, and the chief closed the cab.
"I owe you one."
I smiled. "How about stop treating Jurgen as a suspect?" He responded with a short laugh.
"I was thinking more like a cup of coffee. Can I drop you home before I drive these fellows to the woods?"
"You're not making cement blocks for their little feet, are you?" He opened the driver's side door.
"No, but I like the way you think."
"I'll stay here, thanks. I have something I need to do in town." Now that I was here, it made sense to seek out the human version of Nova's voodoo doll. If the chief wouldn't agree to cross Jurgen off the list and Derek remained non-committal to interviewing Judd Appleby, there was no reason for me to stay out of the investigation. Chief Tuck misunderstood my intention.
"You can't avoid your mother forever, you know."
Maybe not, But by finding the real murderer, I could send her packing a lot faster. My sanity depended on it. Chapter 12. The starting point for the town trolley was by the playhouse where Main Street crossed over the canal. It was easy to spot Judd's red hair against the green backdrop of the trolley. I bought a ticket at the stand and waited in line to board. The seat right behind the driver was available, and I slid into it. The trolley was only half full, and most people favored the seats toward the back, just like on a school bus.
Newberry started as a riverside village that eventually grew large enough to qualify as a town.
Judd was in the midst of telling the middle-aged woman to my right. He pushed the glasses back to the bridge of his nose.
"What's that old building I passed on the left coming from the bridge?" she asked. "Town Hall," he said. "The original building dates back to 1839, and the plot of land was bought for $1. At one time, the building also served as the jail as well as the police department. A real multi-purpose space."
"Fascinating," the woman said. He checked the area surrounding the trolley and closed the door.
"Welcome to Newberry. I think we're ready to roll. My name's Judd, and I'll be your trolley driver today."
The woman leaned across the aisle toward me.
"I'm Lynn. Where are you from?"
"Here," I said. "You?"
"Milwaukee. I'm visiting my brother and his wife in Doylestown, but they're both working today."
She frowned.
"Why are you riding the trolley if you live here?"
"I'm new in town. I thought this would be a good way to get the lay of the land." The woman smiled.
"Good thinking. It's adorable around here. I'm looking forward to a train ride later."
Dane had told me about the train to nowhere. It basically traveled through scenic countryside and looped back to Newberry.
"To the right is Perry House,"
Judd announced, stopping the trolley in front of the historic house.
"Walter Perry was one of the founders of Newberry and a very important figure in our history."
I knew all about Walter Perry thanks to spending the night in that very house when Patrick was hired to exorcise a ghost that didn't want to leave.
"Such beautiful architecture here,"
Lynn mused.
"Too bad we missed the turkeys,"
Judd said over the loudspeaker.
"There's always cause for excitement."
I didn't mention my role in their capture. The trolley slowed to another stop in front of the Canal Museum.
"Trolley leaves again in 10 minutes, folks,"
Judd told everyone.
"Meet back here, or you'll have to walk back on foot."
People filed out, and I waited until I was the last person so I could speak to him alone. I vacated the trolley and waited for him at the bottom of the steps. "Great info," I said. "I'm new in town, and I love learning the history."
"It's a cool place. You're going to love it here."
I hated to admit it, but my gaze instinctively dropped to his trousers to see whether the thumbtack had been symbolic of his size. It was too hard to tell in the loose khakis he wore. "I got off to a rocky start," I said. "I was at the festival when a woman was murdered." I shook my head in horror. "Not the way you want to be introduced to a place." He paled, causing his freckles to pop.
"I knew her."
He swallowed hard.
"The woman who was killed."
I recoiled. "Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. Were you there?" His head bobbed. I pressed my hands to my cheeks. "That must have been devastating for you." His eyes brimmed with tears.
"Nova was my little porcupine. That was my nickname for her."
"Was that her favorite animal?"
"No, it was her. Prickly on the outside, but—"
He scrunched up his freckled face.
"Prickly on the inside, too."
"Adorable," I said for lack of a better response. "So she was your girlfriend?" He sniffed.
"She was, but we broke up a few months ago."
"That's too bad. Did you get to the point where you were fighting all the time? I had a relationship like that. His name was Pete, and we knew it was time to call it quits when we were shouting more than we were talking." I was hoping to suss out whether they parted amicably. If I admitted to fighting with an ex, maybe he would too.
No, that wasn't us,
he said, crushing my hope.
We got along pretty well. She was cool with my job, never tried to encourage me to move up the corporate ladder like some of my other girlfriends.
You like driving a trolley?
Love it. I share Newberry with visitors, and I get to sound smart because I tell them all the facts I know. School wasn't a high point in my life, so I like being able to know the answers to questions.
Contentment seemed to be a common feeling among Newberry residents. It was so unlike the city where everyone was jockeying for a professional position, fighting for preschool places, or trying to one-up a friend with the acquisition of a Hamptons beach house, as long as it was on the right side of the highway, of course. In Newberry, the guy who drove the trolley wasn't in some dead-end job to pay the bills. He actually enjoyed it. My ego had taken such a hit when I got fired, but I was beginning to see the silver lining in the career clouds. Maybe the local newspaper was a huge step down from a flashy entertainment publication, but did it matter? If I could pay my bills and save a bit of money, if I enjoyed it, well, the jury was still out on that part. The job was too new. I think that's great, I said. If you got along so well and she supported your career choices, then why did you break up? He caught a glance at the canal where a duck had joined two geese on the surface of the water.
I actually don't know. She dumped me out of nowhere. I was pretty blindsided, to be honest. I even thought there might be someone else, but I never saw her with anyone afterward.
His answer took me by surprise. If she broke up with him, why did she have a voodoo doll of him? On the other hand, if he was unhappy about the breakup, it provided a motive for murder. Maybe he tried to get her back, and she refused. He couldn't handle the rejection and attacked her at the festival, where he knew it would be noisy and crowded. And was there another guy? He shook his head.
Not that I know of. I'd drive by her duplex at night sometimes just to see if there was an unfamiliar car in the driveway, but I never noticed one.
You realize that's stalker behavior, right? His expression registered uncertainty.
Does that count as stalking? I didn't get out of my car or anything.
I resisted the urge to smack my forehead. You drove past her house at night to see if she was home or dating anyone. That's stalking, my friend. He pulled a face.
Huh. Good to know.
And you have no idea why she broke up with you? Judd dragged a hand through his hair, causing short pieces at the top to stick straight up.
Not a clue. Like I said, it was out of the blue.
Lie. The knowledge burrowed in the marrow of my bones. It was an unsettling feeling. Why was I so certain? Because he hesitated? Because he ran a hand through his hair in a subconscious nervous gesture? Or was there a psychic element to the knowledge?
Listen to your gut.
Virginia's words echoed in my head. Okay, fine. Even if I accepted Judd had lied, how did I persuade him to tell me the truth? And she never gave a reason. She told you the relationship was over and you said okay and went your separate ways? It seemed unlikely, even without my psychic lie detector acting up. Judd offered a small shrug.
More or less?
Less. Much less. Something about this doesn't add up. If you got along so well, then why did she have a voodoo doll of you in her closet? He snapped to attention.
She did?
He seemed oddly cheered by this detail. Yes, your doll had a thumbtack in a place that suggested she wasn't too happy with you. I assumed you'd cheated on her, and that's why you broke up. He frowned.
Where was the tack?
Think of the worst possible place on your body for a tack to penetrate. His eyes rolled to the side as he strained to think.
I think my lip would be sensitive.
Lower. He continued to mull it over.
I have a nipple piercing, so that's not it.
Judd wasn't kidding around about school not being his strong suit. Between your legs, Judd, I blurted. His face reddened.
Oh, wow.
Did you know about her involvement with witchcraft?
Sure, she didn't hide it. It was something she was really proud of.
So you'd seen her voodoo dolls? He hesitated.
No, she never showed them to me. I knew about other stuff, though.
Do you have any idea why she might have stuck a tack in your groin? I'm no expert, but it seems like a violent gesture. Not the kind of thing she'd do to an ex with whom she got along and left on her own terms. He rubbed his arm.
I think I might know.
Did you cheat on her, Judd? His eyes bulged.
No, never. I told you, she was my porcupine. I wasn't interested in other women.
Level with me, please. There has to be a reason she felt compelled to make a doll of you and shove a sharp, pointy object into your—
Okay.
His hands jerked to cover his private parts.
You don't have to say it. The truth is, I have a problem, and I think she was trying to help me.
Okay. I stretched out the word. What kind of problem? He refused to meet my gaze.
It's personal.
I realize that, but if you don't tell me now, you might find yourself sharing the information with an entire police station. The prospect of sharing his secret with a room full of macho men seemed to incite cooperation, and he mumbled an incoherent response. I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
I have erectile dysfunction,
he shouted. A few people stopped in their tracks to glance at him before continuing on.
This is so embarrassing. I can't believe I said that out loud.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to embarrass you. But given a choice between an arrest record and public humiliation, I was doing him a favor by outing his secret.
Nova wanted to fix me. She kept pestering me to go to the doctors, but I came up with a new excuse every time. Then she said she'd try to help me using some kind of homeopathic medicine.
Nova hadn't stuck the thumbtack into the doll's groin to hurt Judd. She'd tried to use it to help him with his issue. It seemed she hadn't wanted to end the relationship, but felt she had no choice when her efforts failed and Judd refused to seek help. His pride had been their downfall. Although I wasn't sure that a voodoo doll qualified as homeopathic medicine, I didn't see the point in arguing. Judd blew out a breath.
I'm such an idiot. I should have gone to the doctor like she wanted me to and gotten a prescription. Maybe then we'd still be together and she'd be alive.
Only a man would believe that correcting erectile dysfunction could save lives. It's not your fault, Judd.
I loved her, you know. I should have gotten over my issues. If not for me, then for her.
His eyes blinked away tears.
She deserved a red-hot lover.
I could only imagine what Derek's reaction would have been to Judd's confession. For Judd's sake, I was glad he told the truth to me instead.
Hang on a minute. How do you know about the voodoo doll? I thought you were new in town.
He fished a tissue from his pocket and wiped the tears from his eyes. Oh, right. I am new. I inhaled deeply and lowered my voice. Can you keep a secret?
You know my secret. I guess it's only fair I should know yours.
I'm psychic. Judd didn't bat an eyelash.
You'll fit right in here. We've got a lot of psychics. Do you know the lady at Good Fortune? I hear she's real good.
I've met her. He leaned closer.
How did you know about the doll? Did you have a dream about me or something?
As if. When I got on the trolley and saw you, I saw a voodoo doll of you in my mind. Then when the subject of Nova's murder came up, I felt a tingling sensation. It sounded plausible, and Judd seemed pretty gullible.
Cool,
he breathed. Where were you when she was killed? Were you watching the parade?
No, I was holding some lady's dog.
What do you mean?
She wanted to go into the coffee shop, but she wasn't allowed to bring the dog inside, so she asked me to hold him while she went in and ordered.
Did you know her?
No, I just have one of those faces. She asked me if I liked dogs.
He shrugged.
I love them, and this one was a cutie. A little chihuahua named Buster. The dog licked all the caramel off my hands, though, so it wasn't a total waste of time.
Why did you have caramel on your hands?
I ate a caramel apple from one of the stalls.
At least he was smart enough not to mention he'd been juggling them.
I saw the commotion and somebody said there'd been a stabbing. I never dreamed it would be Nova.
Which coffee shop?
3 Beans.
It would be simple enough to verify his story. Someone was likely to remember a redhead holding a chihuahua in his arms outside the coffee shop. Just out of curiosity, who handles advertising for the trolley company? He blinked in confusion.
Advertising?
I'm the new ad executive for the Newberry Free Press. I'd love to speak to your head of marketing about running ads in the paper.
Oh, that'd be my boss. His name is Glenn Calvin.
Anything helpful you can tell me about him? Coffee or tea? Favorite muffin? Judd grimaced.
Oh, man. I don't know. He doesn't really hang out with us. He spends most of his time playing golf at the club. He inherited the trolley business, but I don't think it's his passion, you know?
Good to know. Thanks. I hadn't put the trolley business on my list, but it seemed like an obvious addition. Judd rang the handheld bell to alert the passengers it was time for departure.
Sorry you didn't get a chance to see the museum. Between you and me, that one's pretty lame anyway.
I climbed back up the steps and took my seat. That's okay. I live here now. Plenty of time to see everything. Chapter 13. With Judd eliminated as a suspect and no clue how to interpret a Christmas tree and a Jane Austen book from my vision, I focused on tracking down the person in my third vision, Michelle Jeong. 3 Google searches and 1 latte later, I discovered Michelle was still in Newberry and worked in the town hall as the director of public works. Newberry's town hall building was adjacent to the bridge and protected as a registered landmark. White and symmetrical with 4 columns, it was built in the classic revival style. Aside from the wooden floors, the interior looked completely renovated. Michelle's office was located on the 2nd floor, and I was amazed how easy it was to breeze straight through the building without an appointment. I guess they didn't worry about security in a small town like Newberry. As I approached the staircase, I felt a tap on my shoulder.
This is the town hall. I don't think anyone here is interested in advertising,
a haughty voice said. I craned my neck to see Victoria Clement. I'm visiting a friend.
How impressive. You've been here 2 minutes, and you have a cushy job, a sought-after man, and friends in high places. What's your secret? Blackmail?
Her lips curved into a cruel smile. Victoria made it very easy to dislike her. People like me because I'm not a condescending twat muffin.
Let's be honest. The only reason you have this job is because your boyfriend is best friends with Everett. You might want to remember how tenuous your position really is. The minute Dane gets bored of you,
her gaze raked over me.
And I have no doubt that day will come sooner rather than later, then Everett will have no reason to keep you aboard.
What's your point, Victoria?
My point is, you shouldn't get too comfortable.
I never do.
Town Hall is my territory,
she warned. Relax. I'm not here to interview anyone. Not for a newspaper article, anyway.
Don't even think about muscling your way into journalism. You don't have the necessary background.
Somebody was deeply paranoid. I have no interest in being a reporter. The hard lines around her mouth softened.
I've been chasing leads for my article on the murder.
Is that why you're here? Had one of the leads brought her to Michelle's door, too? She nodded.
I'm here to get a statement from the mayor. Shouldn't you let Sophia do that?
It's supposed to be her story. Victoria raised her chin a fraction.
If Sophia had what it takes to do this job, she would have already been to see the mayor.
I glanced over her head and smiled.
Why do you look so smug?
I inclined my head toward the lobby where Sophia was shaking hands with a sturdy brunette. I immediately recognized Mayor Rodriguez from her picture. My gaze shifted back to Victoria. "You were saying?" She practically stomped her foot before storming away in a huff. I turned and headed up the steps to Michelle's office. Not my circus. Not my insecure territorial monkeys. Michelle's door was open, and I knocked on the wall beside it. She glanced up and smiled. Despite the years that had passed, she still looked startlingly similar to the little girl I'd seen in my vision. "If you're looking for the bathroom, it's around the corner to the left," Michelle said. "No, I'm looking for you. Michelle Jiang, right?" "That's right." She moved aside a folder and motioned to the empty chair. "Have a seat." "I'm Mia Thorne. I work for the Newberry Free Press, and I'd like to ask you a few questions about Nova Harkness." Technically, it wasn't a lie. I worked for the newspaper. I just wasn't a journalist, as Victoria would only be too happy to emphasize. Her expression darkened at the mention of Nova. "A terrible tragedy." "You heard about the murder?" "Of course. Everyone in town hall has been talking about it. It put a real damper on the festival." She frowned. "Why talk to me?" "I understand you knew the victim?" She flinched. "I mean, we grew up together, but we hadn't spoken in years. Were you friends?" "Once upon a time." That was an interesting answer, considering my vision. "In high school?" She laughed. "We were inseparable from kindergarten until 5th grade. 6th grade was rough. After that, we avoided each other straight through to high school graduation." 6th grade was rough because of Nova, or in general? 6th grade was the year when everyone started noticing each other's differences. When your father is Korean and your mother is white, you're going to have a few more differences from other kids. "You didn't really answer my question." She fidgeted in her chair. "Nova didn't make it easy for me, no." "What happened between 5th and 6th grades?" "At first she grew distant. Then she started bullying me. She did it when no one was around. At the time, I thought she did that so she wouldn't get caught. But now I think it was because she knew what she was doing was wrong and she didn't want anyone to see." "I hate to ask, but were you at the festival?" "I was. I don't love crowds, but the mayor expected everyone to attend, so I did. I spent most of my time watching from the canal path with my husband, our 2 kids, and our dog." "Oh? What kind of dog do you have?" She whipped around a framed photograph to reveal Michelle, along with her husband, their 2 smiling daughters, and a fluffy white poodle. "Her name is Sasha. The girls adore her like they gave birth to her themselves." "That's sweet." She showed me another photo of her daughters dressed in identical sailor outfits, which the dog also wore. "Sasha wouldn't care if we put lipstick and mascara on her." Michelle paused. "Not that we would. She's a very tolerant dog." "Were you with your family the whole time?" I dropped my voice. "Your daughters didn't see anything, did they?" "Thankfully, no. We didn't venture as far as Main Street, and we'd already walked home before the parade started. My younger daughter has a weird phobia about parades. I think it's all the noise. We went to Disney last year, and we had to time our activities around avoiding the parades." Her alibi aside, Michelle didn't seem to harbor any ill will toward Nova, which I had to admit was impressive given what I witnessed in the vision. Michelle's gaze lowered to the desk. "It must have been a terrible way to die. All those people around, and no one could save her. Part of me wishes I'd been there, if only to comfort her in her final moments. Michelle was an absolute angel." "I'm surprised you feel that way about a woman who made your life so difficult when you were younger." "Nova was the reason I learned to accept myself. After my experience in 6th grade, I swore I'd never allow myself to be humiliated again, and I didn't. I sought out friends who accepted me, and I set firm boundaries for anyone who didn't." "Please don't give her credit. She treated you horribly." I hesitated. At least that's how it sounds from what you said. I didn't want to say too much and raise questions. Michelle didn't seem suspicious of my perspective. I don't give her credit, but I also learned to have compassion for her. Nova was having a hard time and chose me as her outlet. It was never about my ethnicity. It was nothing to do with me at all and everything to do with how Nova felt about herself. I thought of Victoria and how much I wanted to punch her in the face. You're a much kinder person than I am. It's like when one of my girls throws a tantrum in front of me and calls me names. They do it because they know I'm a safe space. I think that's why Nova bullied me. It doesn't excuse her behavior, of course, but it helped me understand. And I forgave her a long time ago. Digging through my purse, I removed the shamrock keyring that I'd taken from Nova's room and showed it to her. Does this mean anything to you? Michelle gaped at the keyring. Oh, wow. Where did you get this? Nova's closet. I went to interview her roommate and she let me look around. Michelle blinked back tears. How did you know to bring this to me? I had to think fast. It was in a box marked elementary school. I wasn't sure, but I thought there was a chance someone who knew her then might recognize it. And my name came up? I nodded. She kept it all these years. It must have meant something to her. Michelle extended a hand. May I? I handed her the keyring. Did it belong to you? No, I gave it to Nova in 5th grade. That was the year her parents got divorced, and I gave it to her for luck and a reminder that a friend was always with her. Is the divorce what triggered the change in her behavior toward you? Michelle nodded. I didn't realize it at the time. I believed the awful things she told me, that nobody liked me because I was different. I thought if I looked like the other girls, she'd be my friend again, but of course I couldn't change the way I looked. As I got older, I recognized that Nova was lashing out. She didn't have the tools to express herself in a healthy way. It's a shame her parents never got her the counseling she needed. I think they were struggling too much themselves to offer her support. You didn't reconcile later? Michelle's lips were tinged with sadness. No, I suspect she was embarrassed by the way she treated me. I think that's the real reason she avoided me later on. She couldn't bring herself to apologize, so she hid from me instead. For what it's worth, it doesn't sound like she matured much since then. Too bad. She toyed with the keyring. Would you mind if I kept this? I smiled. Consider it yours. Thanks. It's a good reminder. That life is fleeting? Michelle looped the ring around the handle of her purse. That love is what remains. Chapter 14. My mother was in a foul mood by the time I returned to Red Clover. Even Jurgen seemed to be keeping a safe distance from her. My mother said he was upstairs napping, and she didn't sound pleased about it. You didn't defrost anything, and I checked the contents of your fridge. My mother paused to draw a judgmental breath. I didn't see anything appropriate to make a meal. No problem. We'll just go out. There are plenty of good restaurants to choose from. She shook her head adamantly. We'll have to order takeout. We can't go out to dinner. Why not? We can't risk you being seen with Jurgen. It will ruin your reputation. Inwardly, I groaned. Mom, this isn't a Jane Austen novel. I'm not going to destroy any chance of making a suitable match because I've dined with a man suspected of murder. You can't afford to be seen with him, she insisted. It would be different if you'd lived here a long time. People are still meeting you for the first time and forming impressions. You don't want to live here under a cloud of suspicion. You know your husband's innocent, right? I know that, but the people of Newberry don't. One look at his hat set at a jaunty angle, and it's no wonder they weren't sure about him. I think it was more to do with the fact that he was holding the murder weapon. You can't omit that salient detail. My mother nodded. That didn't help. Jurgen waved his hands.
Ladies, I'm right here.
We turned to look at him in the doorway.
You agree with me, don't you, dear?
My mother asked. Jurgen hung his head.
Of course.
I put my hands on my hips. This is ridiculous. I'm the one who lives here, and I say we go out. There's an Indian restaurant called Saffron I've been dying to try. I had one of their wraps at the festival, and it was delicious. My mother wrinkled her nose.
You know how I feel about the smell of curry.
I scratched Saffron off the list. The last thing I needed was to listen to her complain throughout the meal. She wouldn't like the brewery either. The restaurant that overlooked the canal had terrific food, but there was a perpetual layer of green moss on the surface of the water that I found scenic, but I knew my mother would find objectionable. There'd be all manner of questions as to why no one skimmed off the algae or added chemicals to the water to improve its appearance. No thanks. I pulled up the list of potential clients on my phone and scanned the restaurant section. Bingo. Okay, there's a place right up your alley called 1776. It's housed in an old mansion.
Jurgen, look that up on your phone, won't you, dear? I'd like to see the menu before I commit.
Of course she would.
Have you eaten there?
Jurgen asked. Not yet. I didn't want to admit it was out of my price range. He reviewed the menu online before handing the phone to my mother.
New England clam chowder,
she enthused.
You know that's one of my favorites.
She peered at the screen.
What's the dress code?
Whatever you're wearing is the dress code, I said.
But it's in a mansion. Surely there's an expectation.
Newberry is very casual, even the fancy places. My mother's mouth turned down at the corners.
How disappointing.
If you want to dress up, nobody's stopping you, I said. My mother observed me from head to toe.
Is that what you're going to wear?
I bristled. Like I said, casual.
I know, but you didn't say vagabond chic. You could at least run an iron over your outfit first. You look like you rolled around on a shag carpet.
I shot a helpless glance at Ophelia by the pantry door, but the cat simply closed her eyes, shutting out my appeal for solidarity. Traitor. For the sake of avoiding an argument, I ran upstairs and changed into a basic black dress. It was too chilly in the evening for sleeveless, so I threw a black cardigan over it. The buttons were made of glass, which dressed it up a little. I drew the line at jewelry. If my mother wanted to make a statement with her chunky necklace, that was up to her. I was sticking to minimalist adornments, which basically meant a small pair of silver hoop earrings and nothing else. The one area where I refused to compromise was my choice of shoe. I'd walked quite a lot today, and my joints were already protesting. I opted for a pair of black ballet-style flats with extra cushioning. You'll need to drive unless you want me to call a car service, I said as we left the cottage. My mother glanced at the canary-yellow scooter in the driveway.
I don't understand how you can live here without a car. You're a grown woman, Amelia. When will you start acting like one?
I haven't missed driving a car. The scooter works fine. Okay, that wasn't entirely true, but I refused to give her the satisfaction. Besides, you've got this flashy Mercedes now. Might as well show it off. My mother slid into the passenger seat.
Yes, but there's no valet parking, and most of the spots are on the street. You're basically asking to lose a side mirror when you park downtown. It'll be fine, Madeline.
Jurgen started the car as I locked the front door and hurried to join them. I felt like a child again, riding in the back seat behind my parents. Then again, my mother's company always seemed to trigger regression. It turned out that 1776 had a small parking lot dedicated to its customers, which solved the issue of street parking. The meal itself was phenomenal. My mother raved over her crab cakes, and Jurgen enjoyed his filet medallions. I chose the crab meat ravioli and a glass of Chardonnay. I didn't want to interrupt dinner to seek out the manager to talk about advertising, partly because I wanted an excuse to return another day. There were multiple items on the menu I wanted to try. I could order a meal while I was there and take it home for later. It was a nice change of pace to spend 2 hours with my mother, where the conversation was upbeat and everyone at the table was happy. I was even happier when I offered to get the bill, but Jurgen insisted on paying.
"It's too dark along here,"
my mother said as we walked alongside the river after dinner.
"Why don't they have regular lights instead of these lamp posts? Who uses gas in this day and age?"
I glanced up at the flickering blue flame. "It's atmospheric."
"I don't need atmosphere. I need to see."
As if on cue, she tripped on the uneven slabs of cobblestone and pitched forward. I tried to catch her, but she slipped from my grasp and landed flat on her stomach.
"Mom! Madeline, are you hurt?"
As Jurgen bent over to examine her, I heard a distinct crack. Jurgen's hand flew to his back, and he groaned.
"Oh no, I've pulled something."
I knew dinner was too good to be true. I crouched down and tried to roll my mother off her stomach.
"Don't move me,"
she insisted.
"You'll paralyze me."
"You don't have a spinal injury," I said. "It's safe to move you." Slowly, my mother pushed herself to rest on her side.
"I can't walk."
A splotch of red emanated from the knee.
"My good white pants! They're ruined!"
The mention of good implies that somewhere you have bad white pants. Ignoring me, my mother shifted to sit on her bottom.
"I knew it was a bad idea to walk afterward. We should have driven straight home."
"I wanted you to see the town at its best. The parade hadn't worked out, so I thought an evening stroll along the river would do the trick." I glared at the cobblestone. "Thanks for nothing, buddy."
"There's nothing I can't appreciate from the safety of the car,"
my mother said. Moonlight washed over us, but I was too distracted to fully appreciate it. I stood staring at my tearful mother as she nursed her wounded knee and Jurgen's pained expression. He seemed incapable of standing fully erect. "Do I need to call for 2 stretchers, or can you share one?" I offered my hand, and my mother used me as leverage to pull herself to her feet, moaning the whole way.
"Why don't they fix these sidewalks?"
she grumbled. "This part of the path is cobblestone. They've been here since before most of these buildings."
"They're a nuisance,"
she shot back. She seemed to realize her husband was still in pain. "Do you need ibuprofen?" I asked. "I have a bottle in my purse."
"He can't have ibuprofen anymore,"
my mother said. "Why not?"
"It's too hard on my stomach,"
Jurgen explained.
"I could have a bleed." "Because he took so much of it when he was younger,"
my mother added with a note of disapproval.
"Now he can't have any at all. There's a lesson to be learned from too much of a good thing."
I let the information sink in. "Wait, you mean there's a possibility I won't be able to take ibuprofen at the point in my life when I need it the most?"
"Ironic, isn't it?"
Jurgen asked, grimacing. "More like cruel and unusual punishment." My mother attempted to hobble, but quickly gave up.
"I can't walk all the way to the car."
I held out my hand. "Give me the keys, and I'll drive as close to here as I can get." My mother barked a laugh.
"Do you seriously think I'm going to let you drive the Mercedes?" "I can do it."
Jurgen took a dramatic step forward and winced in agony.
"No, I can't."
I contemplated the two of them. "If you can't walk to the car, you certainly can't drive it." Driving aside, I had to find a way to get them to the car. I couldn't call Dane, or my mother would wonder why I called a lawyer after hours to carry her to the car. She was too cunning to fall for a flimsy excuse. Jurgen stumbled over to a bench and slowly lowered himself onto it.
"I'll be fine. I'll wait here until the pain subsides.
I hooked an arm under my mother's armpit and escorted her to the bench. Stay here and I'll find a solution. My call went straight to Patrick's voicemail. Crap. Scarlett was strong for her petite size, but certainly not strong enough to help with 2 bodies. I crossed the path and stood next to a lamppost while I debated my next call. I hated to do it, but I didn't have much of a choice.
Who's this?
A husky voice asked. You know perfectly well who this is. Are you on duty?
Maybe. What's it to you?
Can you come quickly?
Not a request I've ever gotten before, but I'll make an exception for you.
I closed my eyes and groaned. My mother and Jurgen have managed to hurt themselves on the river walk, and I need help getting them home. We're near the Ghostlight Inn.
I'm driving past Jenga now. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
I dropped the phone into my purse and silently cursed myself for involving him. I'd never live it down, and Dane would be dismayed that I didn't call him. Derek was law enforcement, though. Under the circumstances, he was the better choice. True to his word, Derek found us within minutes. He clapped his hands and rubbed them together as he approached the bench.
I understand you're having quite the evening.
My mother raised her chin to regard him.
The food was excellent, although I didn't care for the wine.
Derek leaned down and offered his arm.
Why don't I help you first and come back for your husband?
Help me where?
My mother asked.
Our car is parked all the way at 1776.
My car is right over there. I'll load you both into it and drive you back to Mia's. If you give her the keys, she can follow us in your car.
To my complete shock, my mother nodded at Jurgen.
Give her the keys, darling.
So when I ask for the keys, I'm denied. But when Detective Derek Fairfax asks on my behalf, it's an automatic yes? I'd saved my complaint for later. My mother stood, and Derek whisked her off her feet. She giggled like a schoolgirl as he carried her to the police car like a bride and groom about to cross the threshold. I waited at the car until he returned with Jurgen. At least the older man was able to walk with Derek's support. Thank you, I said to Derek as he opened the car door.
Interesting that you called me,
he said. I figured you wouldn't be busy. And look at that. I was right. He gave me a lingering grin.
Right. Now you owe me one, Thorn.
Wiggling his eyebrows, he ducked into the car and gunned the engine. By the time I arrived home, there was no sign of Derek's car in the driveway. I parked the Mercedes, careful to position it exactly the way Jurgen had done, and headed inside. My mother and Jurgen had made it as far as the sofa. Can I get you anything? Painkillers? Tequila? I gestured toward the kitchen.
Are you sure you two aren't having a fling?
My mother asked. My hands stilled. A fling? With Derek?
You even call him Derek. Why are you on a first-name basis with the local police force?
I swallowed hard. Because he's the brother of the man I'm dating? Because I found a dead body in my garden and Derek considered me a suspect? This is a small town, Mom. Everybody's on a first-name basis. I even know the name of my mailman. She fingered her pearl necklace.
How strange. I don't think I would enjoy everyone knowing my business. Suburban sprawl is wonderful for keeping neighbors at bay. Jurgen and I drive straight into the garage and don't have to see a soul unless we seek them out.
Pray tell, what reason would you have for seeking them out? She swatted a hand.
Oh, you know, if they leave a birthday sign on their lawn for too long or try to inflate one of those awful reindeer at Christmas. The HOA rules are thankfully very strict about such things.
And I guess it's your sworn duty to protect those rules? She splayed a hand on her chest.
I am the HOA secretary.
A position she took seriously, no doubt.
For what it's worth, I think Detective Fairfax is very handsome, she added.
It's worth nothing because I'm not interested. He only flirted with me because he had a habit of trying to take what his brother wanted, which right now happened to be me.
I wouldn't mind a cup of herbal tea,
Jurgen said. How about you, Mom?
Nothing for me. I'd like to go to bed.
Why don't I help you upstairs first, and then I'll come back down and make the tea?
I should have stayed at the hotel,
she muttered.
At least there'd be an elevator.
I'm sorry this very old cottage isn't equipped with an elevator. I'll have a word with the manager. I helped her upstairs one step at a time and installed her in the guest bedroom. I took the white pants after she stripped them off and offered to bleach them. When I returned downstairs, Jurgen had made it to the kitchen and the kettle was boiling. Are you feeling better? I asked.
I'm starting to loosen up.
I retrieved a selection of tea bags from the pantry and set the box on the counter.
Your mother loves you very much, you know,
he said quietly. I appreciate that.
I mean it, Amelia. I know she can be difficult sometimes, but it's only a reflection of her love for you.
Doesn't feel like it.
No, I can understand that, truly, but she worries about you all the time.
I'm an adult. She doesn't need to worry about me.
Just because you grew up doesn't mean you're any less of her child.
Oh, please. My mother would trade me for a normal child in a heartbeat. I use air quotes around normal because my mother and I had vastly different ideas about the meaning of the word.
Your mother views you as an extension of herself, and she can be very hard on herself, too.
Oh? Does she tell herself not to talk during a birthday party so the other guests don't think she's weird? Because she did that to me in 5th grade before I went to Elsie Hickok's party. I was so excited to be invited because Elsie was the kind of girl everyone wanted to be friends with. And right before the party, my mother pulled me aside and advised me to zip my lip and not say anything. I sat through the entire party, terrified of speaking, and ended up looking like a freak anyway. Jurgen fell silent. He may live with her now, but I had 42 years of experience with her and spent the formative years of my life as the object of her critical eye. She didn't even pause to draw breath after my dad died, I continued. She kept going like nothing had happened, and suddenly I had a stepfather I barely knew.
Don't be fooled by outward appearances, Amelia. She mourned the loss of your father. She talks about him to me every so often. It's very clear how much she loved him.
Well, you must know a different Madeline, because the one I know acted like she didn't give a damn. I felt myself getting worked up, and once I was on a roll, there seemed to be no stopping me. Everything, and I mean everything, is about appearances with that woman. Feelings are to be dismissed and not experienced, certainly not expressed, especially when other people are within earshot.
I think it might do you and your mother some good to spend time together without me.
Laughter spilled out of me. There's already been one murder in town this week. Let's not add a second one.
You obviously have things you'd like to get off your chest.
Trust me, Jurgen. I've been doing a lot of inner work since I moved here. I can feel myself getting healthier by the day. It was hardly a surprise that my mother's visit resulted in an emotional setback. Personal growth was a marathon, not a sprint, and sometimes there would be Madeline-shaped bumps along the way. I'll overcome this hurdle as soon as Mom leaves Newberry. Jurgen smiled.
That's not overcoming it. That's avoiding it.
I shrugged. You say tomato is a fruit? I say it's a vegetable.
It's most definitely a fruit. Google it.
No thanks. I'd prefer to dwell in ignorance on that one. Jurgen studied me over the rim of his teacup.
I'm glad you're working on yourself. We should all be blessed with the self-awareness to recognize our areas in need of improvement.
I have Aunt Hazel to thank. If it weren't for my inheritance, I don't know where I'd be right now. I certainly wouldn't have the luxury of self-reflection because I'd be too busy avoiding homelessness.
You're always welcome at our house, don't ever feel like you can't come to us if you're in need of help."
Jurgen seemed like a genuinely nice man. Even in the face of a possible murder charge, he kept his cool. Fashion crimes aside, Mom had chosen well for herself this time. I wasn't quite ready to offer him a hug, but I gave his arm a reassuring pat. "We'll get you home soon, Jurgen. One way or another, the truth will set you free." Chapter 15. I turned up on Patrick's doorstep the next morning with a travel mug of coffee. I'd left a note from my mother and Jurgen to say I was headed to work and would be home for dinner. Of course, by work, I meant the next step in the investigation. Just because Judd and Michelle proved to be dead ends didn't mean I was giving up. Carrie Olansky had mentioned Nova's job at the senior citizen home. There was a chance that she'd had a confidant among the elderly residents. Patrick opened the door wearing a silk black robe and a matching banana hammock. His wavy hair was disheveled, and he was mid-yawn. I brushed past him into the living room. "No wonder you didn't answer my call last night. You were clearly having a better time than I was." He dragged a hand through his hair in an effort to calm the waves.
"I had a date. It went well."
"Glad to hear it. What's his name?"
"No spoilers. I want to see if he calls first."
"Fair enough. Do you know anything about Bountiful Gardens? It's a home for senior citizens where the murder victim worked." He settled on the sofa.
"And here I thought you were checking on me because I didn't answer your call."
I sat in the adjacent chair and took a sip of my coffee. "That too?" Patrick yawned again.
"I know it well. I volunteer there twice a month, usually to play piano."
I frowned. "I guess you never crossed paths with Nova Harkness." He shook his head.
"No, I didn't realize she worked there."
"She quit a few months ago, according to her roommate."
"I take it Judd didn't pan out as a lead?"
"No. I figured it's worth a conversation with the residents. Maybe she shared information with someone."
"Oh, they're a bunch of gossips for sure. They make the rumor mill look lazy."
He broke into a broad smile.
"It's one of the reasons I love volunteering there."
"Would you mind volunteering today? Like, right now?" I folded my hands in a prayer position and batted my eyelashes. "Pretty pleased with tequila on top?"
"Don't you have a job now? Shouldn't you be peddling your wares or whatever it is you do?"
"I'm going to swing by the administrative office at Bountiful Gardens while we're there. It's called multitasking." Patrick fidgeted on the sofa.
"I don't know. I have to meet with a client at noon. He bought a grandfather clock that he's sure is haunted. He wants me to examine it."
"Please, Patrick, you have plenty of time before your appointment. I don't want to go alone."
"You don't need me to be a contributing member of the community. You can do that all by yourself."
"Senior citizen homes make me nervous," I admitted.
"Why? They won't bite. Most of them don't have their own teeth."
I hesitated. "I don't think I can."
"Age isn't contagious, you know. You can't enter with a smooth face and leave with wrinkles."
"The whole idea of a home for the elderly makes me uncomfortable."
"Is there a minimum age that unsettles you? Like if we stick to the 8'5" and under crowd, are we good?"
I narrowed my eyes. "You mock my pain."
"Seriously, what's the issue? I don't get it."
"It's like a ghost of Christmas future situation. I picture myself with nowhere to go and no one who wants to take care of me. It's upsetting."
"In that case, allow me to reassure you. Not all these people are sad sacks. Some of them are too social to live alone. They thrive in the home environment because there's always someone to talk to about your latest ailment."
"Sounds like my mother's ideal environment." Patrick peeled himself off the sofa.
"I'll be your wingman. Let me get dressed."
I clapped my hands. "Thank you, Patrick. I really appreciate it." He paused at the bottom of the staircase.
"You need me to drive, too, don't you?"
I smiled sweetly. "If you don't mind."
"No, I've seen how you drive that scooter. I definitely don't mind."
He descended the staircase a few minutes later looking refreshed in black jeans and a silver t-shirt that accentuated his muscular arms. "If the haunted object business ever dries up, there's a future for you in arm modeling," I told him. "You look like you could rip logs in half with those muscles." He patted my cheek.
Have I mentioned how glad I am you moved to town?
"Hold that thought. Can we stop by the pharmacy first?" Patrick eyed me warily.
Why? Do you need to pick up a prescription for something gross? I'll wait outside.
"You can't wait outside. I need your opinion." He clamped a hand over his eyes.
It is something gross. Talk to the pharmacist. I don't provide medical advice, only spiritual.
I removed his hand from his face. "It's not gross, I promise." I waited until we were in the pharmacy to say more. I dragged him in front of the carousel of reading glasses. "I need to level up." I motioned to the display.
Sweetie, I think that's considered leveling down.
I scrutinized the selection of glasses. "I've been putting off a new pair because it means
you'll be better able to read my text messages, which, let's face it, is the real priority here."
He examined the different styles before selecting black rectangular frames with rounded edges.
These might work with the shape of your face.
I tried on a variety of glasses, checking to make sure I could read small print with them before bothering to examine my reflection in the mirror. Function over form.
Definitely those blue ones,
Patrick said.
They're fun and flirty.
I lowered the glasses to the slope of my nose and peered at him. "Do I need reading glasses to be fun and flirty?"
You'll bring that pair with you on dates, so yes.
"In that case, I should probably get more than one pair."
Naturally. I suggest a pair for your bedside table and for the kitchen, too.
"You say this like you have experience." He gave me a pointed look.
I don't make a habit of it, but I've dated a few older men in my time.
I modeled another pair of glasses. "This is like the sexy librarian version of a Pretty Woman montage." He continued studying the display.
I'm afraid I don't understand the reference.
My eyes popped. "You don't know Pretty Woman?" I shook my head, choosing another pair of glasses to try. "Big mistake. Huge."
I get the distinct impression you're making yet another Pretty Woman reference, but I can assure you it's completely lost on me.
I heaved a sigh. This is so disappointing.
And so are those red glasses. Put them back and try again.
Thanks to Patrick, I left with 3 pairs of reading glasses and a pack of Altoids because apparently I had coffee breath.
They may be half blind and wearing Depends, but they've retained their sense of smell,
he said as we drove to Bountiful Gardens. The home was located on 3 acres of land near the outskirts of town. True to its name, the buildings were surrounded by gardens bursting with color. They put red clover's exterior to shame.
You're seeing it at its best,
Patrick said, pulling into a parking spot.
Spring is the best season here.
Why did you decide to volunteer?
One of my regular clients, Millicent. She ended up living here after a stroke, and I visited her until she died. I got to know some of the other residents and decided to keep coming.
He shrugged.
They appreciate the company, and I find them delightful.
He paused.
Well, most of them. There are a few who could drown in their tapioca pudding and I wouldn't shed a tear.
Let's find out if any of them shed a tear over Nova. Patrick greeted the young man at the reception desk by name and signed us in. I asked for the name of the manager and was directed to a side office. "How about I meet you in there?" I asked as I slid the guest lanyard over my head.
Sure. I'll be in the activities room. Just stay out of reach of Grabby Gary. He's called that for a reason.
Noted. The manager was a chubby-cheeked man by the name of Terrence. He seemed elated to chat with someone closer to his age. I introduced myself and told him about my new job with the newspaper. "This is a lovely facility," I said. "I look forward to seeing inside."
Oh, it's a real gem. We pride ourselves on our community spirit.
What kind of marketing do you do for it? He reeled off a few websites and magazines geared to the senior citizen population. I have to imagine that many of these residents are brought here by their adult children. Have you considered an advertising campaign aimed at that demographic? I retrieved the media kit from my bag and placed it on his desk. Why don't you take a look at our information and let me know what you think? He glanced at the materials and back to me.
No hard sell?
That's not my style, Terrence. The data speaks for itself. I'm happy to answer any questions, of course, but none of this is new to you. I think it's worth exploring a new angle, but then again, it's not my marketing budget. Slowly, he nodded.
I appreciate you stopping by.
I rose to my feet. Nice to meet you. If you need me anytime soon, I'll be in the activities room. The activities room was the size of an Olympic swimming pool. I spotted Patrick chatting to the left with two old men intent on a game of chess. The silver-haired man wore a blue cardigan, and the bald man wore a Led Zeppelin t-shirt. Patrick straightened when he noticed me.
Here she is now, gentlemen. Mia, I'd like you to meet Marvin and Theo.
The men barely acknowledged me, too focused on their game to pay me attention.
Hello, Patrick. I didn't realize we'd see you today, or I would have worn my good brooch,
a wispy voice said. I turned to see a woman in a sleek red wig that was slightly askew. She wore a white ruffled blouse and bright red lipstick that gave her a slightly unhinged look. Patrick maneuvered around the chess table to greet her with a peck on the cheek.
Hey, Lois, how are you?
Busy?
The old woman held up a cross-stitch.
What do you think?
I moved closer to admire her handiwork and stifled a gasp at the image of a man's head buried between a woman's legs. I'd never seen erotic cross-stitch before.
Prude,
the old woman muttered. I forced a smile. It's great.
That sound you made suggests otherwise. You gasped like you were appalled.
I was expecting flowers, not naked Twister. Lois held up the cross-stitch.
It's not Twister. He's pleasuring her. It's symbolic.
Of what? I muttered.
Yes, I can see the deeper meaning,
Marvin said, peering over her shoulder for a glimpse.
Much deeper.
Theo moved his bishop across the board.
Nobody can make a baby in that position. It's unnatural.
Lois sniffed.
Hence why we've never had sex.
Is it 69?
Marvin asked.
No, he's not in the right position,
Lois said. She pointed to the image.
He would need to be... I remember when I was 69.
An older woman interrupted, wearing a dreamy expression. She had frosted blonde hair and wore a floral nightgown with plain white backless slippers.
You do not, Myra,
Marvin snapped.
You don't even remember what you had for breakfast.
I do so. It was cornflakes with a quarter cup of blueberries.
Only because that's the same breakfast you have every morning,
he grumbled. Myra examined me closely.
You don't look old enough to be here.
That was a relief. I'm 42. Did you enjoy your 40s? I asked.
I made the most of all my decades,
she replied.
What's the point of life if you don't live it?
Marvin plunked a chess piece on the board.
Is that what you're going to tell St. Peter when you arrive at the pearly gates and he starts going through your list of bad behavior? You were simply living life?
Myra appeared affronted.
What bad behavior?
I was talking to Lois,
Marvin said. Lois waved a dismissive hand.
That was all in good fun.
I'm not sure your husband would agree.
My third one would,
Lois said.
That's how I met him.
An elderly man rolled into the room in a wheelchair. He had tufts of white hair sprouting from the sides of his head.
That's Grabby Gary,
Myra whispered.
He's pansexual, and he's not afraid to prove it. He'd grab a llama's ass if it walked close enough.
Yoo-hoo! Patrick!
A silver-haired woman called from across the room.
Come and talk to me, honey. I have another customer for you.
Customer? I queried under my breath.
I've helped some of them with their haunted objects.
We crossed the room to see her.
Here, Patrick, I've also made a dress for that lovely doll of yours.
Lovely doll? She couldn't possibly mean Susie. The dress looked like the ugliest prom gown I'd ever seen. It was layered with yellow and orange crinoline and a bright orange ribbon around the neck. Susie would resemble a demonic big bird in that dress. Patrick held up the dress to admire it.
Thank you, Helen. This is beautiful. I'm sure Susie will love it.
Only because Susie had no taste or soul. Helen folded her hands in her lap.
My nephew was here to see me recently, and he mentioned an issue with a leather chair that they bought from an estate sale. I gave him one of your cards. His name is Chad. He's a real yuppie, but don't hold that against him.
Patrick bit back a smile.
I'll try not to.
Helen pressed a hand against her mouth.
Should I not have mentioned your little operation in front of mixed company?
Oh, no. Me as a friend. In fact,
Patrick lightly gripped my shoulders.
Me as a gifted psychic.
Another gentleman expressed a delighted sound in response to the declaration. Either that, or he was pleased to be passing gas.
Did someone say psychic?
Lois asked. Nothing wrong with her hearing. Myra waved an enthusiastic hand in the air.
Oh, do me. I love to have my fortune told.
I looked apprehensively at Patrick. I don't know how to do anyone. Helen patted my arm.
You need to put yourself out there more, hon. Maybe try a bit of lipstick.
Patrick nudged me.
What's the problem? This will be good practice.
They're on the verge of crossing over as it is, I whispered. How much fortune is left to tell? Patrick stepped on the back of my heel and propelled me forward.
Mia would love to do a reading for you.
My gulp was audible. I'm sort of new at this, so I'm not sure how accurate I'll be. Marvin grunted.
How can you be new at something? You're what, 50?
My fingers curled around Patrick's arm and pressed into his flesh. I'm 42.
I remember when I was 42,
Myra said. Good grief.
I have tarot cards.
Helen thrust a pack into my hand. They were a different design from the one I used with Virginia, but the meaning of each card was the same. I'll see what I can do. I sat at the table across from her and shuffled the deck. A small crowd gathered around the table. No pressure, then. I'll need you to ask a question and then select 3 cards, I said, copying Virginia.
Will my new dentures arrive this week?
Helen asked. Marvin scowled.
You're wasting a question on that? Who cares?
She opened her mouth to reveal gums.
My stomach! It's been all broth, jello, and applesauce, and I'm sick to death of them.
Why don't you try another question, Helen? I prodded.
Will I ever have a great-grandchild?
She flipped over the cards and frowned at the images.
I don't like these options.
You don't even know what they mean,
Theo said.
You only have them because Betty left them behind when she died.
She squared her shoulders.
I do so know.
She bit her lip and looked at me.
What do they mean?
I studied the 3 cards and felt a surge of performance anxiety. The middle card.
Holy smokes,
Marvin yelled.
It's the death card. One of us is going to die.
I hate to break it to you,
an acerbic voice said.
But we're all going to die. The only question is when.
I got a glance at the corner of the room where a white-haired woman sat in a rocking chair with a tablet in her lap. The death card doesn't necessarily mean literal death, I told him. It can represent a time of change.
Change?
Helen echoed.
So does that mean I'm getting a great-grandchild?
I glanced at the 2 cards on either side of the death card and froze. The 9 of Cups and the Wheel of Fortune. What did the 9 of Cups mean? I remembered Virginia's words about letting intuition act as my guide. Contentment, success, luck. Those words floated to the surface of my mind. Whatever the outcome, Helen, everything will be okay, I said. Helen gazed at the cards in wonder.
Are you sure? I try to ask my grandson about it, but he clams up whenever I broach the subject.
Because it's none of your business,
Marvin said. I glared at Marvin. It's not necessarily because it's bad news. Maybe don't raise the subject next time and see if your grandson brings it up on his own. It could be that he's feeling pressure and backs away from the subject because he's uncomfortable. Helen smiled, showing off her gums.
Thank you. That makes me feel so much better.
Relief flooded my body. Show's over, folks. Time to move on.
I don't believe in fortune-telling or psychics or any of that nonsense,
the woman in the rocking chair said.
It's okay, Connie. You don't have to participate,
Patrick said in a soothing voice. Wordlessly, Connie dropped her gaze to the tablet. Curious to see what held her attention, I maneuvered closer to her. It was then that I noticed the wire in one ear that was attached to the tablet on her lap. The familiar face of Andy Cohen from Bravo stared back at me. A Real Housewives reunion? I asked excitedly. Which franchise? Connie looked at me, and I saw the skepticism in her eyes.
Beverly Hills. Iconic. You're such an effing liar, Camille,
I said in my best Kyle Richards voice. Connie inclined her head toward the nearby ottoman.
Sit down, Psychic. You and I are going to get along just fine.
Who's your favorite housewife? I asked.
I have to go with Nene Leakes. You?
Bethany Frankel, but I have a soft spot for New York because that's where I'm from. Connie smiled, expanding her pruned face.
I miss the city. I used to travel there to see shows on a regular basis when I was younger. Now I have to get all the updates from the internet.
Connie seemed sharper than the other residents. Maybe she was a good candidate for information about Nova. By any chance, do you know the name Nova Harkness? Connie's eyes sparked with life.
Oh, yes. She worked here until a few months ago.
She paused.
At least I think it was only a few months. You lose all track of time at my age, which can be a blessing and a curse.
Did you like her? Connie blew a raspberry.
Nobody liked her. But if you wanted your preferred dessert or a prime spot at the bunco table, then you sucked up to her.
She turned off the tablet.
You know what's funny? I remember her playing with Helen's tarot cards one day. She claimed to be a witch. I didn't buy it for a minute, of course.
Do you remember any of your conversations with her? Connie regarded me.
What's this about? Did her big idea actually take off this time?
I sucked in a breath. She told you about that? Connie rolled her eyes.
I had to hear about her grand plans constantly. I don't remember most of them, not because I'm old, mind you, but because they weren't worth remembering.
I scooted the ottoman closer to her. Can you tell me everything you remember?
Well, I remember the day she gave her notice because she gave me 2 puddings. That never happens. She danced around the cafeteria like she'd won the lottery, which she kind of did. Some man offered to get her off the ground. That's why she was able to quit and focus on her idea full time.
Someone gave her money? Carrie didn't mention that. She likely didn't know.
Marvalone, I think. She borrowed money from someone named Klein.
Connie tapped her fingers on the arm of the chair.
No, wait. Hobbs.
She grunted.
Goodness gracious, that's not it either.
Do you mean Calvin? She lit up.
Yes, that's it. Do you know him?
No, but I'm good at word association games. Any idea where she knew Calvin from? Connie scrunched her face in concentration.
I think she met him at a bar. Not a bar,
Helen interrupted.
He owns the trolley business.
I started. Is his name Glenn Calvin?
That's right,
Connie said.
I forgot about the trolley. It's such a nice tour. Have you taken it?
Sort of. Glenn Calvin, Judd's boss, loaned Nova the money for her big idea. That couldn't be a coincidence. Judd didn't seem aware of their arrangement. I was sure he would have mentioned it. Are you ready, Patrick? I asked. There's somewhere I need to go. There was a collective groan from the group. I'll come back another time, I promised.
Bring your crystal ball next time,
Myra said.
None of that tarot card bullshit.
I'll see what I can do.
Aw, they liked you,
Patrick said as we exited the building. I shuddered. I don't think I can go back. Patrick looked at me askance.
What's your deal? Is it your mother's influence with all the anti-aging products? I mean, I fully support a regime, but not to the point where it's causing an irrational fear of the elderly.
It's not about how they look or smell, although I could do without the stench of muscle relief cream. I think it's because they're alone. He stopped in front of his car.
Alone? Were we in the same room? Any more social and they'd be on a cruise ship to the Caribbean.
You know what I mean. I see my future in a place like this, and it scares me. He squinted at me.
Why would you see your future here?
I'm an only child. I don't have children. I don't have a husband. I shrugged. Who would take care of me if I can't take care of myself?
Was Hazel in a home? No, she was not. She lived in her own home to the ripe old age of Gandalf.
Oh, sure. You can make that movie reference, but you don't know Pretty Woman.
First, Gandalf is a book reference. Second, the Lord of the Rings movies came out decades after your Julie Robertson movie.
Julia Roberts. I cast a glance over my shoulder. I bet everyone in that room knows who she is. He patted my shoulder.
Congratulations. You have something in common with them.
I slid into the passenger seat in silence. Patrick was right. Aunt Hazel lived a long, full life and was completely independent up until she died. Maybe I shared enough of her DNA to grant me the same kindness. Only time would tell. Chapter 16. After our visit to Bountiful Gardens, I had Patrick drop me off in front of Dane's office building.
Right on time for a nooner,
Patrick teased. Hardy har. You'd better hurry or you're going to be late. Those grandfather clocks won't exercise themselves. I strode into the converted house and past the empty reception desk to Dane's open door. His head was bent over a document, and I took a moment to admire his broad shoulders and lush head of blonde hair. Sensing a presence, he glanced up at me and grinned.
Hey, this is a nice surprise.
I hooked my thumb over my shoulder. Are you sure you have an assistant? I've been here several times and have yet to meet anyone.
Actually, I don't anymore, so if you know someone, I'm in the market for a legal assistant.
You can run a classified ad in the paper. I bet Everett would run it for free.
Good idea. I bet he would.
He cocked his head.
How's everything with your mom and Jurgen? Is he coping okay?
He seems fine. She could use a bottle of Xanax, but that's her natural state. I leaned against the door jamb. Random question. Are you a member of the golf club? He smiled.
Are you asking me that because I'm a lawyer?
Yes.
Fair enough. As a matter of fact, I am.
It's a beautiful day. Care for a game? He studied me.
Do you know how to golf?
I played softball in high school. How hard can it be to swing a club as opposed to a bat? Dane chuckled.
I'm going to enjoy this more than I should.
He shoved back his chair.
I'm always up for fresh air.
You sure I'm not interrupting your work? He switched off his computer.
I get the feeling this visit is about more than practicing your golf swing.
I wagged a finger at him. You've got me all figured out already.
Not hard to do. Your face is pretty expressive.
I sighed. Now you sound like Patrick and Scarlett. They want me to practice my poker face.
Why?
Are you planning a trip to the casino?
No, because they think I don't have one and that it's a liability. His face hardened as a memory slotted into place.
Is this because of Mandy?
I averted my gaze. Maybe.
I'm so sorry, Mia.
His ex-girlfriend, Mandy Pinkerton, had tried to kill me after I realized she'd murdered a man named Bernard Sims. She didn't kill me, Dane. I'm right here, perfectly safe. He shook his head.
I'll never forgive myself for putting you in that situation.
I looked at him. Please don't blame yourself. You didn't have anything to do with what happened. He approached the doorway and clasped my hand in his.
Any chance we can go out again soon? I've missed you.
My chest tightened. As soon as my mom and Jurgen are free to leave town. Right now, I feel like I need to stay focused on them.
Is this why we're going to the golf club?
There was an amused glint in his sea-colored eyes. It is, actually. I squeezed his hand. Come on, I'll fill you in on the way.
I know of Glen Calvin, but we've never met,
Dane said as he pulled the car into the parking lot of the Newberry Golf Club. Really? And you both golf at the same club? I thought everybody knew each other in this town.
He hangs out with a different crowd. I knew his father, Michael Calvin, but he passed away about 5 years ago. Let's just say father and son don't have much in common.
The golf club was housed in a squat building with a stucco exterior. Despite the manicured gardens, there was something tired and worn about the club.
The course is nicer than the building,
Dane said, as though reading my mind. Who was the psychic now? On second thought, it was probably my lack of a poker face at work again. I was wondering if I should speak to someone about advertising, but I remember seeing their quarter-page ad. In my opinion, they should put their marketing money toward a makeover. We entered the lobby, and Dane greeted the two guys behind the reception counter.
You're not scheduled today, are you?
The younger guy asked. He consulted the computer.
I don't see your name. We're actually looking for Glen Calvin,
Dane said.
Is he around by any chance?
The older guy inclined his head toward the course.
He's probably on the 9th hole by now.
Is he with anyone? I asked.
Not today. Doug canceled at the last minute,
the younger guy said.
But Glenn still wanted to play.
Dane rapped his knuckles on the counter.
Thanks, guys.
Do we get to ride in a cart? I asked as we returned to the sunny outdoors.
No need. 9th hole isn't far.
I stifled my disappointment. I'd always wanted to ride in a golf cart. We caught up with Calvin between the 8th and 9th holes. In a ratty white t-shirt and jeans that hung too low on his hips, he wasn't remotely how I envisioned him. His anemic brown ponytail hung limp down the back of his neck. "Excuse me, Mr. Calvin," I said. He finished placing the ball on the tee and looked up at us.
Yeah?
I stuck out a hand. "Hi, I'm Mia Thorne. I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind."
I'm in the middle of a golf game. What makes you think I wouldn't mind?
I pinned him with an earnest expression. "I wouldn't bother you if it weren't very important." Leaning on the handle of his club, Calvin's gaze flicked over Dane.
And who's this? Your hired muscle?
Dane chuckled.
That's a first for me.
Calvin narrowed his eyes.
You look familiar. Who are you?
Dane shook his hand.
Dane Fairfax. I'm a lawyer in town. With that body? I thought lawyers were supposed to be old dudes who wear boring suits and toupees.
Calvin shifted his focus to me.
He looks like that guy from Fool's Gold, doesn't he?
Interesting movie reference, I said. I would have said How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days or The Wedding Planner. Calvin snapped his fingers.
Dazed and Confused. That's a classic.
Dane looked from Calvin back to me.
Am I supposed to understand this conversation?
Calvin lightly punched his arm.
Come on, bro. Somebody's told you by now. You're lucky. Everybody tells me I look like Joe Dirt.
I could see that.
And you look like...
Calvin trailed off.
The lady who used to live next door to me with all the cats. They used to cry on my back porch thinking I might be as much of a pushover as she was. Newsflash, I'm not.
Okay, so we established he wasn't a pushover, but was he a murderer? I understand you knew Nova Harkness, I said. He scowled.
Why do you want to talk to me about her?
His eyes bugged.
Is that why you brought your lawyer friend?
Dane held up his hands.
Pretend I'm not here. Kind of hard when you look like a buff movie star, dude.
Dane shot me a helpless look. There was something appealing about a man like him not realizing how incredible he looked. Derek, on the other hand, knew exactly how attractive he was and wasn't afraid to tell you all about it. He's a member of the club, too, I explained. That's the only reason he's here. Calvin pointed the club at him.
That's why you look familiar. I knew there was a reason. Are you decent? We should play sometime.
I can handle myself, Dane said. Calvin tapped Dane's bicep with the club.
I bet you can.
I couldn't decide whether Calvin wanted to date Dane or wanted to be him. I cleared my throat in an effort to draw Calvin's attention back to me.
Do you need a lozenge?
Calvin asked.
I've got a tin in my back pocket.
He tucked the club under his arm and reached for his pocket. I'm good, thanks. How well did you know Nova? He tugged on his ponytail.
She dated one of my employees, and I got to know her through him.
I understand she owed you money.
I wouldn't put it that way. I loaned her money to get her new business idea off the ground, but things were only just getting started.
What was the big idea? He pretended to zip his lip.
I'm not at liberty to say. I signed an NDA.
I looked sideways at Dane. Is that still enforceable if one party is dead?
Depends. Did she sign it as herself or on behalf of a company?
Calvin grimaced.
Heck if I remember. I barely read it.
Dane groaned.
Never tell a lawyer you signed a legal document you didn't read. It takes a little piece of our soul. Thought you were already lacking in that department.
Calvin guffawed at his own joke. I guess you really like Nova if you were willing to loan her the money, I said. Calvin licked his lips.
Nova wasn't someone you liked. She was someone you tolerated.
Then why loan her money? I pressed.
I wasn't sleeping with her, if that's what you're asking. Judd's a nice guy. I wouldn't do that to him. Besides, she wasn't my type.
I feel like you're skirting the question. I looked at Dane. You have experience with this sort of thing. Dane nodded.
He's dodging.
Calvin groaned in exasperation.
Fine. I loaned her money because it seemed like a smart idea at the time. In hindsight, I realized it was a mistake, but it was too late.
What gave you confidence in the first place? I asked.
She promised to pay me interest. She had this grand 5-year plan that sounded cool.
And you bet on her confidence rather than on the idea itself? He bowed his head.
I guess I should have asked more questions, but I was feeling like a big shot. I had this image of myself offering a leg up to someone like those guys on Shark Tank. I give her seed money to get started, and I'm like a silent partner. It would be a win-win for both of us.
Calvin examined the dirt under his fingernails. How much did you lend her? I asked.
10 grand. It didn't feel like real money to me.
Because you didn't earn it? I asked. He flinched.
You don't mince words, huh? No, I didn't technically earn it. I inherited it from my old man. He died sooner than he was expecting, and I ended up getting everything. God love him, but he was a cheap bastard when he was alive. I'm reaping the benefits of it now, though. I knew your father,
Dane interjected.
He was a good man.
Are you a good man? I asked. Calvin swung his club over his head to rest behind his shoulders.
I didn't kill Nova. Why would I?
Money is a great motivator, Dane said.
Yeah, but why would I kill her over it? If she's dead, I don't get my money back, and I definitely don't get it with interest.
Unless you knew you'd never see a dime anyway, I said. You loaned her money to start a business there seems to be no evidence of. Maybe you found out she played you and it pissed you off. Might as well get your revenge. His eyebrows inched up.
Over 10 grand? I don't think so, lady. My life's too good to risk over that amount of money.
I crossed my arms. You said Nova was someone you tolerated rather than liked. Maybe she pressed your wrong buttons one too many times and you snapped.
Just because I didn't warm to her doesn't mean I'd kill her. Truth be told, I'm sorry she's dead. An unexpected death really makes you reassess your life, you know? I even called my cousin Gwen. Hadn't talked to her in months, but when I heard about Nova, I thought it was time to touch base.
Did you see Nova at the festival? I asked. Calvin nodded grimly.
Right as the parade started, I was on the sidewalk, and she blew me a kiss from the street and laughed.
Why would she do that? I asked. He shrugged.
Because she knew how I felt about her, and she wanted to make light of it. She enjoyed making people uncomfortable. It was kind of her way.
The voodoo doll certainly supported that theory. A thumbtack in the crotch would make anyone uncomfortable.
I didn't follow the parade, so I missed the commotion,
he continued.
I went into the bar with a few buddies. We heard the noise, but we assumed it was part of the parade.
Which bar? I asked.
Fran's. We had pizza and a pitcher of beer. It was a good day up until I heard what happened.
He curled his fingers around the handle of the club.
Is there really no evidence of a business?
None that I've seen. As far as I know, it never got past the idea stage. He spat on the ground.
I should have known better. Oh well, that's the cost of doing business, right? You take risks, and sometimes that means you make a bad investment. My accountant says it's a write-off.
Dane produced a business card from his wallet.
If you ever need a pair of legal eyes on a document, or you want to consult me on a business plan, I'd be happy to help. Thanks. I'll do that.
Calvin stuck the card in his pocket.
You busy now? You can play through with me.
I'll have to pass. Dane nudged me.
I'm spoken for this afternoon. Oh, you two are an item.
He scratched his head.
Huh. I wouldn't have put you two together, but hey, that's what keeps life interesting, right? All these mysteries.
So basically, he was saying it was a mystery why Matthew McConaughey would date the neighborhood cat lady. Part of me wanted Derek to arrest him just for being a douche canoe. We vacated the golf course and skirted the building to return to the parking lot. Dane's eyes shone.
That was pretty interesting. I can see why you get involved.
I get involved because I want my mother to go home. He bumped my hip.
Admit it. Part of you enjoys this the same way part of me enjoys when you outsmart my brother.
I like to help. It's part of my personality. Half my friendships involve me trying to fix their problems.
That doesn't sound very fun. Relationships should have upsides too, you know. They shouldn't always involve work.
I smiled up at him. So I'm learning. We lingered next to his gunmetal gray Range Rover.
You know he's full of crap, right?
Dane said. About what?
You and me. I saw your face. You looked ready to grab the club and hit a different set of balls with it.
I laughed. I told you I need to work on my poker face.
What do you need to do? I'll help.
I leaned my back against the vehicle. Tell me something that should elicit a response, and I'll try to keep myself from reacting. Dane stroked his rugged jawline, contemplating his options.
My favorite flavor of ice cream is dog vomit.
I cringed. Ew, that's gross.
You're not supposed to react?
I rubbed my cheeks. Okay, try again.
I have a third nipple, and it has a piercing.
I stifled a laugh. I knew that one wasn't true, thanks to Patrick's glimpses of a shirtless Dane kayaking in the summer months.
Dean Cain is the best Superman.
I pounded my fists on the table. What? Hell no. That's Christopher Reeve.
Not even Henry Cavill?
I shook my head. No, I'm a fan of classic Superman. I don't care how cheesy it is.
I actually agree with you.
He cocked his head.
Is this a New Yorker thing that you can't hide your feelings?
I don't know. It's probably a small form of rebellion that's stuck. My mother was constantly trying to get me to wear a mask of one kind or another. Dane leaned forward and whispered,
"You're the most amazing woman I've ever met."
I maintained a neutral expression.
"Mia?"
"Yes?" He smiled.
"I'm not testing you anymore. I'm being serious."
"Oh!" My eyes widened and tiny pearls of perspiration formed across my brow.
"Good job, though. You really held your own that time."
I stared at him, uncertain what to say. "Thank you," I finally answered. "I think you're pretty amazing yourself." I wanted to trust him. I'd been hurt so many times before, which made it difficult to believe he meant it. It wasn't fair to Dane, I knew that, but my scars ran deep even when the marks seemed insignificant on the surface.
"When can we have dinner with your mom and Jurgen? I'd like to spend time with them in a non-legal capacity."
"You don't want to, trust me. My mother will make a fuss over something stupid. Jurgen will blind you with his socks." I shook my head. "It's better this way." He draped an arm over my head and leaned against the top of the Range Rover.
"You sure it's not about us?"
"What about us?"
"That we're not serious enough for a meet-the-parents moment?"
"I haven't met your family other than Derek."
"Fair enough."
I patted his hip. "It's not about us, I swear. It's about me and my mom." He head bobbed.
"I believe you. I certainly don't want you to do anything that makes you uncomfortable."
"I'm saving you from a horrible fate," I assured him. A flashy red car blew past us in the parking lot, blaring the horn. Dane grimaced. "Who's that?" I asked as the car slowed at the stop sign.
"Check out the license plate."
"Juris Doctor." The answer dawned on me. "Juris Doctorate? Another lawyer?" He nodded.
"His name is Anthony Chambers. He's my main competition in town and a complete tool."
I could have figured that out just from the car. The car screeched forward.
"He thinks because he went to NYU that he's better than everyone else."
"It is a good law school."
"So is Penn,"
he objected. "Both statements can be true," I said, smiling. I'd clearly hit a nerve. I'm glad Aunt Hazel didn't leave her will with Anthony Chambers, or I might be holding his hand right now. Dane squeezed mine.
"Somehow, I doubt that. You'd have no patience for a guy like Anthony. I'm pretty laid back, and he manages to get under my skin."
"Speaking of getting under someone's skin, what do you think about Calvin as a suspect?" I asked.
"Sounds like he has an alibi. Even so, I don't think he's responsible."
"Me neither," which was good news for Calvin, but bad news for me. Our gazes locked, and Dane lowered his lips to mine. My back pressed against the door handle as I sank into the kiss.
"I'm going to tell my brother to hurry up and solve this murder,"
he murmured. I kissed him again and enjoyed the velvety soft feel of his lips. "Because you're a concerned citizen?"
"Because I'd like to host our first sleepover."
A volcano of butterflies erupted in my stomach at the thought of a naked Dane. "Eat dirt, Joe Dirt." "Soon," I promised. Chapter 17. I arrived home to an empty cottage. The Mercedes was in the driveway, so they couldn't have gone far. I took advantage of the solitude to run up to the closet in the guest bedroom and check what was behind the secret panel. I didn't want my mother's curiosity to get the better of her while she was staying in the room. I hurried upstairs and discovered Ophelia lounging on the bed. My mother would love the sight of a cat stretched across the place she slept. There'd be accusations of wayward cat hair that was impossible to clean. "Please don't torment Madeline," I advised the cat. "I know you're the boss here, but we have to let her think she's the boss." Ophelia gazed at me with rapt attention. "Do you know what's in this closet? Because if it's going to be something creepy like a jar of newt eyes, I'd like a warning cry." The cat remained silent. Fine. I'm going in. I ducked into the closet and switched on the light. The area appeared undisturbed. That was a relief. I removed the panel and peered into the darkness. Empty. I reached a hand inside and felt around, praying I didn't touch anything furry or wet. The compartment was empty. I withdrew my hand and replaced the panel. Whatever Aunt Hazel had hidden here, she'd removed it before she died. One less thing to worry about. I heard a noise in the backyard and peered out the window. The barn door was wide open, and I saw Jurgen carrying a crate outside. I glanced at Ophelia still on the bed. What are they doing, and why are you letting them do it? I left the room with the cat hot on my heels. I raced past the gardens and stepped inside the small barn to find distinct piles of objects scattered throughout the building. Hey, what's going on? I asked. My mother cast a glance over her shoulder.
There you are. Jurgen and I were making ourselves useful. Hazel certainly kept a lot of junk.
I walked to the nearest pile and recognized my mother's neat handwriting on a sheet of paper. Junk. An old typewriter with missing keys. A garden gnome missing its head. A metal garden sculpture in the shape of the sun. Rusty gardening tools. It was hard to argue with my mother's assessment. You don't have to do this, you know, I said.
Oh, we know, but we need to occupy ourselves somehow, or we'll go insane waiting here.
My mother peered at me.
Do you know the nearest Starbucks is 5 miles away?
There's a good coffee shop right downtown. You don't need to drive 5 miles to Starbucks. My mother treated independent shops like they were run by corporate failures. She preferred chain stores, the bigger the better. I moved to the next pile she labeled as maybe. A ceramic bird fountain, a little house on the end of a black hook. What's this?
A hummingbird feeder,
Jurgen said.
You should hang it outside your kitchen window. They're fascinating creatures to watch.
Oh, so you believe in hummingbirds, do you? I joked. They looked at me blankly. Apparently they were unfamiliar with the birds aren't real movement. Probably for the best.
Jurgen thinks you should have a yard sale,
my mother said.
Raise some money and get rid of this stuff. A win-win.
I caught a glance at Jurgen. Gee, thanks for the suggestion. As usual, he completely missed the sarcasm.
No problem. Happy to help.
The cat doesn't seem to like us rummaging around in here.
My mother nodded to the corner where the cat now sat in judgment. A little late to the party, Ophelia. She's used to things being a certain way, and you're changing it. I'm sure it's hard for her. My mother laughed.
You talk about her like she's a person. She's just an animal.
Technically, we're all animals,
Jurgen said.
Yes, I realize that, but a cat isn't capable of higher thinking.
You severely underestimate Ophelia, I said. A loud buzz of a chainsaw interrupted our conversation. The sound seemed to be coming from the yard. I exited the barn and looked around.
It's coming from next door,
Jurgen said, pointing.
The wind is carrying the sound.
His words were barely audible over the din. I can't hear myself think. I'll be right back. My mother sighed.
Please don't unleash your city attitude in this small town. You'll get a reputation.
As what? Someone who addresses problems head-on and doesn't passive-aggressively leave a floral-scented note card on my neighbor's doorstep to encourage them to not set off fireworks past midnight? My mother's face reddened.
That was one time, and you know perfectly well why I chose to handle it that way. The man was a hunter. He kept firearms on the property.
I had no idea whether these neighbors kept firearms. I guess I was about to find out. It wasn't June and Seymour's house, but the neighboring house on the other side of the cottage. I marched across the yard to the path and walked until I reached the edge of the neighbor's property. Their fence was over 6 feet tall, too high to see over, which was probably the point. I continued walking in search of an entrance or a gap in the posts. I'd been past here on previous walks, but I hadn't noticed how buttoned up the property was until now. Why would they choose to block such a great view of the water? Why bother living by the river in the first place? I jumped up and tried to peep over the fence. Sheesh, I was no better than June. Still, it was easier than walking along River Road to reach their driveway. These houses were designed to receive visitors via the back door as well as the front. They reminded me of historic Southern houses that had symmetrical doors on the front and back. The front door was to receive visitors by carriage, and the back door was to receive visitors or supplies via the river. Except this neighbor's fence made it clear they didn't want visitors. The chainsaw grew quiet, and I took the opportunity to call to them. "Hello? Is anybody there?" No response. "Mr. or Mrs. Chainsaw? I'm your new neighbor, Mia. I live at Red Clover." And I appeared between two slats, and I jumped back, gasping.
"You moved next door?"
A gruff voice asked. "Yes. Hazel was my father's aunt. It's nice to finally meet you." The eye stared at me, unblinking.
"What do you want?"
I suddenly felt uncomfortable. What was my plan? Ask him to turn down the volume on his chainsaw? "I just wanted to introduce myself." The eye disappeared.
"Walk to the gate."
There was a gate? I searched the fence for a gate and was relieved when the sunlight caught a flash of metal. A hinge. I scampered forward, and the gate opened wide enough for me to squeeze through. What was he worried about? That I was being followed by a herd of elephants? "Hi," I said, closing the gate behind me. "I'm Mia Thorne." My neighbor was average height with dry yellow blonde hair that resembled straw. Slender arms and legs protruded from a round belly that was encased in a flimsy white tank top. The hem of his denim shorts appeared to be unraveling.
"The name's Elton."
"Is that your first name or your last name?" He scrunched his nose.
"What's the difference? You writing a report or something?"
"It just seems like the kind of basic information you should know about your neighbor." He gave me an appraising look.
"I guess so. Elton Wig."
A stout brown dog emerged from behind a hot tub that took up space in the middle of the yard. There seemed to be some kind of wooden target set up a few feet away. "I didn't realize you had a dog. I never hear him bark."
"He'll bark if he feels like you're too close to the property, but most people know better than that."
I crouched down and encouraged the dog toward me. "What's his name?"
"Buddy."
"Is it okay to pet him?"
"Depends on whether he likes you. Won't know until you try. If you get to keep your hand, then he likes you."
Before I could make a decision, Buddy's tongue scraped the palm of my hand. Phew.
"Hey, look at that. You made a friend."
I stroked Buddy's head. "He looks like a pit bull."
"He is. He's not the one you've got to watch out for, though. With Buddy, you might lose a hand. With the other one, you might find yourself nipped to death."
I surveyed the yard. "What other one?" On cue, a teacup Yorkshire Terrier came tearing around the corner of the house, barking up a storm. "How cute," I said. The terrier ran straight toward me, but Elton scooped him up before he reached my ankles.
"Don't even think about it, Peppermint."
"Aw, Peppermint is adorable."
"Like peppermint patties. You ever have one of those?"
"I have. They're great."
"I keep a supply in the freezer just in case."
"In case of what? The company stops making them?"
"Either that or the end of the world, whichever comes first."
I laughed, but his somber expression told me he wasn't joking. He tucked the small dog under his arm.
"Let him sniff you while I'm holding him. That's the best way to introduce you."
"Okay." I stood perfectly still while Elton inched closer with the dog. Without warning, Buddy leaned his weight against my leg and I nearly toppled over.
"You got any dogs?"
"One cat."
"That fat one I see creeping around? What's her name, Bedelia?"
Ophelia. I'm surprised the dogs don't bark at her. He chuckled.
No chance of that. They're terrified of her. I know when she's outside the fence because they come running to me like I'm their port in a storm.
I didn't blame them. I gestured to the wooden structure with the bullseye. What's that?
I use it for target practice.
As in shooting?
Yeah. Do you shoot?
Only tequila. If you don't mind me asking, why is it set up by the hot tub?
I'm a multitasker. I like to practice my shooting from the comfort of the hot tub. I'm a better shot when I'm relaxed.
There were so many things about that statement I wanted to question, but I bit my tongue. A pygmy goat wandered into view. He lowered his head and chewed the grass. Neither dog reacted, and I started to wonder whether I was hallucinating. This whole setup seemed like a fever dream. I pointed across the yard. You have a goat, too? Elton turned and grinned at the goat.
That's Elsie. Named her after my mama. Cute, right?
I could only imagine Madeline's reaction if I named a goat after her. That being said, the goat was adorable. I gestured to the ground. What's with the chainsaw?
It's for my son's karate. He needs more boards to chop.
How old is your son?
20. His name's Jimmy. My wife's at work right now, or I'd introduce you. Her name's Judith. She's a cashier over at the Italian market.
I haven't been in there yet. I hear it's good.
Great for ingredients. You can't get Italian seasoning like theirs anywhere outside South Philly.
Good to know. I pointed across the yard. What's that little hobbit house? The shingled roof rose out of the ground as though an entire house was buried there. There was a chimney and a single door, but no windows.
Used to be an old spring house, but now it's the entrance to my bunker.
He said it casually, the way you might mention your mailbox or your garage door. Your bunker? Is it to hide from tornadoes? It seemed unlikely, as tornadoes weren't much of a threat in this area. He tilted his head and studied me.
It's where I keep all my supplies.
I was almost afraid to ask. Supplies for what?
Whatever gets us in the end. World War III, the plague, zombies.
And your plan is to what? Hide underground until the threat passes? Elton stared at me for an extended moment.
You passed the sniff test. I guess I can trust you.
He waved me forward.
You want to see for yourself?
I wasn't so sure. What if this is where he lured innocent victims before trapping them? The dogs barked encouragingly. Maybe they liked me because they liked the taste of human flesh. Buddy had licked my hand and found my flavor satisfactory. Elton paused outside the open door.
What are you waiting for? It isn't every day I share my bunker with a stranger. You should be honored.
I descended the steps and tried to temper my reaction. The bunker put Aunt Hazel's storage to shame. The shelves were overflowing with seemingly random items. A refrigerator the size of a large cooler was pushed against the wall. I noticed an object the size of a sheet of poster board. What's that? I asked, pointing.
Solar panel. It'll charge a 12-volt boat battery. I'll use that to power a cheap inverter that converts the 12 volts to 110 volts so I can charge small devices like laptops, phones, and tablets.
Although I didn't understand half of those words, I nodded anyway.
You can buy an inverter from Walmart or Home Depot.
He pointed to the refrigerator.
That runs off 12 volts. I can power it using the same setup. I use it when I go camping, too, so I don't have to bother with ice.
Wow, was all I could say. I'd never seen anywhere like this. There was an entire collection of knives hanging from the wall. I stopped cold. One of the knives looked very similar to the murder weapon. Where did you get that knife? I asked, pointing. Elton wandered over and plucked the knife from the wall.
She's a beauty, right? Friend of mine made it for me. Mad Mick.
Is he angry or insane? Elton snorted.
Both.
Interesting. Does he sell them like Jim Horton? Elton's eyes widened.
You know Horton?
I've been in leather and metal, and I'd been planning to go back to ask about the murder weapon.
He does great work. Mick doesn't sell his, though. He gives them as gifts once in a blue moon, but mostly he keeps them for himself. He considers them works of art.
I can see why.
He's a real artist. Creates all sorts of artwork out of scrap metal, too. I told him I'm saving this knife for when he's rich and famous. Then I'll be golden.
I'd love to see his work. Where does he live? Elton gave me the address.
You might want to arrange a visit ahead of time. He's not real fond of people dropping by unannounced.
He gave me a pointed look. Thanks for the tip. I hadn't heard anyone mention Mad Mick in connection with the investigation, and a name like that would have stuck in my head. I wondered whether the police had traced the origin of the knife yet. Another object caught my eye, and I momentarily forgot about Mad Mick. Is that a record player? My father had kept a record player in the garage, but my mother gave it away after he died. I still remembered sitting on the dusty floor of the garage and looking at his album collection. It would have been nice to keep some of his belongings.
Sure is. Need some creature comforts when the world ends. I keep a stash of booze, too.
He paused.
Although sometimes I need to replenish that supply.
I flicked through the box of albums. Fleetwood Mac, Grateful Dead, Led Zeppelin. I stopped at the next one. Air Supply's greatest hits? He shrugged.
Sometimes you need a good power ballad, too.
And apparently an image of Olivia Newton-John clad in terry cloth on the cover of Let's Get Physical. I continued exploring the bunker. There were paper products, toiletry items, and cleaning supplies grouped together. I also noticed a dog bed in the corner. I see a literal creature comfort. He followed my gaze to the corner.
The dogs will be here with us. Might as well do what we can for them.
He glanced at Peppermint still tucked under his arm.
Hope we don't need to resort to drastic measures if the food supplies run low.
My eyebrows crept up. Do I want to know?
Probably not.
He set the dog on the floor, and he scampered over to settle on the bed. I motioned to a card table set up in the corner of the bunker. I see you've got the all-important supply of booze. I spotted a familiar bottle and laughed. Everclear? I haven't seen that stuff since we used to hide in the woods in high school.
It's 180 proof grain alcohol.
Oh, I know. I watched many friends succumb to its strength. Is the idea to get so drunk you forget you're riding out the apocalypse?
No. It can either be diluted for drinking or used full strength as an antiseptic.
He glanced at the bottle.
Might also come in handy as an item to barter. Somebody needs an antiseptic, and I need a sack of flour, that sort of thing.
You've put a lot of thought into this. I knew where I was headed in the event of a world collapse.
I wish my wife agreed with you. Judith thinks I spend too much time fixated on a future I can't predict, and not enough time living in the present.
Judith sounded like a wise woman. I'd love to meet her sometime. An idea occurred to me. Why don't you bring your family over next week? I don't know if you'd be interested, but I have a barn and a shed full of stuff that I have no plans to keep. You're welcome to take what you want. Elton lit up like I'd offered him the keys to a Home Depot.
Seriously?
Why not? It's only going to waste there.
That'd be great. I appreciate it.
I'll let you know when. I need to finish a project first. He didn't need to know that project involved clearing my mother's husband of murder charges.
Sounds good. I like that maple-flavored sausage. I think Jimmy Dean makes it.
I blinked. Sure. I don't think I'll be hosting breakfast, though.
Who says you need to eat it for breakfast? The mainstream media? That kind of sausage goes with every meal. Once I even poured chocolate sauce on it and made it dessert.
I fought my gag reflex. Sounds amazing. Amazingly disgusting. Thanks for sharing your bunker with me. Definitely words I never thought I would utter. Why don't you give me your number, and I'll text you when I know the date and time. Elton tugged his phone from his back pocket.
Fair warning, my number changes regularly, so this might not be the number when you go to use it.
I laughed. Why not? You use burner phones like a drug dealer? His expression didn't change.
Pretty much. I don't want to be tracked by Big Brother or sharing information with the mainstream media so corporate America can sell me stuff.
I added his current number to my contacts. I'll keep that in mind, thanks. I left Elton's property feeling confused. I had no idea what possessed me to invite them over. It was as though an unseen force had prompted me to take the initiative. I wish Aunt Hazel had left a newbie's guide to Newberry in the cottage. It would be helpful to know which neighbors to avoid and which ones to shoot guns from a hot tub with. Sighing, I headed back to the barn to assist my mother and Jurgen. I'd just have to spend time with them all and decide for myself. Chapter 18. Mad Mick's property was west of downtown and set so far back from the road that I rode past the entrance and had to turn around. The scooter bounced over the bumps of the long dirt driveway that led to the single-story white house. My butt would be sore later. The yard was cluttered with car tires and scrap metal that was obscured from the road by clusters of dense trees. It was the kind of property my mother would have reported to the county as an eyesore and demanded something be done about it before civilization collapsed. As I climbed off the scooter and removed my helmet, a dog lumbered toward me. The golden retriever's tongue hung from the side of his mouth, and he looked like he was grinning at me. I crouched lower and let him sniff my hand. "Hey there," I said. "Who's a good boy?" The dog barked in a non-threatening manner.
"Who are you, and what are you doing on my land?"
a scratchy voice demanded. This one was definitely expressed in a threatening manner. I guess I deserved it for ignoring Elton's advice and paying him a visit unannounced. I couldn't risk giving him time to prepare answers or hide evidence. Straightening my legs, I looked past the dog at a scrawny older man with salt and pepper hair. I half expected to see a rifle in his hands and was relieved to see they were empty. "Hi, I'm Mia Thorne. I was hoping to talk to you about a knife." His brow furrowed.
"A knife?"
"Elton Wigg suggested I talk to you." His scowl dissipated.
"You know Elton?"
His entire demeanor seemed to change at the mention of the other man. "He's my neighbor." Mad Mick looked me up and down.
"Neighbor, huh?"
"That's right. Red Clover."
"Thorne."
He rubbed the back of his neck.
"Hazel's kin?"
"She was my father's aunt. You knew her?"
"I went to the house once. Needed an ointment for a burn. Everywhere was closed, and Elton took me to see Hazel."
"And she was able to heal you?" He nodded gruffly.
"Damn good stuff. I kept a container of it for emergencies."
Hazel had a way with a mortar and pestle. Mad Mick regarded me for a beat.
"If Elton sent you to me, then he must think you're okay. He don't like most people, and he'd never send anyone here if they didn't pass the smell test."
These guys seemed to place a lot of stock on how a person smelled. "He showed me his bunker. Very cool." The older man balked.
"In that case, he definitely approves. We were friends for 3 years before he let me down there."
I made a sweeping gesture with my hand. "Your artwork is great." The front yard was a mixture of trash and treasure. I pointed to a scarecrow made out of metal. "Is he missing his heart or his brain?" Mad Mick didn't crack a smile.
"What brings you here? You in the market for artwork for your new digs? I do custom work."
"I'm looking for the owner of this knife." I pulled up the image of the knife on my phone and showed it to him. He studied the photograph.
Yeah, that looks like one of mine. Made it 3 years ago after a fight with my girlfriend.
You make knives after you have a fight with someone?
Not always. Sometimes I'll make a sculpture for the yard. Once I made a broadsword.
Alrighty then. Do you know what happened to this knife?
I gave it to a pretty girl.
Do you happen to remember her name? He looked at the dog.
What was that pretty lady's name? Heather? Wait, no. Holly.
Where did you meet Holly?
In the woods.
As you do. Was she having a problem and you gave her the knife to help her out?
No, she needed a ceremonial knife for her ritual. She'd forgotten hers.
I'm sorry. Did you say for her ritual?
You'd be surprised what goes on in the woods around here.
I really wouldn't. Were you a part of this ritual?
Oh, no. I'm not one of them. Too masculine. I happened to be wandering past when I saw their fire.
What was the ritual for?
Hell if I know. Giving thanks to the moon or some nonsense.
Not a believer? He tipped his chin toward the sky.
I believe in the moon and the sun and the stars. What I don't believe is there's a goddess controlling them.
Fair enough. Did she say what the knife was for?
I think she needed it to draw blood. Nothing gory. Just drag the blade across her palm or something. She was trying it with a stick, but I told her she'd regret that and handed over the knife.
Why did you have it with you? Mad Mick shrugged.
Habit. I always carry a few pieces on me when I walk in the woods.
You didn't wait to get it back? He pulled a face.
Do I look like a pervert to you? They needed their privacy and I gave it to them. Haven't seen her since.
I was looking for a pretty young woman named Holly who performed secret rituals in the woods. Got it. Do you know Nova Harkness?
Name sounds familiar.
She was the one killed during the festival. Recognition rippled across his features.
That's why I know the name. Never heard of her before that, though. A shame.
He stiffened.
Didn't the police say she was stabbed with a knife?
That's right. His eyes turned to slits, and he left the next question dangling between us.
Since you're here, any chance you got any more of that ointment over at your place? I wouldn't mind getting another jar of it. Now that Hazel's gone, there's no chance of a fresh batch.
I don't know, but I'd be happy to look. I hesitated. Actually, I'm having some people over next week. Why don't you join us? He scowled like I'd insulted his artwork.
You're inviting me to your house?
Sure, why not?
Do I look like someone who enjoys clam bakes?
It's not a clam bake.
That wasn't meant to be taken literally. I've got hermit written all over me. What about me screams party guest?
He gestured to himself with a flourish. I like your artwork and you seem like an interesting person. Plus, your dog is cute. He stared at me.
You're serious?
Elton and his family will be there. I decided to pull out the big guns. And I have a barn and a shed filled with shiny objects you might be interested in taking home with you. He perked up.
How shiny are we talking?
Enough spit polish and you can see your reflection.
Sold!
I just invited a strange man named Mad Mick who made custom knives to my house for a party. Did I have a death wish?
If you see anything here you like, let me know. I can spruce it up and bring it as a housewarming gift.
I scanned the yard and my gaze landed on a metal flower. Don't feel obligated, but that flower would be perfect and might encourage actual flowers to bloom. Mad Mick grunted his approval.
I'll give you my number. Look forward to hearing from you.
He reeled off his digits. I thanked him and turned back toward the scooter.
Was it my knife?
He called after me. I stilled. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. Tossing a glance over my shoulder, I said, "No, I think it just looks similar."
Then why are you here asking questions about it?
To rule it out, which I now have, and to rule Mick out, too, which I also had. He jerked his chin, but I saw the uncertainty in his eyes.
Glad to hear it.
I put on my helmet, straddled the scooter, and drove home. My mother and Jurgen were upstairs napping when I arrived back at the cottage. I made a cup of tea and took the opportunity to update Everett on my sales efforts. He seemed pleased, despite the fact that I hadn't come through with any contracts. He was the polar opposite of my previous boss, who would have berated me in front of the entire staff for failing to hit the prescribed monthly goal. Everett also inquired after my mother and Jurgen, another thing Lynette would never have done. As far as she was concerned, you were her property, and you didn't exist outside your role with the company. Why had I ever wanted to work there? It was getting harder and harder to remember. After my call with Everett, I sipped my tea and decompressed, thinking about what I'd learned today. Given Nova's claims, it made sense that Holly would be some kind of witch. Whether she was authentic or not, I had no idea. I sent a text to Virginia and asked whether she recognized the name. No response. "What do you think, Wilson?" I asked the aloe plant. "Should I track down this Holly person or pass the information to the police? Would they fail to take my suggestion seriously the way they ignored Judd Appleby?" To be fair, Judd turned out to be a dead end, but still. If I hadn't spoken to him, I wouldn't have recognized Calvin's name and connected those dots. I sighed at Wilson. Okay, fine. Calvin was a dead end too. That doesn't mean he wasn't worth pursuing as a suspect. At that moment, an unfamiliar cookie tin drew my attention to the island. In the shape of a star, it was slightly rusted along the edges. "Where did this come from, Wilson?" I eased off the lid and peered inside. A younger Virginia's face smiled at me from the top photograph. I plucked it from the tin and held it up for closer scrutiny. Virginia had her arm around another woman. She had to be Aunt Hazel. The shape of the eyes and brow gave her away. If I covered the rest of her appearance, it was like looking into my father's eyes. I continued rooting through the tin and examining the photographs. Different clothes, different backgrounds, but all Virginia and Hazel. There was one of Virginia when she wasn't looking directly at the camera. She stood against the backdrop of the river, her strong profile illuminated by sunbeams. There was so much emotion poured into this single shot, I felt as though Virginia was standing in front of me as I held the camera. Then it hit me. Aunt Hazel had been in love with Virginia Barclay. Whether Virginia knew and had rejected her, I wasn't sure. Or maybe Aunt Hazel's feelings changed when Virginia started treating her abilities as a capitalist venture. Or maybe that had simply been Aunt Hazel's excuse to avoid the sting of rejection. "Did you know about this?" I asked Ophelia, holding up the photograph of Virginia. The ancient cat was stretched across a panel of sunlight on the kitchen floor. She peered at me through the slits of sleepy eyes and flicked her tail.
"What are you rambling about?"
My mother appeared in the kitchen doorway. I lowered my head. "Nothing." She patted across the room.
"You've always talked to yourself. I tried to break you of that habit when you were younger so you'd stop looking schizophrenic, but clearly I failed."
"It helps me process information when I say the words out loud." I tapped the tin. "Where did you find this?"
"In the secret compartment in the closet. I told you she was strange. I can't imagine why she stored them there when she had dozens of shelves to choose from."
I glanced at the photographs again. I knew. Aunt Hazel had hidden more than a tin of photographs. She'd also hidden her feelings. She'd boxed them up along with these memories and literally closed the lid on them. It made sense that she wouldn't have hidden her witchy associations behind the panel. She lived alone, and people seemed to know or suspect that she possessed certain abilities. This tin represented something deeply personal that she'd hidden even from herself. My mother sniffed the teacup.
"Do you have any lemon and ginger?"
"Yes. Would you like a cup?"
"I would."
I went to the pantry to retrieve a packet. "What about Jurgen?"
"He's still asleep. I decided to let him rest. How was work?"
I filled the kettle and placed it back on the burner. I followed up a few leads, although not necessarily the kind that advertised in the newspaper.
"How did it go with the neighbor? When Jurgen and I came in from organizing the junk, you were gone."
"He was nice. Guess what he has?"
"A chainsaw?"
The kettle boiled, and I poured the hot water into a second cup. "A record player like the one Dad used to have." She wrinkled her nose.
"I don't remember that."
"You don't remember Dad's record player that he kept in the garage?"
"Of course not. Why would I remember something that was kept in the garage?"
I dropped the tea bag into the water and slid it across the counter to her. The combination of Aunt Hazel's tin and the memory of the record player shifted something inside me. "I wish you hadn't given all Dad's stuff away." She laughed.
"So that you could hoard it the way Hazel hoarded hundreds of useless items? No, thank you."
Maybe those pieces in the barn meant something to Hazel the way the record player meant something to Dad. I paused, intending to stop there, but something inside me propelled me forward. "And to me."
"How could they possibly mean something to you? You were a child."
"They meant something to me because he meant something to me. You gave away all Dad's belongings, his records, his clothes, everything. It was like you wanted to erase all traces of his existence. Like he'd done something wrong by dying and you were punishing him for it." Now that the dam had burst, I couldn't stop the words from pouring out of my mouth. My mother stared at me.
"You can't be serious. What would you have done with his albums? You lived in a shoebox your entire life until recently. Would you have stored them in the oven next to your shoe collection? Don't think I didn't know."
"But you didn't live in cramped quarters. You could have kept some things in storage until I was older and then asked me if I wanted to keep them. You deprived me of that opportunity."
"That's right, Amelia. I deprived you because I'm such a terrible mother."
Irritation marred her elegant features.
"You have no idea what it was like."
"Of course I do. I was there." She set down her teacup with such force I was surprised the handle didn't break.
"Do you want to know why I didn't keep any of it? Because I couldn't bear to look at it anymore. It was too painful. Every possession was a reminder of what I'd lost. It was traumatizing to wake up every day and see his slippers next to the bedside table or his books on the shelf. It was either get rid of it or lose my sanity, and given that I had a child to raise on my own, it wasn't much of a choice."
"What we lost," I said quietly.
"Pardon?"
I cleared my throat. "What we lost. Not just you. Me too." Her jaw tensed.
"I don't need to be reminded. For crying out loud, it was 30 years ago, Amelia. I've moved on, and so should you."
She marched out of the kitchen, and I heard the creak of the stairs as she returned to the guest room. "Sorry about that, Wilson." I braced myself against the counter. I couldn't remember ever having such an honest conversation with my mother before. Yes, she was angry, but so was I. I'd gotten the feelings off my chest after all these years, and even though it wasn't well received, I felt better. On the counter, my phone lit up, and I pounced, eager to have something to distract me. Holly Wickham, 34 Paper Trail. Paper Trail? Somebody in town had a sense of humor. "See you later, Wilson. If anyone asks, I'm going to see a girl about a knife." I grabbed my purse and sailed out the door. Chapter 19. paper trail was a small road nestled between two of the town's main arteries. Number 34 was a Victorian-style house with a wraparound porch and painted a deep burgundy with tan trim. As I approached the porch, the front door flew open and two women spilled out laughing. The shorter one had bright green hair, and the taller one's hair was a pretty plum color. "Hi, I'm looking for Holly Wickham," I said.
"She's inside,"
the girl with the green hair said.
"Just go in and call her name."
Was this some kind of sorority house? I'd been a member of a sorority in college, but our house wasn't nearly as nice as this one. It had chipped paint and broken floorboards, and the only one who cleaned was a sister called Jacqueline, who cleaned when she was stressed, which was basically all the time. I opened the door and stepped into the large foyer. It was far too neat to be a sorority house, plus Newberry wasn't within reasonable range of a university campus. There was a 2-year community college and an elite boarding school for high school girls, but that was it as far as I knew. "Holly Wickham?" I called. The house was eerily silent. I cut my hands around my mouth and yelled, "I'm looking for Holly Wickham!" Why did her name suddenly sound familiar? The sound of footsteps alerted me to the upstairs. A petite blonde came rushing down the steps. She wore a body-hugging tank top and bubblegum pink yoga pants so tight they looked painted on her skin. There wasn't an ounce of fat on her. "It's you!" she said, arriving at the bottom of the steps like a gymnast sticking the landing. I'd never seen her before in my life. "Mia Thorne," I said, uncertain how else to respond. She flashed her pearly whites. "This is so awesome! I knew I'd run into you eventually." I frowned. "Excuse me?" "I had a dream about you a couple months ago." I laughed awkwardly. "About me? I doubt that. I only moved to town recently." She shrugged. "I don't question the messages I receive from the universe." "Did the universe tell you why I'm here?" She cocked her head, thinking. "I don't think so. The details are hazy." "You were given a knife by Mad Mick?" Her brow furrowed. "Mad Mick? Scary guy? You were in the woods and you were trying to draw blood with a stick?" The realization dawned on her, and she brightened. "Yes, of course. That knife was so pretty. I was sad to stain it with my blood." She said this like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Why did you need to draw blood?" "It's part of the ritual, silly." "Is this the knife you used?" I showed her the image of the knife on my phone, and she leaned forward to scrutinize it. "Oh yeah, definitely." "Would you mind showing it to me?" "Oh, I don't have it anymore. Someone took it." "How convenient." "Do you know who?" "Of course. I'd say something rude about her, but she died recently, so I feel like I should bite my tongue." "She died?" The gears clicked in my mind. "Nova Harkness stole the knife?" Holly nodded. "She took it after the ritual, the one where that old guy gave it to me." "Nova was there?" "Not my choice. She showed up and demanded to be included." Holly smiled. "She was a real charmer." Why would Nova have had the knife with her at the festival? And how would it have been used against her? If there'd been a scuffle and somebody had rustled the knife from Nova, surely someone would have noticed. The lack of fingerprints was odd, too. Even if the murderer's prints weren't on it, Nova's should have been. "You seem confused," Holly said. "Do you know how Nova died?" "All I know is that she was killed. I haven't heard any details. I'm glad I wasn't at the festival. It would have been such bad energy." "You weren't there?" "No, I went to see a friend in Philly. We went to the art museum." Holly gasped as she seemed to understand my line of questioning. "Is the knife the murder weapon?" I nodded. She clamped a hand over her mouth. "Merciful Mother!" She withdrew her hand. "Holly Wickham, sometimes you are a grade A moron." I was too stunned to react. For a moment, I stood there gaping at her like she was an alien that parachuted down from a spaceship. Finally, I found my voice. "Your name is Holly Wickham." "Yes," she said slowly. "You already knew that." I did, but its significance hadn't occurred to me until this moment. Holly, Christmas tree. Wickham was the cat from Pride and Prejudice. Holy Taco Tuesday! I had pieced together the blonde voodoo doll's identity. I only hadn't realized it until now. She held up a finger. "Give me 1 sec. I have a ticket stub from the museum in the pocket of my jacket." She picked up a denim jacket from the back of a chair and rifled through the pockets until she located the ticket stub and gave it to me. The ticket was stamped with the date and time. "I have what might seem like a strange question." Holly looked at me expectantly. "Go for it. I'm sure I've heard stranger." "Why do you think Nova Harkness kept a voodoo doll of you?" Holly tipped back her head and laughed. "Did she really? That's hilarious. Nova hated me. She thought I was super annoying." She laughed in a way that suggested she gave 0 ducks what Nova thought of her. It was refreshing. "That explains what I felt when I held your doll." Annoyance had been the prevalent emotion. "Do you really think she hated you?" "Oh, for sure. She was annoyed that I'm a real witch and she only pretended to be. She desperately wanted to be special." I tilted my head. "You're really a witch?" She looked more like a cheerleader turned yoga instructor. She flashed an engaging smile. "I don't look the part, do I? No warts, no green skin, but I'm pure magic." She wiggled her fingers. If anyone else had claimed to be pure magic, I would have sprained my eyes from rolling them so hard. For some reason, Holly's statement didn't bother me. I could understand why Nova found her annoying, though. Holly was beautiful, charming, and apparently chock full of magic. She was everything Nova wished to be. Poor Nova. She clearly suffered from comparisonitis, constantly measuring herself against other women and hating them because she fell short. It was what I referred to as an eyes-on-your-own-paper situation. Thankfully, it was one flaw I didn't possess. Despite her younger age, I looked at Holly and saw someone I could learn from rather than someone to despise. "To be fair, you don't look the part either." I lowered my voice. "You know what I am?" She swatted my arm. "You don't have to whisper. Your secret is safe here. Sure, I know. I have a sixth sense about these things. Don't you?" "I don't think so." "Really? I'm surprised with all your experience." "I don't have much experience," I admitted. "This whole thing is still new to me." Holly's eyes rounded. "How old are you?" "You have to be late 30s at the most." God, I loved her. 42. It's a long story. "What are your specialties?" "Mine tend to be premonitions, like the dream I had about you. I cast spells here and there, but they don't always work. Mostly I celebrate nature because it's awesome." I'm still figuring out what I can do. I wasn't in the headspace to get into greater detail. Holly clapped her hands. "It will be so awesome to finally have someone like me in town." No offense to Hazel, but she was so much older than me. I don't think we had much in common beyond our abilities. "What about Virginia Barclay?" Holly shrugged. "She's almost as old as Hazel, isn't she?" "I pop over to Good Fortune every so often, but I tend to order my supplies online." "But you know her." "Sure. She's a staple in town. My roommates love to get their fortunes read by her." "That's not really in my wheelhouse." "Why not join forces with her? Invite her to be part of your rituals." "I don't get the impression Virginia is interested in building a community. She mainly keeps to herself. Most of my magical friends are online. If you want, I can score you an invite to our private group. It's secret to keep out the trolls." Community? Magical friends? An entire world was opening up to me. I would love that. She smiled, revealing 2 deep dimples on either cheek.
Awesome. I'm Witchy Woman 92. Give me your number, and I'll text you all the info. I'd love to get together and compare notes.
That would be great. I needed all the help I could get, and it wasn't fair to rely too much on any one person. Scarlett and Patrick had their own lives to lead, and there was a chance Virginia had baggage in connection with my aunt that she refused to acknowledge.
It sounds like you developed a real connection with the voodoo doll. How on earth did you do that?
I wish I knew. I just stumbled my way through it. The way I stumbled my way through life. Holly looked at me with renewed interest.
You have such powerful energy. No wonder you turned up in my dream. You should definitely come out to the next event. With your energy added to the mix, it will be incredible.
When is it?
Well, you missed Beltane, which was epic.
And next one is summer solstice, so it's not too far away. Is there nudity involved?
Only if you're comfortable with that.
I wasn't even comfortable with that when I was 20 with a flat stomach. In hindsight, I should have been naked a lot more often and made the most of it. Are your roommates witches too?
No, Holly said, but they have good energy. I like to be around people with good vibes, you know? I find myself drawn to them.
I did know. I'd never thought about it in those exact terms, but Patrick and Scarlett had what I would describe as good energy. Even Elton Wig and Mad Mick had a certain vibe that appealed to me despite our differences. Maybe that was the reason I felt compelled to invite them over. I felt drawn to their energy. Either that, or I was lonelier than I realized and desperate not to end up in Bountiful Gardens. Who else performs the rituals with you if there aren't many local witches? I asked.
Oh, they come from out of town for special events. In Newberry, we're in the woods by the water. It's the perfect spot.
Are you Wiccan?
No, although I guess you could argue I'm an offshoot.
My group tends to be more of a hodgepodge. People who follow their own path, but have a connection to magic in one form or another. I perform rituals in the woods, but my friend Brittany has no interest in what's on the calendar. She likes herbalism and not much else. Cassandra is obsessed with love potions. A hodgepodge sounds like me. Actually, I was more like a hodgepodge thanks to the extra few pounds around my middle. Holly beamed.
I thought so.
I'm so glad I met you. And doubly glad she wasn't a killer. I left the house feeling a mixture of disappointment and elation. I was disappointed I hadn't cracked the case, but elated I'd met someone else who understood the world I'd recently entered. The more people I met like Holly, the more normal my situation was beginning to seem. Ghosts, spells, and rituals were so far removed from my life in the city. If someone had told me a year ago that I'd be talking about haunted objects and voodoo dolls with a straight face, I would have had another glass of wine and laughed hysterically. I climbed onto the scooter and replayed the conversation with Holly in my head. Based on the information, Nova had swiped the knife from the ritual and then brought it to the festival, where it was then used to kill her. The only person I could think to ask about why Nova brought a knife to the festival was her roommate, Carrie Olansky. Even though the roommates weren't close, it was possible that Carrie had seen the knife or heard Nova talk about it. I checked the clock on my phone before tucking it into my purse. It was after 5 now. I could swing past her house on my way home. It wasn't like my mother would mind. After our earlier argument, she'd probably be grateful that I stayed out as long as possible. Her lack of text messages and phone calls spoke volumes. I fastened my helmet and headed over to Old Oak Road. Chapter 20. The ride over to Nova and Carrie's house was more difficult than I expected. The wind had picked up, and I had to keep both hands firmly on the handlebar to prevent myself from veering off the road. I felt like Sisyphus trying to push a boulder up a mountain, except the boulder was me. When I finally reached the duplex on Old Oak Road, I was relieved to see the lights on and 2 cars in the driveway. I'd ask about the knife and head straight home to deal with Madeline and her inevitable bad mood. I hurried to the front door and used the knocker. I heard voices inside and strained to listen. I recognized Carrie's voice. The second voice was male, but it didn't sound like Vic. The door opened abruptly, and I stumbled backward. "Hey," I said. Carrie took a moment to register me. "Mia, right?" "Yes. Sorry to drop by unannounced." A slight man appeared behind her. He was probably mid-60s, with white hair that was in stark contrast to his reddish-brown skin.
Good evening,
he said, holding up a hand in greeting. "Mia, this is my landlord, Armand Patel. Mr. Patel, this is Mia." "Thorne," I added, stepping into the entryway. "I live over on River Road." He shook my hand.
Nice to meet you.
He cut a glance at Carrie.
It's getting close to dinner time, and my wife will never forgive me if I'm late. I won't take up any more of your time.
She seemed relieved. Whatever time he'd been taking, she was clearly ready to be done. "I appreciate you stopping by." She ushered him toward the open door, and I moved further inside to make room.
Remember, there's no rush to come up with the money,
he said.
I wasn't planning to sell anyway.
Her hand pressed on the small of his back as she encouraged him through the open doorway. "I know. Thank you." Mr. Patel didn't take the hint and continued rambling.
It was only because it was Nova and you've both been good tenants that I was willing to accept her offer.
Technically, I was the good tenant. I detected a note of irritation in her voice.
It's a shame you won't be able to take advantage of the low interest rate,
he continued. "Bye now." Carrie shut the door behind him and turned to face me with an apologetic smile fixed on her face. "Sorry about that. He stopped by to fix one outlet, and it took 2 hours because he can't shut up. Anyway, not your problem. How can I help? Do you need to see her room again?" I didn't realize Nova had planned to buy the house. As the words sank in, I remembered Carrie's previous comments about the time and effort she'd put into the duplex, as well as the number of times she'd covered Nova's half of the rent. An uncomfortable feeling crawled across my skin. Nova also claimed to be a witch and planned to run a corporate empire. She was all talk. She couldn't afford rent most of the time. She certainly didn't have the money for a down payment. Except she did. She had the money from Glen Calvin. $10,000 would be enough for a good-faith deposit on a duplex in this neighborhood. The landlord knew it. And that meant so did Carrie. I maintained a straight face as the realization swept over me. Nova didn't bring the knife to the festival. Carrie did. She probably took the knife from Nova's room, knowing it wouldn't be traced back to her. Before she left the house for the festival, she wiped the handle clean of prints and erased Nova's too, leaving Jurgen's as the only prints on the knife. "I came here to talk about the knife." Her brow creased. "You mean the murder weapon?" "Yes. We traced it to the owner, and she said Nova took the knife from her." "A convenient story," Carrie said. "I bet she's the one who murdered Nova and is using that as an excuse." Yes, I had the same thought. Except I knew Holly was innocent. "Then you should tell the police." "Oh, I already did." I lied. I didn't want to give Carrie cause for alarm. "I just wanted to come by and give you the update." Carrie kept a neutral expression, and I couldn't tell whether she bought the lie. "Thanks, I appreciate that." I could leave now and call the police on my way home. As I turned to go, a hard object slammed into the side of my head. Ouch! I rubbed the spot where Carrie had hit me. I swiveled to look at her. "You hit me with a Roomba?" Shrugging, she kept a firm grip on the robotic vacuum cleaner. "It was the closest heavy object." "You're going to have to do better than that." Carrie threw the Roomba at my head, and I ducked in the nick of time. My back twinged, and I prayed I didn't pull a muscle. If I died because a muscle spasm slowed me down, the officials in the afterlife would never hear the end of it. I'd haunt the complaints desk for the rest of eternity. Why are you attacking me? Obviously, I knew perfectly well. My poker face sucked. Because I can't have you going to the cops about the knife. She grabbed a lamp off an end table and took a step forward, but the plug tugged her back. Ripping the cord from the outlet, she advanced toward me, wielding the lamp like a club. What's your plan? If you kill me in your house, they're going to know it was you. Not if I dump you in the woods where no one will find you until the next ritual. She pronounced ritual with disdain. Nova told me where she went the night she stole the knife. If I leave you there, it'll probably be the end of June before your body is discovered. Now that she was talking, I figured I might as well get the whole story. I don't understand. Vic said you were with him at the time of the murder. I slapped my hand to my forehead, remembering his brewery comment. Vic was drunk. Her laughter was hollow. By the time I caught up with him, Vic didn't know what day it was, let alone what time. I'm not even sure he noticed we were separated at any point. He probably talked to a lamppost the whole time and assumed it was me. And you snuck into the crowd and stabbed her in the back during the parade. People were bumping into each other. The music was loud. It was pure chaos. No one even saw me. I pushed the knife in and kept walking. She sounded proud of her accomplishment. I knew I'd provoke her, but I didn't care. She didn't deserve to die like that. Carrie glared at me. She was a horrible excuse for a human being. Maybe so, but you're not the arbiter of right and wrong. You saw the voodoo dolls, she practically shouted. Who does that? But they didn't work. You said yourself she wasn't a real witch. Nova made them to make herself feel more powerful. There was no actual harm in it. She knew I wanted to buy this house, and she went behind my back so she could play real estate mogul. But she wouldn't have kicked you out. She would have wanted you to continue paying her rent so she could put it toward the mortgage. It wasn't even a good business plan. Glenn Calvin wasn't kidding when he said he didn't read the paperwork. That was supposed to be my plan, Carrie screamed. She stole my future. You could have moved out. And spent my savings on a new security deposit? I've worked too hard to get to this point to chuck it all because she was a conniving bitch. Carrie was drowning in her own hatred. You stabbed her in the back and murdered her in cold blood. This wasn't even a crime of passion, Carrie. You made a plan and you executed it. You executed her. I did the world a favor, she snarled. After everything I did to make this house a home, after covering her butt for months at a time, she was going to buy the house out from under me. There are other houses, Carrie. She smashed the lamp against the wall. Not for me! She stalked toward me with a murderous glint in her eye. She didn't deserve this place. She didn't deserve a roommate like me, and yet she was going to come out on top. No, not on my watch. She lurched forward and swung the lamp at my head. I rolled to the side and she fell into the wall, unable to stop her momentum. My phone was in the bottom of my purse. I struggled to reach it, but Carrie recovered before I could get a grip on it, and the phone slid back into the bottom of the bag, along with my collection of sample perfumes. If I lived through this, I swore I'd do a better job of using the zippered compartments. Carrie lunged, and I used the only weapon in my possession. I swung my purse at her face. The leather made contact, and the swing was forceful enough to send her stumbling backward, although she maintained a grip on the lamp. My gaze darted to the front door. Carrie must have noticed because she said, "Not a chance. I'm younger than you, and I'm faster than you." I really had to work on my poker face. On the floor behind the sofa, I spotted my salvation in the form of a toolkit. Mr. Patel must have used it to fix the outlet. If I could make my way over there without drawing attention to the floor, I could use it as a weapon. Do not look at it, Mia. Keep your eyes on the stone-cold killer. Now I understand why she had the voodoo doll of you, I said, inching toward the sofa. She saw through your sweet demeanor. If I could keep her focused on her anger, I had a chance of reaching the toolkit.
I am sweet. Ask anybody. Nova's the monster.
Not from where I'm standing. And right now, I was standing within arm's reach of the toolkit. I just had to bend down quickly and without hurting myself. No small feat at my age. I bet she was the better roommate. That was probably her Roomba you threw at me. Face it, Carrie. Nova was the real heart of this home. Now it's nothing but an empty shell. Carrie's face grew bright red.
Lies!
She chucked the lamp at my head, and I bolted for the toolkit. In one swift move, I grabbed the handle and lifted. The toolkit flew up and over my shoulder and bashed the side of Carrie's head. She staggered to the side and fell to the floor. I didn't wait to see if she was unconscious. I dropped the toolkit and straddled her, frantically digging through my purse for the phone. The door flew open and Mr. Patel appeared.
Hello? I came back for my toolkit and heard a commotion.
She killed Nova,
Carrie said, her face streaked with blood.
Now she's trying to kill me.
I shook my head. Nice try. I looked at the landlord. Mr. Patel, please call the police.
Help me,
Carrie whimpered. The landlord looked from bloody Carrie to me. He seemed uncertain, which I understood given our current positions. I used my voice of reason, the one I used with clients who wanted to purchase a single ad that was black and white and 1/8 of a page. Mr. Patel, if I were a murderer, would I ask you to call the police?
Right.
He nodded and fumbled for his phone to dial.
No!
Carrie wrestled to get out from under me, but I had the advantage. For once, those extra pounds around the middle had proven useful. Mr. Patel gave the police the address and lowered the phone, his gaze pinned on Carrie.
Well, this is unfortunate. Not only have I lost my buyer, it looks like I'm going to have to find a new tenant.
Chapter 21. I sipped my morning cup of coffee and updated Wilson on the investigation. So the good news is, it'll be just the two of us again. Ophelia jumped on the countertop and meowed loudly. Sorry, the three of us. My mother and Jurgen were heading back to New Jersey shortly, and I'd arranged for a few people to come over in the early evening to celebrate my freedom. Although I didn't own a grill, I could smother drumsticks in barbecue sauce and roast them like nobody's business. I held up a packet of chicken legs to check the expiration date.
You're wearing glasses,
my mother said, entering the kitchen. To the untrained ear, it sounded like a casual remark. To my ear, that simple statement was loaded with criticism. I braced myself. What's wrong with them? I had Patrick's stamp of approval, which was basically like getting Harry Potter to approve your choice of wand. She cocked her head, scrutinizing me.
They make your eyes look smaller, and let's face it, they're already shrinking because of the puffiness. It's obvious you're not using the eye cream I brought you.
I set down the packet of chicken and pushed the glasses to the bridge of my nose. Well, I happen to like them, and I think they look good. Anyway, they're only for reading. I'm not making a fashion statement. My mother snorted.
I seem to recall a certain hairstyle you also thought looked good. It involved half a can of aerosol hairspray and a comb that teased your bangs as high as they could reach.
I was a teenager. We're supposed to look ridiculous in hindsight. If I recall correctly, my mother's photos also revealed unfortunate fashion choices from her youth. She laughed.
Remember those parachute pants you begged for?
Can we not?
They were very masculine,
my mother sniffed.
Not at all flattering on a young woman's body.
My phone vibrated with a call from an unknown number, which I would usually ignore, but I was eager to end this conversation. I tapped the screen. Mia Thorne?
Mia, this is Terrence from Bountiful Gardens.
Terrence, hi. It's nice to hear from you.
I just want to let you know I have your contract here. Should I send a hard copy in the mail or just email you a signed PDF?
My heart jumped for joy. Bountiful Gardens was going to advertise. Everett would be so pleased. Email is fine. Thank you so much.
I chose the 6-month option to get the discount, half page. I'll have our graphic designer send the digital file of the ad over to you later today if that's okay.
That was more than okay. Perfect, Terrence. Thank you. I look forward to working with you. As I lowered the phone, I noticed my mother watching me. What? I rubbed my nose. Do I have a smudge?
You landed your first account?
Yes, I did.
Congratulations.
I waited for the follow-up remark, but none was forthcoming. Thank you. Jurgen strode into the kitchen wearing a huge smile. Someone looks ready to hit the road, I said. Jurgen thumped his chest.
No offense, Amelia, but I'm ready to sleep in my own bed and appreciate the comforts of my own home.
You're probably glad to be out of trouble, too, I said. My mother drank her coffee.
I'm sure that's a familiar feeling for you, sweetheart.
She pivoted to Jurgen.
Trouble always seems to find Amelia. It's been that way since she was a child.
I think this time trouble found your husband.
Only because we came to visit you,
my mother pointed out.
I highly doubt this would have happened in Phoenix or Naples.
I had to give my mother credit. She managed to twist the entire experience to reflect poorly on me. The woman had a gift.
The suitcases are packed and downstairs. I can put them in the car now,
Jurgen offered.
Perfect.
My mother set her cup on the counter.
Amelia, I think you should consider breaking things off with this Dean character and showing the lawyer you're interested.
The lawyer? You mean Dane?
Yes, why not? He's handsome, very personable, and single as far as I can tell. No ring.
I eyed her suspiciously. I thought you were a fan of Derek.
I am, dear, but Dane is a lawyer. That's much better than telling my friends my daughter's dating a police detective.
If it wasn't for the police, Jurgen might be in prison. You might want to tell your friends that. My mother gave me a hard look.
No, Amelia, if it wasn't for you, Jurgen might be in prison.
I wasn't sure I heard her correctly.
On that note, she continued, we'd like to thank you for everything you did for him, for us.
My mouth dropped open. My mother was thanking me? Of course. He's family, isn't he?
I know, but he isn't your family. You barely know him.
I patted the side of her arm. You would have done the same in my shoes.
No, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't be caught dead in your shoes.
Well, the moment was nice while it lasted. My mother surprised me by planting a kiss on my cheek. She wasn't a demonstrative woman at the best of times, and the move took me completely off guard.
Take care, Amelia. You have a lovely home in a wonderful town. I hope you'll be very happy here.
Me too. She averted her gaze as though embarrassed by a moment of weakness. Jurgen returned for one last trip to the bathroom. I offered my hand to shake his, and he pulled me in for a hug.
I don't know how I'll ever repay you,
he murmured.
You went the extra mile when you didn't have to do anything at all.
Don't mention it. I clapped his back and disengaged. I'm glad you were able to visit. My mother snaked an arm around Jurgen's waist.
We were looking on the calendar, and it seems like there's another festival later this summer that might be worth a visit.
I choked back a response. They were looking to come back this year? After everything we'd just been through? I'll have to check my schedule. With a new job, I don't want to take advantage of my boss's good nature.
And don't let anyone take advantage of yours either,
my mother said.
Nothing against that tattoo artist motorcycle man you're seeing, but I don't think he's the right one for you. He didn't stop by once to check on you during this entire ordeal. Detective Fairfax seems to be interested,
Jurgen said.
Maybe you should consider him as a prospective mate.
I nearly choked on the word mate. Derek is interested in anyone who ticks the female box on a questionnaire.
I don't think so. I'm telling you, Amelia, if there's one thing I recognize, it's the look in a man's eye when he's enamored.
Jurgen smiled at my mother.
I should know.
He leaned down and kissed her.
Aw, come on. I hadn't digested my breakfast yet.
Ophelia sauntered over to give each of their ankles a sniff before wandering away. As far as I was concerned, that was a stamp of approval. My mother placed her hands on my shoulders and kissed my cheek again.
Take care, sweetheart. I'll call you when we get home.
That's not necessary, I said quickly, and then relented. Send me a text. My mother hefted the strap of her purse over her shoulder.
Don't forget to try that new eye cream I brought you. It will do wonders for those bags.
She sailed out the front door with Jurgen trailing behind her. I waved from the doorstep and watched as the black Mercedes left the driveway. Peace at last. My phone vibrated in my pocket. She wasn't calling already, was she? I glanced at the unfamiliar number on the screen. Hello?
Is this Mia?
Yes? This is Sunny from Shady. I was hoping to talk to you about running an ad. Is now a good time?
I pumped a fist in the air. 2 in one day? It was a small-town miracle.
Why don't I come by tomorrow morning? Does 10 work for you? Sounds good. I'll bring coffee. What's your poison?
A chai tea latte would be great.
See you then. I hung up the phone. Those sunglasses weren't a bad decision after all. Before I could close the door, Patrick ambled into view.
You're up early,
I greeted him.
I've been stalking your house and waiting for your guests to leave. I thought you might want to do a post-mortem of their visit.
Is that really the best term to use under the circumstances?
A dissection?
He entered the house, and I closed the door behind us.
It'll help you decompress.
You just want the gossip. He splayed his hands.
Can you blame me? I'm only human.
We retreated into the kitchen, and he made himself at home, retrieving a fresh mug from the cabinet and pouring himself coffee. It felt nice to have a friend so comfortable in my house that he performed tasks without asking. Although I hadn't known Patrick very long, it sometimes seemed as though we'd been friends our entire lives. That reminds me, I said. While you're here, I opened the pantry door and retrieved a DVD. He frowned at the sight of the shiny silver disc.
What is that?
Pretty Woman. You're going to watch it once and memorize all the crucial lines so you can speak my language.
And what language is that? The elder tongue?
I jabbed him with an elbow. Watch and enjoy. We carried our mugs into the living room, and for the next 90 minutes, we sat curled up on the sofa together, drinking coffee and enjoying all that Julia Roberts and Richard Gere had to offer.
Isn't that the ornery little man from Seinfeld?
Patrick asked at one point. Yes, he's the bad guy. He gasped and slapped my thigh.
Spoilers!
As the credits rolled, Patrick turned to me wearing a solemn expression.
Here's my hot take. According to this movie, sex workers are mainly drug addicts, except for our plucky Viv, who gets to be rescued from her hideous life by a wealthy white man who pulls her up by her stiletto-heeled boots.
So, you didn't like it? He patted my leg.
You're a product of your time, sweetie. We'll let it pass.
Good, because I need to start getting ready.
For what?
My company will be here soon. Patrick reared back.
Company? You invited strangers to your home?
He pressed a hand to my forehead.
No fever?
I was feeling magnanimous. I paused. Plus, he's a prepper, and I want him to empty the junk from the barn and the shed. A smile melted across his face.
An ulterior motive. Now I understand.
I would have invited you, but I wasn't sure if you'd want to hang out with Elton and Mad Mick.
And here I thought you knew me. If there's a party, I want to be invited. I don't care who's on the guest list.
He pulled out his phone and started texting. What are you doing?
Inviting Scarlett.
He continued typing.
And a few of the guys from JAMA.
I punched his arm. Patrick?
Did you invite Dane?
No, but I will now. It was one thing to have just Elton's family and Mad Mick, but now that it was becoming a grander affair, I realized that I wanted Dane by my side. Thanks to Patrick's intervention, a simple evening barbecue morphed into a full-blown party by 4 o'clock. Scarlett arrived with supplies since I hadn't planned on hosting so many people. She sniffed the air as she entered the kitchen. Do I smell maple syrup? I'm serving maple-flavored sausage. I held up a hand. Don't judge. It was a request. I brought these fairy lights we can string along the fence, she said. It'll look nice outside when it gets dark. Thanks. Let's do that now while it's still light. I left Patrick in charge of the cooking while Scarlett and I headed through the gardens to the fence. Scarlett gasped as we rounded the corner of the cottage. Instinctively, I clutched her arm. What's wrong? She raised a shaky finger at the garden where white blossoms exploded from a bush. Wow! Where did that come from? Together we walked forward for a better view of the flowers. What are they? I asked. Chrysanthemum. You might call them mums. I grunted. Like Mom. Maybe they grew in honor of her visit. What do they signify? Scarlett lightly touched one of the petals. Red means love, but white means truth. Truth. Interesting, I said. Does that resonate with you? She asked. I nodded mutely. As hard as it had been, I'd spoken my truth to my mother. I told Jurgen the truth would set him free. Apparently, I meant myself. Fun fact, Scarlett began. This is considered a sacred flower in Asia. In Imperial China, only nobility were allowed to grow these flowers. My grandmother taught me that. She was a font of knowledge. If you take a spray of them, do you know what that signifies? A white lie, I guessed. She smiled. Good effort, but no, it means hope. Was the garden telling me there was still hope for my relationship with my mother to improve? Either way, it was a comforting thought. Thanks, Scarlett. This has been both educational and uplifting. They look great. The white really pops in this part of the garden. To be fair, any color would pop in this part of the garden. There's nothing except weeds everywhere. Patience is a virtue. And it's one I'm sorely lacking. Give yourself credit, Mia. You survived an extended visit from your mom, and you helped bring a cold-blooded killer to justice. That doesn't happen if you're impatient. Together, we strung the lights and managed to finish as my neighbors arrived, followed quickly by Mad Mick in his truck, and then Dane. Elton's wife and son were very sweet and eager to help Patrick in the kitchen while I directed Elton and Mad Mick to the small barn. Elton stopped short in the doorway and dropped to his knees.
It's the mother lode.
I helped him to his feet. It's a shame you and Aunt Hazel didn't know each other better. You could have had access to this stuff years ago. Although she seemed unwilling to part with any of it, which was the reason it had collected dust in here. He was immediately drawn to copper kitchen scales.
Are you sure you don't want this?
Positive. He clutched it against his chest.
I'm gonna need a bigger box.
Judith is going to hate me for this, I said.
You make carrot cake with cream cheese frosting. She'll get over it.
Technically, Scarlett bought the cake. Elton didn't hear me. He was entranced by a hubcap in the corner of the room.
I don't know where I'm going to put all this stuff, but I'd be a fool to pass it up.
You'll have to fight me for it,
Mick said. The intensity of his expression suggested he was completely serious. There will be no rumbling in the barn, I said. This is a civilized event. I even put out toothpicks. Mick grabbed the handles of a wheelbarrow.
Mind if I use this to load my truck?
Go for it. Elton gave him an apprehensive look.
You want those hubcaps, don't you? They're more useful to me than you,
Mick said.
I suppose.
Elton's gaze drifted to the table covered in empty glass bottles.
I call dibs on those. Have at it, friend.
Mick began loading the wheelbarrow, disinterested in whatever items Elton was stocking.
This was a good idea,
Dane said, joining us in the barn.
Everyone leaves happy.
It's the adult version of letting a kid leave a party with a goodie bag. Of course, Aunt Hazel's discarded possessions weren't my idea of a goodie bag, but one woman's trash was another man's treasure. Patrick came running to the barn.
You'd better come quick. Jimmy has started showing off his karate moves.
I don't need to see that, I said.
On your ficus tree,
Patrick added. Oh. I fled the barn and hurried over to where Jimmy was trying to impress Scarlett with his martial arts expertise. Jimmy, I don't think that's such a good idea. Scarlett was in the midst of telling him. I called forth my most authoritative voice.
Jimmy, step away from the ficus.
Jimmy stopped mid-chop.
I wanted to demonstrate my technique.
The only thing you're going to demonstrate on my ficus is reverence. This garden was mine to protect now, and I took that responsibility seriously. Judith rounded the corner of the garden and seemed to sense a problem.
Jimmy, what did you do?
She groaned.
Please don't tell me you tried that trick with the sausage again. That never goes over well. I told you I'd never do that again, and I didn't,
Jimmy insisted. I really didn't want to know. None of the food made sense together, but no one seemed to care. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content, and I was certain the wind carried peals of laughter across town. By the time the guests cleared out, I was ready to fall asleep where I stood. It had been quite some time since I entertained, and even longer since I entertained for a reason unrelated to my job. I'd done this for me. Dane lingered afterward and helped me clean up, which I appreciated. Ophelia crept out of the shadows once the coast was clear and began the hunt for crumbs in the grass.
That was interesting,
Dane said.
I learned more about the shelf life of spices than I ever thought possible.
And I learned about the many uses of alcohol. All this time I thought it was only good for one thing. My stomach gurgled. I also learned it's not a good idea to pair maple-flavored sausage with salt and vinegar potato chips. Dane nodded toward the small barn.
What will you do with all the free space now that it's half empty?
I don't know yet. It's kind of nice to have a blank slate. He rolled up one of the blankets that had been spread across the grass and tucked it under his arm.
Hey, where'd those mums come from?
They're pretty, right?
Very.
He nudged me with his arm.
And you claim to not know what you're doing.
I smiled at the white flowers gleaming in the darkness. I don't, but it definitely seems like I'm on the right path. And whatever that path was, I'd rise to meet it. This has been Drive Me Daisy, the Bloomin Psychic Book 3, written by Annabel Chase, narrated by Megan Kelly. Copyright 2021 by Annabel Chase. Production copyright by Annabel Chase.